experience, bigger inventory, and deals worth your time are almost here. Stay tuned and get ready now at BobBell.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off duration, woodscapes, and super deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Baltimore without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Baltimore for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Baltimore is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in Baltimore and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Adley Rutschman failed to challenge a called ball in the first inning against Aaron Judge that would have ended in a strikeout. Judge homered 3 pitches later. Manager Craig Albernaz spoke about Rutschman failing to challenge that pitch.
I've talked about this before. We want our catchers to be more aggressive, challenging, especially when it's a strike. We want that pitch. We want it to be a strike. And we trust our catchers and him and Sam with their strike zone awareness and judgment. Looking at it, it was a strike, and we probably should have challenged that for sure.
The O's will try to snap a 5-game losing streak when they open up a 3-game series against the Marlins tonight. Chris Bassett will take the mound opposite Sandy Alcantara. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly, gets underway at 5:30. 2 more second-round series tip-off tonight in the NBA. At 7, the Pistons host the Cavs, and at 8:30, the Thunder play the Lakers. From the Bob Bell Automotive Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 65. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 75. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lose again last night, 12-1. They get swept in the Bronx. They've lost 5 in a row and 7 of 9. But one of the things that we hung our hat on, Bone, coming into the season is the lineup, and specifically Gunnar Henderson and Pete Alonso. And they had 2 what we thought at the plate were aircraft carrier hitters, guys that were going to hit for power, guys that were going to carry the lineup. Well, let's take a look at these guys. Good time to take stock. And start with the better news of the 2. Pete Alonso went 5 for 14 in the four-game series in New York. Homered twice, drove in a couple runs, 2 walks to 4 strikeouts. Isn't horrible compared to what we saw earlier. His OPS for the year is now over 730. So are we feeling better about Pete Alonso?
He's in a nice little stretch here. He was one of the few guys that actually showed up in that Yankees series. And now you can go back 12 games, Ken. And in his past 12 games, 8 strikeouts to 5 walks. He's got 7 RBIs, 4 home runs, 917 OPS. That's Pete Alonso numbers right there. One thing that still sticks out in a bad way, his numbers with runners in scoring position. And he drove in over 100 runs last year. This is a great run producer over the course of his career. You look at his career numbers with runners in scoring position. He's got a 920 OPS, 261 batting average. This season, 143 batting average with runners in scoring position, 525 OPS. He's leaving a lot of runners on right now. And something... And this isn't just a Pete thing. This isn't just a Gunner thing. This is an Orioles thing. And Masson, they showed that graphic yesterday about how no one's throwing the Orioles fastballs. Mm-hmm. And why would you? They've seen the second fewest fastballs in baseball. So you're seeing a lot more breaking balls. You're seeing a lot more off-speed pitches. And Pete, starting with him, Gunner even more so, Pete's hitting 171 off breaking balls, 200 against off-speed pitches. This is a troubling trend for this organization. And yeah, you can make fun of Cowser and never want to throw him fast.
He got on base 3 times last night.
He did. But this isn't just a Cowser thing. This is a team issue that pitchers have picked up on. Don't throw them fastballs because they struggle against everything else.
Yeah, I think the teams have done their advanced scouting and done their homework against the Baltimore Orioles. The one thing I feel better with Pete about is I think in his last 2 series, he's hit an opposite field home run in both of them.
Yeah.
So I think he's starting to see the bulb a little better, and it's going to start to warm up. I think I feel good about Pete. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just going to say, yes, he is definitely trending in the right direction. Where Gunner, you're still waiting. And Gunner, you can go back to April 6th through the 11th. In that stretch, he had a home run in 4 or 5 games. So you're thinking, okay, Gunner's going to take off. And at that point, he had a 963 OPS.
Mm-hmm.
In the 20 games since then, 184 batting average, 562 OPS. He's got 30 strikeouts in 87 at-bats. So that's awful. More than a third of the time in a 20-game sample size, Gunnar Henderson is striking out. So 30 strikeouts to 4 walks. He's only got 3 homers in that 20-game stretch. And you dive deeper into his splits. He's hitting lefties better than righties, which is odd. Him, went ahead in the count. He really struggles as well, which is very odd. He's got a 644 OPS when he's ahead in the count. And then you look at the adjustments. Again, fastballs, year over year. Gunnar saw 55.1% fastballs last year, 47.1% this year. So it's a difference of almost 8%. And he's 2 for 28 against off-speed pitches. Like, that has had a huge uptick. He's seeing way more off-speed pitches this year where he's got to adjust to the pitcher's adjustments.
I'm looking at him and just how bad it is. I think I'm looking so far this year. It looks like since April 1st, he basically strikes out every game. Like, there's 1, 2, 3 games where he doesn't have a strikeout. Like, it's sort of baked into the cake where he struck out every game in the Yankees. They gave him the day off on Sunday. Kind of felt like it was a soft benching coming off what happened on Saturday. But alas, it did. Yesterday, he had 1 for 5 with a strikeout. Nothing, no real, they didn't extra base hits, didn't drive in any runs. I think he looks lost at the plate.
Yeah, and even that play on the relay throw, the Leody Taveras. And Ben McDonald said it on the broadcast. Like, Taveras ended up getting charged with the error, but that was a situation that could have been avoided by Gunnar just taking a couple steps, and you prevent the extra 90 feet. You prevent that unearned run that happened with the next batter with Cody Bellinger. It's been a tough start for Gunnar. It just has. And whether he's pressing, whether he's going up there trying to hit a 450-foot home run every single time, it just hasn't looked right.
No, he looks, and the shame of it is he got off to that, he had that decent run, which you mentioned, Bone. And we all thought coming off the WBC, this was going to be a big year. And you mentioned 3 home runs of late, one of which was a worthless one against the Boston Red Sox in a game. I think they were down 5-2. He homers in the 9th, makes it 5-3. It still counts in his ledger, but he doesn't look right. He looks pissed off, which he should be.
Yeah.
He looks frustrated at the plate. Just the strikeouts keep coming and coming and coming, and the batting average keeps going down and down and down.
He's got to make adjustments. He's got to make adjustments to hit off-speed pitches because it's killing him right now. It is killing him, and pitchers know it, and they're leaning into it way more than they ever have in Gunnar Henderson's career, and they're going to continue to do so until Gunnar makes him pay.
So how are you feeling? We're bullish on Pete. Is the only thing keeping you bullish on Gunnar the track record? You're like, yeah, Gunnar will be fine.
He's too talented of a player, man, to be kept down, over 162 games. But it has not been the month and change to start the season that Gunnar's would have hoped for. I still believe that he's going to go on a tear, but you're waiting. It's May 5th, and this organization is at a critical juncture in their season already, and Gunnar has to be the one to help dig them out of this. Pete has to be the one to help dig them. Their stars have to be stars. Jeremiah Jackson, it's awesome. Great. Leody Taveras, great. Awesome. These guys have to carry. They do. If the Orioles are going to dig themselves out of this hole, it's going to be because of Gunnar Henderson, Pete Alonso, Adley Rutschman, Samuel Bassett. Their strong players have to perform like it.
Orioles lose 12-1. They get swept in the Bronx. They're back in action tonight against the Miami Marlins. That game is a 6:40 first pitch, which means 5:30 Baltimore baseball tonight. Bordy and the Bone coming at you right here at 5:30. But coming up next, we want to hear from the people. And how are you feeling about your Baltimore Orioles. How are you feeling about that performance in the 4-game series in the Bronx? 410-583-1057. Are you patient still? Where is your patience? Is it completely worn thin? 410-583-1057. We hear from the people next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look at Game 1 between the O's and the Marlins. Mike Bordick will join us, and the Ravens have the 6th easiest schedule in the National Football League. How does that influence your expectations?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Later this month, the Kansas City Chiefs will hold OTAs. Andy Reid said quarterback Patrick Mahomes is on track to participate at the end of this month. In a tough division with both Denver and Los Angeles looking to be playoff teams. To keep pace in the AFC, the Chiefs will need to get off to a fast start. And they can't expect Justin Fields, the new backup for Mahomes, to get it done. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really worked so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Tonight, cloudy, low around 69. Tomorrow, high near 73.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. #1, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really worked so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles were outscored 39-10 in the 4-game series in the Bronx. The wraparound Friday through Monday. They're in Miami to play the Marlins tonight. Baltimore baseball night coming up at 5:30, Bordy and the Bone. But we want to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. 4 in a row to the Yankees, 5 in a row overall. 7 of 9. They're 15-20. I would assume patience is worn thin. How are you feeling about your Orioles? Let's go out to the phone lines. Start with John in Ellicott City. John, you're on the Fan.
You mentioned before the break Gunner's track record. I don't know the answer to this, but it seems like his track record is basically a season and a quarter. Is that wrong?
Well, so 2 years ago, he hit 37 home runs. Last year, if it wasn't for what you expected power-wise, his numbers were actually good a year ago. Just the power was sapped because of the shoulder.
You know, something seems wrong. I mean, he gets picked off, twice in a game?
Yes.
24 hours?
No, twice in a game, yeah.
I went to the first Astros game and sat behind sort of first base, and Alonso bailed him out at least twice on some throws that were not much or anything. I wonder what's going on with him. But anyway.
I appreciate the call. I got to let you go. There's a lot of background noise there. But, yeah, well, that was what I was saying to you. To the caller's point, something seems off with Gunnar Henderson.
Yeah, and I know a couple people more than a couple people are bringing, Gunner's just 1 year. He had a 6-WAR season in 2023 when they won 100 games. Even last year, in the down year, he had a 5.3 WAR season. This isn't a flash in the pan.
It's been a run.
Yeah.
I'm completely with you. While the power was sapped last year, it's been about a 3-year run where Gunnar Henderson's been a really good player. He ain't that guy right now.
No, not even close.
Let's go to Bill in Annapolis. Bill, you're on the Fan.
Hey, I'm a little frustrated with the O's, but I'm not going to lose it yet. And I'll tell you the reasoning behind it. I think they need to make some changes, get people in a position where they can play that position and quit moving people around. And then I think they need to look at the batting order a little bit. I want Gunnar out of the first 3 slots. I think Ward is fine as a #1. He takes and hits a lot of pitches. And I think Adley's good as a 2 because you can bat him right or left, and he's the same way. You're going to throw a lot of pitches. So now you're coming up to #3, and you got 10 to 15 pitches already on the pitcher. And I put Pete right in there because he's starting to feel it. He's got a real track record, unlike Gunnar. I put him at #3, and then I moved Gunnar back to 4. And I tell Gunnar, you're going to have Pete's back. Okay, if Pete doesn't drive the runs in, you need to drive the runs in, which might mean hit the ball to left field rather than trying to clobber every pitch. And then I'm putting Baseo at 5 because Baseo has the most upside of anybody, and I see him by the middle of the season being one of our better hitters. And then I come in with Jackson and Tavares and all of those guys stay in those spots. You don't be moving guys around and back and forth because of some stupid analytical crap.
Appreciate the call. I do, to his point, I miss the days where guys were sort of in their spots every day.
Ryan Ripken during BBT was talking about that a lot yesterday, where there's way too many platoons. Guys just need to play one position. And I think this is where it's an organizational philosophy where we've been talking over the years, playing cuts over the years about having positional versatility. Well, do you want to be average at multiple positions or do you want to be really good at one position? And I'm not saying that everyone can be really good defensively, but I think it's just gone too far.
Yeah.
It's gone too far.
Hey, if you listen to the show yesterday, we bullied the Orioles into putting Jackson. Jeremiah Jackson was originally at third base, and Blaze Alexander was at second base. And I was apoplectic about it. And within 15 minutes, they moved him. They switched him around. So we have some influence, Bum.
We do. We have some pull in the warehouse.
Yes. Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, Ken and Tim?
What's up, man?
My take's a little different than most of them so far. I would definitely disagree, though. I don't think a pitcher's tired after 15 pitches in the major leagues. But I think this all boils down to Mike Elias, Ken and Tim. 9 seasons, right? 9 seasons. Maybe 6. 2 in my opinion. Ben said 3 he thought were good. So roughly 2/3 of the time underneath Mike Elias has really been below average at best, right? I mean,
they tried to lose for most of it, Kevin. To be fair, it is looking back. They tanked for how many years? So they weren't even trying to win until they got to the other side.
Oh, even 2022, when they had a winning record, they sold at the deadline.
Well, and I think that's what makes it worse, Ken. Now that you mentioned it, because we knew we were tanking, then we were promised some kind of grandiose lift.
Yeah.
We got concrete blocks.
Yeah. We got Spirit Airlines is what we got.
Exactly, my man. I mean, in my humble opinion, it's just been garbage under Mike Elias, and until we get rid of him, this team ain't going to change, fellas. That's just my take.
No, Kevin, you have the right to it. I appreciate the call.
We took a couple calls about that yesterday. I get it. I understand it. This fan base went through a lot. There was multiple years. It is tough to tell a fan base we are going to suck for years. We are going to lose 100+ games for years.
Because from the other side, it's going to be gravy.
Exactly.
Yes.
You want to build. Hey, this is going to be a one-time thing, and then we're going to be a consistent winner for a long time. And to see the step back each year since 2023, and if it continues this way, that's tough, man. That's tough.
Ken had the White Sox comparison earlier was good, but the Spirit Airlines one right there was,
you like that?
That was really impressive.
I'm on one today.
That was good.
This is like Bone on a Thursday, because Thursday says Friday. I am on it. Lift off with Spirit Airlines. Here's my thing. I don't ever root for people to get fired because I've been fired and it sucks.
Tough to,
but he gets paid a very good sum of money, and his job is to win. And if they lose 90 games again this year, I don't see how he has his job next year. I don't see it.
How many times did I say this past season when it came to Mike Tomlin, who the hell gets to keep their job when you don't win a playoff game for 9 or 10 years?
But Mike Tomlin had an incredible track record, and Pittsburgh they have an aversion to change. That's not the Baltimore Orioles. There is no track record. You're right about Tomlin. But the fact that there's a special circumstance there with Tomlin.
I know. But I'm saying my point still stands. It doesn't happen in sports.
No, it does not.
Where this is.
Oh, so we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yes.
Like I kept bringing it up, and Tomlin should have been gone multiple years ago. But it doesn't happen in sports. Someone, whether GM, coach, whatever, is able to withstand 8 years of not winning a playoff game. If it comes to that, and I want to keep stressing, it's still early. You can turn it around, whatever. But I'm saying if it comes to that,
I hope they turn this around and they win 90 games.
Yes.
I'm just telling you, the PR will be disastrous. He can't come back if they lose 90 games again. Let's quickly grab Nick in Bel Air. Nick, you're on the Fan.
You're already hearing rumblings about Nashville, aren't you? But I'll leave that for another day.
I'm hearing no rumblings about Nashville.
No, okay. Listen, a roller coaster, right? I remember back when Jackson was on this hot streak, and it looked like the team was lifting up. But then I knew that we were going to get in the stretch of opponent left-handers, starting left-handers. And I think any opponent who has common sense is going to stack left-handers against us, because I can understand if we go against a five-star kind of left-hander is going to shut us down. But this right-handed lineup we have, they turn the ball over. They won't wait. As you can hear all our analysts say, let the ball travel. Take the ball to right field. Situational hitting. They don't do that. And I found a word on Taylor Ward. I don't know if the Angels hit him defensively. I don't know if he played a lot of left field there. But don't tell me that it's just because he's in other ballparks.
No,
he plays like this at home, too.
He's a bad, Nick, appreciate the call. He's a bad left fielder.
But I'll say this.
He can hit.
I'll say this. He has not been a good fielder at all. He is the least of my worries.
I hear you.
If you hit and get on base at the clip that he's getting at, all right, dude, I can overlook the poor defense.
It goes to my point yesterday where they tell you they don't value defense.
Yes.
Because he's not a good defender.
No.
We will come back and get back to the Ravens as we wrap up basically rookie minicamp. We have not heard from Avenga Wane today, so let's do that. And you know what? Let's hear from Chandler Rivers. He spoke on Saturday. What did he have to say? We'll hear it next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
At Planet Fitness, we know how important it is to take care of both your mind and body. That's why now through May 15th, all new members get free massage amenities all month long, so you can reset, recover, and leave feeling stronger than when you came in. Join the club for just $1 down, $15 a month, and get free massage amenities for the month of May. No commitment. Deal ends May 15th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Haynie here. Are you seeing the prices at grocery stores lately? It feels like the numbers just keep going up. But listen, I don't sweat it because I use Upside. With the Upside app, I get cash back whenever I shop at giant locations, and you can too. It's easy. Simply download the free Upside app in the App Store or Google Play right now and start earning cash for buying the groceries you're already buying. And if you thought it couldn't get any better, my limited time promo code CHARM15 gets you an extra $10 bonus on your first purchase. You know what's wild? Family of 4 is spending $1,200 a month on groceries right now. I saw that number and thought there's got to be a smarter way to do it. Download the free Upside app now. Use my promo code CHARM15 to redeem your $10 bonus at any giant location. Join the real people earning money just for buying groceries. Plus, you can cash out at any time to your bank account or e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. What are you waiting for? Let's do it. Download the free Upside app now. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Diamonds, they make earrings sparkle. Gold,
it makes a necklace shine. Yeah. You want to know the best things that diamonds and gold make? Scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Whether you play one or the other or both, you'll have lots of sparkly, shiny fun. With diamonds, gold, and instant cash, how could you not? Please play responsibly.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
The R&B Tour starring Usher Raymond and Chris Brown is coming to Northwest Stadium on July 10th and 11th. Tickets are on sale now, a Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Yankees dominated the Orioles in a 4-game series as they outscored the Birds 39-10. That negative 29 run differential is tied for the O's worst run differential in a series in franchise history. Manager Craig Albernaz addressed the fan base's frustration.
We're not leaving anything to be desired, right? But for us, we just have to turn the page and move on. And for the fans' sake, and I get it. Like we're in it right now. We're definitely in a rough stretch.
Chris Bassett will take the ball in tonight's series opener against the Marlins. Last time out versus the Astros, Bassett delivered his best start of the year as he held Houston to 1 earned run across 6 2/3 innings. Miami will send out Sandy Alcantara. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly gets underway at 5:30. 2 more second-round series tip-off tonight in the NBA. At 7, the Pistons host the Cavs, and at 8:30, the Thunder play the Lakers. From the Bob Bell Automotive Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 65. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 75. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. Don't let a bad call by a bad driver cost you the game. Dubo Law is here to fight for you. If you've been injured in a car accident, visit 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
And it's unbelievable. Me and Kyron Hudson, my teammate from Penn State, and we were just talking after practice yesterday. It's a crazy feeling knowing that you're wearing the NFL shield on your chest now, playing in the league. We just finished our first practice in the NFL. It's definitely a feeling of being blessed, Definitely wouldn't picture myself here a while ago, but just happy that I'm here now.
Svenga Wane speaking Saturday, media availability, that practice for rookie minicamp all weekend. His first practice was Friday, and I think this thing that stood out for me is he's a massive human being, but he's not fat, which is kind of an incredible thing to Ben, would you agree with that, right? He's massive, but he's not fat.
One way to put it.
Yeah, when a guy weighs 300 plus pounds, you assume he's going to look like I did at one point in time.
I mean, Ronnie Stanley's not fat.
No, but this guy, he's built different.
I get what you're saying.
His arms are as big as my head.
He looks like a Madden created player. He
looks like he was created in a lab.
Yes, exactly.
Ben, didn't you get that impression looking at him?
Yeah, that's the first thing that came to mind. Oh, this dude's been built in a lab. That's exactly what came to my mind.
He's not fat. He's he's 3 bills and he's not anyway. Vengawane speaking on Saturday, and he talked about left guard, right guard. What say you?
Yeah, for me at Penn State, I played both left and right, a little bit of center as well. Shout out to Phil Chartman, my line coach at Penn State. He made sure every day we were rotating left and right just to, get used to it. But out here, it's, definitely a little bit of work to get used to again, but ain't much to it.
I do love his confidence, and the one thing they have on their side, if he does flip, they've got all offseason to get him comfortable in that spot where he's played before.
Well, and I also think the fact that Venga, obviously being a rookie at 22 years old, is the much younger player to John Simpson. Mm-hmm. And John Simpson has been in the NFL for a while now, and he's pretty much predominantly played left guard. So I think it's easier to do the switch with the younger player who's obviously had less reps of football in his lifetime. And you consider the fact that, like Venga was saying, the offensive line coach at Penn State really experimented with Venga across the line.
So Vengawane speaking to us on Saturday and talked about moving out of draft mode and into football mode.
It's been a long process, man. It's been about 4 months, something like that. But, I'd say after draft, I flew out the next morning. I got like 4 hours of sleep, like I said before, touchdown and left again in like 12 hours. So definitely a long process, but I'm just happy that I'm here now, back to football, back to where, where we belong. So
you experienced that over the weekend for your hike. Not much. You could wake up, but you didn't fly, but you had to wake up early, only 4 hours sleep probably.
Yeah, made it happen. It was probably less than 4 hours of sleep.
You're like Vengawane.
I guess, somewhat.
Yeah.
But to Venga's point, I'm always kind of amazed every single year with rookies. And a lot of people bring up the rookie wall, right? In December, rookie gets off to a hot start. They fade down the stretch. And it kind of amazes me that it doesn't happen more often, because you think of the guys that have been involved with the draft.
Mm-hmm.
They've been nonstop since last summer. They didn't have an off season because you're in draft mode. You go to the scouting combine, you get the pro days, you're interviewing and flying over to team facilities, and now boom, you get drafted. Rookie mini camp, you're in the off season training program, OTAs, mini camp, training camp, until January when the season's done. And obviously the NFL season's longer than college, so it's nonstop for well over a full year.
One more from Vengawane. Talks about working with his new line coach, Mr. Ledford.
He's energetic. I'm talking about every day. It's not just out here. It's in the meeting room. Whether you're walking down the hallway with him, he's always energetic. Just talking about different things more than just ball. It's a good thing to have an O-line room. Separate ball and life talk type of things like that, just to clear your mind up a little bit, refresh, reset, things like that. But he's a phenomenal coach. I've been with him for 3 days now, so I'm learning a lot from him.
This was a huge priority for the Ravens. Jesse Minter didn't really have a connection with Dwayne Ledford, but they wanted an elite O-line coach, and they go get Dwayne Ledford.
Well, after last year, it was such a disaster for the offensive line, and you saw all 5 starters take a step back. You needed to bring in someone with pedigree in terms of coaching, and that's Dwayne Ledford. He's got plenty of experience in the NFL, and I'm sure he was doing backflips when the Ravens selected Vengawane, and I'm sure he's...
Well, you watched the Ravens, the Ravens.com thing. He was thrilled.
Yeah, and he can't wait to work with him throughout the offseason.
Let's hear from Chandler Rivers, because we really haven't heard from him yet, Bone. He's the 5th-round pick out of Duke, and he talks about having his first NFL practice.
It's just a real feeling, honestly. It feels like a dream come true. I'm out here with a lot of other rookies. We all just got one common goal, make a team, just come out here, have fun, do what we do.
This has been one of the sneaky ones that the draft Knicks third-day picks. A lot of people like this pick as a future slot corner in the league.
Yeah, he was drafted, way later than where he was on the consensus big boards, and getting him in the 5th round, and a guy that only FBS corner with 20 pressures, 20 pass breakups since 2022. It's impressive. He's got a ton of experience, and I know he played, a lot on the outside, but being 5'9", you'd expect him to be on the inside. And I'm curious what his role is going to be this year.
Yeah.
The fact that Marlon's going to be here, and you'd expect him to play a lot in the slot. I can't envision, unless injuries happen. Chandler Rivers plays a ton on defense, but special teams wise and kind of grooming him for that role for 2027.
Let's finish with Cut 47, Beltway. Ben talks about can't wait to learn from the vets.
Yeah, I would say everybody in that corners room, honestly, just see, because they got a few guys that's been here 10 years, been in the league 10 years. So, just see how they stuck, how they lasted so long. And then they got some younger guys in the room like Nate Wigg and stuff. So just getting to know them guys and just picking their brain on whatever I may have a question about, honestly.
It was one of the interesting things on Saturday, just hearing these guys as they begin their NFL journey. And Chandler Rivers is like, I'm going to try to be a sponge and kind of bring in everything I get from these guys once I start to practice with them.
Well, it's interesting. The secondary is a very good blend of young and old, and 10 plus years. I guess this is Marlon's 10th year he's going into, if I'm not mistaken. Drafted in 2017. Chidobe Awuzie has been in the league for a while, but then Nate Wiggins still figuring it out, entering year 3, and Kyle Hamilton's still a really young player. Malachi Starks is a really young player, and we got a fired up Mike Bordick. He's telling me I got something here.
Yeah, he says you got a bit of a. You might need a Stridex pad for the older people in the room. Yeah. Hey, you look good, Bone. I think you look good. Yeah. Bordy. It still holds
viral yesterday.
Still holds
man.
the streak for the longest stretch of errorless games by a shortstop.
Errorless games,
yes.
And obviously errorless chances by a shortstop. And he's on our team.
I don't want to speak
on
for
our
Bordy,
team, damn it.
This is a man who defense was his calling card. To watch what he's had to watch on a nightly basis. These guys can't make simple plays. Has to drive. I would eat a dozen more eggs a day if I were Bordy.
He already ate half a dozen before he had the interview with us.
Hey, we'll come back. It's a good time with the schedule probably coming out in the next week or so. The league likes to make it kind of a secret. We know who they're playing. We don't know when except for one game. But what do we think of this upcoming schedule of games? And this is an opportunity for the Ravens to make a little hay. We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look at game 1 between the O's and the Marlins. Mike Bordick will join us, and the Ravens have the 6th easiest schedule in the National Football League. How does that influence your expectations?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger
to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
US 50 eastbound headed toward the Bay Bridge before Baydale Drive. The crash is on the left side. 2 right lanes are open. 295 northbound before 175 disabled vehicle. The right lane gets by. And 95 northbound before Caton Avenue. Accidents on the left side. It remains heavy to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from before West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound before Child Street. There's a crash. Remains heavy to the Harbor Tunnel. Jones Falls Expressway southbound at West Cold Spring Lane. There's an accident. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy between Route 40 and Security Boulevard. On the Beltway, heavy both directions through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Hey, yeah, I want to shoot, baby, shoot.
To let you know, I know you always tune into Baltimore Baseball Tonight, but tonight Bordy's spitting hot fire. So you want to tune in at 5:30, Bordy in the Bone. Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Ravens. The schedule will be coming out in the next 2 weeks. The NFL likes to keep secrecy around this. We know one game when it's going to be played. That's the game against the Cowboys in Rio. That's week 3, September 27th. So that's one of your, they play 9 road games, 8 home games. So let's stick with the other road games first, Bone. You got Bengals, Browns, Steelers, then at the Falcons, at the Colts, at the Texans, at the Panthers, at the Bills. The home schedule, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Tennessee, New Orleans, Tampa Bay, and the Chargers. There aren't a lot, like the Bills game, obviously, but man, there isn't a lot of premium opponents on this year's schedule, Bone.
No, and Warren Sharp, who's friend of the program, he's been on here multiple times, and he put out his rankings, strength of schedule, and this isn't based off what teams did last year. It's based off of where Vegas has their win projections. And 11 of the Ravens' 17 games this season are against teams projected to have 8.5 wins or fewer. So basically losing records. Mm-hmm. They have 2 games against teams projected to have double-digit win totals. The Chargers, which they have a 10.5 over-under win total, and the Bills also with 10.5. And based on Warren Sharp's formula, the Ravens had the 12th hardest schedule last season. This year, it's the 6th easiest schedule. And just to give you the top 5 easiest, Lions at 1, Saints, Bengals, Browns, Jets, and then Ravens. So it certainly appears on paper, and there's still way long time to go before now and week 1, that this is a softer schedule for the Ravens. And heck, even if you just look at the road games, Ken, Atlanta's not a tough place to play.
No.
Indy's not a tough place
Houston's
to play.
not a tough
Carolina, like
Buffalo is.
Buffalo absolutely is, and that's going to be their brand new stadium this year. So
that's right.
Who knows? Maybe the Ravens end up opening the season in Buffalo. And of course, Dallas is essentially a neutral site game, even though it's their home game. So a lot of winnable games there. And then you look at the home schedule that you laid out, Ken, and Jacksonville was very good last year, ended up going 1 and done. Tennessee was horrible. Saints were scrappy. Bucks, bleh, and then the Chargers. So certainly it sets up on paper for a bounce back year for the Ravens.
The thing that's funny about football, and you know this, Bone, teams that we don't think are going to be really good, some of them pop up and they're rarely good. And on the flip side, you had the Ravens, who were the betting Super Bowl favorite a year ago at this time, and they missed the playoffs. So that is the joy of football.
Well, and something that's very interesting, why I gave out the top 5 easiest, Bengals coming in at number 3 is very intriguing, because they've obviously done a lot to improve their defense.
I like what they've done.
And if Joe Burrow can stay healthy, maybe they are a sneaky pick in this division, considering the easiness of the schedule.
Yes, because they actually might have a competent, like if they can be a league average defense, and that, like I don't, if I'm a Bengals fan, and let's try to enter that mind, and remember, Femi was on last week, said they're the rudest fans in football that he experienced. But let's try to enter the mind of those rude people for a minute, Bone. All I want is a league average defense. And I think with the moves they made this offseason, adding like a Boye Mafe, I think that potential could be there.
Absolutely, it could be there. And with the schedule and with the offense obviously remaining intact, yeah. And I'll also say this in terms of like people, the schedule, we're doing scheduled. The schedule matters. And, you could say that it doesn't, but you don't think the Patriots benefited a ton from that easy schedule on their magic carpet ride? Mm-hmm. And then for this, last year, 2 of 8 teams with the toughest schedules made the playoffs last season. The Texans and the Rams, and that list included the Vikings and the Chiefs. So the schedule does matter.
By the way, just to give you some insight, like they added Boye Mafe, they traded for Dexter Lawrence. I'm talking about the Bengals. They added secondary help, Brian Cook. Like I think Jonathan Allen. Like I think they've at least made an effort to improve this defense.
Yeah, absolutely they have. And I mean, it was just so dreadful last season. Like they needed to. Gosh, what was that game against the Jets where they missed like 17 tackles in the fourth quarter alone, and the Jets are having a field day, and that was a horrific offense they had last year.
Coming up next, let's start getting into the Orioles and they got a series tonight against the Marlins. Craig Mish, part of Marlins TV. We'll get his thoughts. Who are the Miami Marlins? What is he expecting in this series? That's next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need to replace your cooling and heating system? Constellation Home will give you a same-day estimate and next-day installation. Plus, save up to $3,000. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound before Caton Avenue. The crash is on the left side. It remains heavy to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound before exit 9 at Child Street. Accident there to the shoulder and still heavy to the Harbor Tunnel. Jones Falls Expressway southbound at West Cold Spring Lane. There's an accident. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy between Route 40 and Security Boulevard. Inner loop of the Beltway heavy. Actually, it's heavy both directions through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road. And 50 eastbound before Baydale Drive. Crash on the left side. 2 right lanes are open. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Adley Rutschman failed to challenge a called ball in the first inning against Aaron Judge that would have ended in a strikeout. Judge homered 3 pitches later. Manager Craig Albernaz spoke about Rutschman failing to challenge that pitch.
I've talked about this before. We want our catchers to be more aggressive, challenging, especially when it's a strike. You want that pitch. We want it to be a strike. And we trust our catchers and him and Sam with their strike zone awareness and judgment. Looking at it, it was a strike, and we probably should have challenged that for sure.
The O's will try to snap a 5-game losing streak when they open up a 3-game series against the Marlins tonight. Chris Bassett will take the mound opposite Sandy Alcantara. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly, gets underway at 5:30. 2 more second-round series tip-off tonight in the NBA. At 7, the Pistons host the Cavs, and at 8:30, the Thunder play the Lakers. From the Bob Bell Automotive Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 65. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 75. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles and Marlins start a 3-game series tonight. 6:40 first pitch, which means Baltimore Baseball Night coming up at 5:30. Bordy and the Bone right here on 105.7 The Fan. So let's get a Marlins perspective of this series. Craig Mish, Marlins TV, joins us now. And Craig, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. The first thing that struck me when I was digging in on the Marlins is I guess I should have realized, but how bad the NL East is. Only the Braves sit at 25-11. Everybody else is under 500. So I guess just let's start there. Is this what you expected from this division?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. And no, definitely not. I did not think that the Mets would start off so poorly, the Phillies would start off so poorly, and Washington has certainly played better than what people thought. I did expect the Braves to be much better, so that I will say. Yes, I did think that. I mean, remember the start they got off to last year. I think they were 0-7, if I'm not mistaken, and so they kind of lost their season, it felt like, early. But, so I think things are starting to normalize a little. You're seeing the Mets win a little. I believe now you're going to start seeing the Phillies win a lot. And it feels like the division will be kind of bunched up through Memorial Day, which clearly no one expected. Everyone thought that the top three would be Atlanta, Philadelphia, and New York by a mile, and it hasn't been anything close to that.
Well, Craig, let's get into the Marlins starter tonight, Sandy Alcantara, and there were definitely, consideration. Do they trade him last year? But, of course, coming back from injury, he just was not right at all. But he's looking back to himself. What has been the difference for Sandy this year?
Yeah, I just think when you come back off that surgery, we're seeing it with Strider, too. I just don't think it's very smooth to begin with. I think it's just the touch and feel of your pitches and being convicted to throw in the zone when you don't know if you have your best stuff. I just think it took Sandy a long time to get there, and now whether or not he goes back to being a Cy Young Award winner, I don't know, but he definitely seems like he's one of the best starters going right now in the National League, and so it wouldn't surprise me to see him continue with these efforts that he's had with 7 innings and 8 innings and 1 earned run and 2 earned runs. He's just been great again.
Talking with Craig Mish, is Inside Access here on The Fan. Craig, what about old friend Kyle Stowers? Had an injury, so got off to a late start this year, coming off a fantastic season last year.
Yeah, I'm not sure at this point. I mean, Stowers missed all of the spring, basically, and it feels like the month of April is spring training almost for him. But again, it's really hard to go through spring training at the big league level, and it definitely feels like that's been the case. He's had some lower leg issues, some hamstring issues. I don't believe that's affecting him now, but look, the numbers are what they are. He really hasn't done much at the start of the season, and clearly the year that he had last year was a magical one. And look, I don't know that anybody thought that he was going to do that again, but yes, fair to say that it's been a slow start for him since he's come back.
What about other former Oriole, Connor Norby, and his start to the season?
Yeah, Norby is a strange one. Norby is kind of like playing everywhere on the field. He came up and he was going to play second, and then they had him playing third, and then the outfield, and then first. And it feels like they're almost trying to create him into this super utility kind of guy. But for him, to his defense, it's really hard to do that when you're sitting a lot, and it does feel like he's in and out of the lineup quite a bit. But we'll just kind of have to see what he is in the future. But at least from the Marlins' perspective, they definitely do not have him playing every day, at least for the time being.
Craig, just curious your view from 30,000 feet of the Orioles. Obviously, they just got curb stomped by the Yankees in a 4-game series, and just what you thought they were going to be coming into the year and what you now get as they come to Miami.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset. I really, a couple years ago, I really felt like this was headed in the right direction, and then finally the recognition of getting Corbin Burns and adding to the pitching, and Trevor Rogers, who of course I know very well, and I just saw him about 5 minutes ago. I know he's not pitching right now. I really thought that with the hitting that they had, that eventually there would be, some pitching that would come in, whether it's free agency or draft or just some sort of recognition. But guys, like, it just hasn't happened. And so I'm sort of sad, like I don't know that there's a way out of this at this point, because if they're just going to go into every year, coin flipping a little bit on the pitching, it's not going to work. I am a big Dean Kramer fan. I know he got hurt, but I really like what he brings to the table, and he pitched very highly competitive at the World Baseball Classic. But, we also have to be honest with ourselves. He's probably like a 4 or a 3 at best. But my big view is, honestly, very disappointed with the Orioles. I thought by now they would be winning divisions and going deep into the postseason, and obviously it has not happened.
We're speaking to Craig Mish. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Craig, what's led to this big jump for Liam Hicks from his rookie year to now?
Yeah, Rule 5 guy, which you almost never see this kind of production from a Rule 5 guy. There's a couple of different things. The Marlins had some very significant initiatives in spring training, working with all of the batters on their swing path and also their swing speed. So basically, like, working faster with the bat in the zone, and he's one of those in particular that I think that has helped quite a bit with that. And so literally they're just working on that sort of stuff every day, strength, conditioning, swinging the bat faster. As rudimentary as it sounds, that works. He also changed his stance a little bit, doesn't have the toe tap that he did a year ago. And when you look at some of the video, that would play into it as well. But also, when you think about it, guys, when you're in this sort of Tampa Bay model, which Miami is in a little bit, righties, are batting against lefties, and lefties are batting against righties, and that's pretty much the way they roll here, guys. Like, there's 3 or 4 guys that play every day, and everybody else is platooning in and out. And so Hicks is getting only at bats basically against right-handed pitching, and we've seen those mashers before from the left side. Hicks has been one of them this year.
Craig, I want to get back to Alcantara. If you were a betting man, is he still with the Marlins after the trade deadline?
Yes, I would say so. I said that last year. I'll say it again this year. It's a lot of fun for people like us in the industry and talk shows, and and look, I've been doing this for a really long time, throwing rumors out there and having fun like that. But I don't know where I think it's very important to be able to write columns and get people to read, and rumor columns are fantastic, and I definitely respect everybody in the industry that does that. But sometimes, just simply put, creating a trade in your mind is not the same as an organization, and they do feel like he's a legacy-type player here. Now, if things went completely sideways, could that change the equation? Of course, but for me, unless the club is blown away, I do not think he's moved at the deadline.
Craig, how impressed have you been with the Marlins bullpen this year?
Well, it's been a little hit or miss. The sort of issue that they had is that they really went out and got a frontline closer, Pete Fairbanks, and guys, he really just hasn't pitched much this year. Unfortunately, he's hurt right now with a nerve issue, and so we're not going to see him this series, and I don't think next week as well. And congrats to his family. They had a baby, but he was gone for the the paternity list. Boy, I almost screwed that one up.
The circle of life, list. The other end.
So hopefully not that. So he hasn't really pitched that much. But beyond that, they've done a good job. I wouldn't say it's been a great job. They've held it together, and they found this guy, John King, in the offseason. They signed him to a 1-year, $1 million deal. He's been arguably statistically the best left-handed reliever in baseball, if you look at it, crazily enough. So some guys have been good. Some guys have had a tough time. I would say maybe a little bit above average bullpen is the way I would describe it this year. Craig,
you said you ran into Trevor Rogers. Give us an idea how he looked, how he sound, because he allegedly had a horrible flu. They put him on the IL because it was that bad.
Yeah, seems fine to me, guys. So I don't know. I don't know how much further I'm going to go with that, because it seems fine to me. He's having fun talking to all the reporters here, and I guess from his perspective and the Orioles' perspective, I suppose they're hopeful that he's back next week. I think that's when he would be scheduled to return. I'm sad that he didn't get a chance to pitch against his old buddies this week.
So let's close here. The Marlins have lost 3 of 4. The Orioles have lost 5 in a row. That could set up for some ugly baseball, but what are you expecting to see over these next 3 days?
Well, the Marlins just lost 3 out of 4 to the Phillies, and the reason why they did, guys, is because the Phillies ended up figuring out, yes, here's how we pitch. I look at who the Orioles are starting. Again, no disrespect to the Orioles the next 3 days. I don't see a world where the Marlins don't win this series. So, I don't know how it – I mean, you guys follow a lot closer than me. I don't know how it's gotten to this point so quickly with the Orioles pitching staff, and I know that they wanted more from Bassett and some of the other guys, but – I think the Marlins are going to score some runs here, and if that's going to be the case, I think that Miami probably wins 2 out of 3. That'd be my guess.
Craig Mish, Marlins TV. Craig, always great catching up with you. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Anytime, guys. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. Coming up next, let's take a look at this series. And Bone, Craig Mish says he thinks the Orioles are going to lose 2 or 3. What do we think? We'll get into it. By the way, Ben McDonald joins us at 5 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look at Game 1 between the O's and the Marlins. Mike Bordick will join us, and the Ravens have the 6th easiest schedule in the National Football League. How does that influence your expectations?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks destroyed the 76ers in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Semis, 137-98 last night. The Knicks became the first team in NBA history to win 3 consecutive playoff games by 25 points or more. 76ers head coach Nick Nurse waved the white flag halfway through the third quarter when he pulled his starters when the Knicks stretched the lead to 30. Game 2 of the series is Tuesday night in New York. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Coming up tonight in the pro basketball playoffs, Game 1 of the Western Conference semifinal series, Oklahoma City, a 15.5-point favorite against Los Angeles in purple and gold. Total in the game, 213.5. And a great job by LA in round 1. Its 41-year-old superstar taking down Houston. Oklahoma City, an entirely different challenge. I don't think LA has what it takes to keep this game close. LA's best player not going to be available for tonight's game. I think OKC wins, and OKC wins big. Give me OKC laying the 15.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limo? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound before Caton Avenue, crash on the left side. It remains heavy to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound before exit 9 at Child Street. Clearing an accident there, still heavy to the Harbor Tunnel. 895 northbound before Holabird Avenue. After the tunnel, there's an accident on the right side. Jones Falls Expressway, 83 southbound at West Cold Spring Lane, clearing an accident. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, heavy between Route 40 and Security Boulevard. Also heavy on the Beltway, both directions through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Start a 3-game series in Miami against the Marlins tonight. 6:40 is I think that's the start time for all 3 games, which means 5:30 Baltimore baseball tonight. Bordy in the Bone tonight, and it's the 15-20 Orioles against the 16-19 Marlins. So 2 teams having a little rough right now, Bum.
Sandy Alcantara, though, he's that's the furthest thing from a rough start to the season for him, and something of note heading into this game, because we talked ad nauseum about this, where opposing pitchers are leaning into off-speed pitches against the Orioles. Well, what's Sandy Alcantara's most thrown pitch so far this year? His changeup.
Oh, that's great.
And
Colton Cowser's in the lineup.
Yes. What do opposing batters hit against Alcantara's changeup so far this year? A whopping 178 batting average, Ken. A whopping 289 slug off Alcantara's changeup. And he's just had a really, really good start to the season, Ken, and he's been eating up innings. 7 starts. He's gone 47 and a third innings. He's been really, really impressive with a 3.04 ERA. And, you know, in terms of their offense, this team will run, and they are very aggressive on the base paths. They're tied for third in stolen bases on the season, 7th in batting average with runners in scoring position, 14th in OPS. They really don't hit many home runs at all, 27th.
Yeah, Stowers hadn't hit one yet, has he? I don't think
he hasn't. But like you mentioned with Craig, he started the year on the IL due to, I believe, a hamstring injury. He's only played in 13 games so far, and he's still waiting to get going. He's got a 633 OPS. But Liam Hicks, who we talked to him about, he's off to a red-hot start, 888 OPS, 7 home runs.
Orioles lineup tonight, Bone. Gunnar Henderson leading off at shortstop. Taylor Ward batting second in left field. Dylan Beaver, he's in the 3-hole again.
Yeah.
DHing. Pete Alonso batting fourth at first base. Sam Basayo, your catcher, batting fifth. Leody Taveras batting sixth in center field. Colton Cowser, we alluded to him. He's in right field batting seventh. Kobe Mayo at third base batting eighth. And Blaze Alexander is at second base batting ninth. So no Adley. And who else are we missing here? As far as and no Jeremiah Jackson in tonight's lineup.
Interesting.
Yeah.
2 of your hotter guys, more productive guys on the season, not in the lineup when you're in the midst of a 5-game losing streak, but they got to start games better. We say it every single day. They got to get a lead early on in this game, and it's going to be tough going against Alcantara. And I'm very interested to see what Chris Bassett's encore is going to be coming off his best start of the season against the Astros. He only gave up 1 earned run across 6 2/3 innings, and like normal with Bassett, and it's not like Bassett, he's gotten off to a rough start to the year on a whole, but when he's had spurts of strong play, it's because of that curveball, it's because of that sweeper, and those 2 pitches were really working for him last time out against the Astros. He got 8 whiffs on that. He had 7 strikeouts, which was a career high for him. He was the one, and granted, Ken, it was very short-lived. Remember, he had the come to Jesus meeting with the starting rotation. And
hey, it looked good for a couple days.
It did. Boz looked really good for last time through, not last night. And Bassett looked good. So outside of that, since Bassett last started, it's been a rough go of it for the starting rotation. So hopefully Bassett can at least build off what he was able to do last time.
Anything at all you can glean, Bone, from the fact that Colton Cowser got on base 3 times last night?
I mean, he took a walk, at least. I felt like, I forget what at-bat it was. Because he
took 2 walks.
He did. He got on base 3 times.
Yes.
The second walk was when he walked bases loaded.
Yes.
And I believe I'm blanking on who was pitching for them last night. I think he only threw fastballs. I think Colton Cowser in that at-bat where he took a walk, I believe it was only fastballs.
Was that Schlittler's final at bat?
It might have been. It might have been.
I think it was Schlittler. He's the only one to give up a run. So yeah.
I got to go back and see.
It was Schlittler. That's the only one they scored.
Okay. He saw 1 cutter. So it was 2 4-seam fastballs and 2 sinkers. So it really, he didn't see any off speed, that's a choice when you're approaching Colton Cowser. Because I remember Ben and I guess both Bens, Ben McDonald and Ben Wagner were both talking about it yesterday on Masson during that at bat. Like, that's interesting that Cowser didn't see any off speed.
Hey, he seemed to have more patience at the plate last night.
Look, Ben brought this up. What was it, yesterday and around the Beltway? With how bad this team has been defensively, if Colton Cowser can give you anything at the plate right now, you kind of want him in the lineup just solely because it's been that abysmal in the outfield.
That's where I'm at, and it's crazy if you would have told me at the beginning of the season I'd be here, because for a while you guys know how I felt about Cowser.
Yeah.
Yesterday I was screaming like I want to see him out there, because what you have in front of him out there defensively is not good, and they're not hitting either. So Cowser's going to go up there. If he gives you an over, it's the same thing the other guys are giving you.
Yeah, to your point, he's a plus corner outfielder. I'd rather have him out there than Tyler O'Neill.
Ball that he called saved him. I don't think anybody breaks on the ball up. Now, the play before, he had the spin throw, whatever that was. But he broke in and saved the run.
He doesn't know where the ball's going when he throws.
Yeah. Coming off a game in which he reached base safely 3 times, he needed to be in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you. Orioles and Marlins, first of 3 tonight, boarding the bone. Baltimore baseball tonight, coming up at 5:30. 6:40 first pitch. Ben McDonald will be part of the call on Masson, and he joins us next here on The Fan.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. FanDuel's giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblingup.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tomorrow, Wednesday night in the pro basketball playoffs, San Antonio, a 9.5-point home favorite against Minnesota, total 215.5. Now, I don't know if Minnesota will win outright like it did in game 1, but this point spread is way too big with how hard Minnesota plays. I think Minnesota keeps the game close, and Minnesota covers the big number. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The countdown is on, Bel Air. Bob Bell Automotive is bringing something exciting your way. Get ready for big inventory, big savings, and a fresh new car buying experience designed around you. More choices, more value, and a better way to shop are almost here. Stay tuned and learn more at bobbell.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
How would you live your life differently if you knew it was only a matter of time before you went completely deaf and blind?
Rebecca wears a cochlear implant sound processor.
I have Usher syndrome, a rare condition that's causing me to lose all of my vision and hearing at the same time.
She works out at a gym.
I'm a fighter, trying to hold on to what I still have.
She uses a white cane.
But I can't do it alone.
Text. With Usher syndrome, every second counts. You can help. UsherSyndromeSociety.org.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is
Just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
It's time to spring into deals at Lowe's. Freshen up your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Then get what you need to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
The R&B Tour starring Usher Raymond and Chris Brown is coming to Northwest Stadium on July 10th and 11th. Tickets are on sale now, a Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Yankees dominated the Orioles in a 4-game series as they outscored the Birds 39-10. That negative 29 run differential is tied for the O's worst run differential in a series in franchise history. Manager Craig Albernaz addressed the fan base's frustration.
We're not leaving anything to be desired, right? But for us, we just have to turn the page and move on. And for the fans' sake, and I get it. Like we're in it right now. We're definitely in a rough stretch.
Chris Bassett will take the ball in tonight's series opener against the Marlins. Last time out versus the Astros, Bassett delivered his best start of the year as he held Houston to 1 earned run across 6 2/3 innings. Miami will send out Sandy Alcantara. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly gets underway at 5:30. 2 more second-round series tip-off tonight in the NBA. At 7, the Pistons host the Cavs, and at 8:30, the Thunder play the Lakers. From the Bob Bell Automotive Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 65. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 75. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Downloading the McDonald's app has its privileges. Order your favorites ahead of time, save money with app-exclusive deals, earn free food, and get your favorites delivered with McDelivery. So stop wasting time and order from the McDonald's app today. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles and Marlins start of a 3-game series tonight. First pitch 6:40. Baltimore baseball tonight. Tim Barbalese and Mike Bordick at 5:30, and then you can go to Masson where you watch the game. And Ben Wagner and Ben McDonald will be on the call, and Big Ben McDonald joins us now. Ben, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. I want to get into your mind as a former player, if I could, because watching it as a fan, that series in the Bronx was frustrating. Just like, how would you as a player have taken what happened to the Orioles this weekend?
Well, always good to be with you guys. Yeah, I mean, look, for me, it was a wake-up call. Early in the year, you want to go up against the best, and the Yankees right now, I don't see a weak spot with the Yankees.
Yeah.
They can, and you guys saw it. I mean, they hit with power. Their pitching's the best in baseball. They play solid defense. They steal bases, top 3. They don't have a weak spot right now. So you get to measure yourself against the best to kind of see where you are. Well, the Orioles found out where they are. They literally got punched, and they got taken out behind the woodshed is what happened, And so how do you respond to that? How do you learn from it? Of course you do. But I hope it makes you a little bit tougher to realize we got to get better quickly. And look, I'm a fan too. And, we're up here talking about ball games, and I get the frustration. I understand back in Birdland there's a lot of frustration. I get that right now, but I'm around this team every day, and I see these guys, and I watch them go through it. I'm watching them right now go through all their drills right now. They are literally working their tails off. And so it's not because of lack of effort on the coaching side. It's not because of lack of effort of wanting to do good and wanting to win ball games. It's just simply not happening right now. And so what do you do? I mean, look, this game is relentless, and it doesn't feel sorry for you. And you got to go out and you got to pick up the pieces, and you got to go play every day. That's what this is about. It is not a sprint. It never has been. This is a marathon season. And the great news is, yes, the Yankees are starting to run away. But if you look at the overall picture of things, even though the Orioles haven't played their best baseball, not even close to it, the good news is they're going to be in the hunt because nobody's really running away in the American League a ton in the wild card stuff right now, And so that's what you got to kind of hang your hat on. You hope this team gets it turned around. And look, the key to this thing is getting Trevor Rogers back, pitching similar to what he did last year, getting Kyle Bradish going like he did last year. Chris Bassett's on the mound tonight. Look, 3 of his last 4 starts, 1 earned run or last, had his best start against the Astros. And so it won't be easy. You run up against Alcantara tonight for the Marlins, who's obviously really good, won a Cy Young a few years back. You're going to see Max Meyer. He's really good. So you got some real dudes you got to go up against as well in this series. So it won't be easy, but this almost feels like in some ways to me, and I know it's early May and it's hard to say this feels like a must, and I say a must-win series for the Orioles to kind of flush what happened over in New York, put it behind you. That's the great thing about this game, right? I mean, you got pounded, but you get to lace them back up in a different city, and you get after it again today to see what happens.
Ben, I think the most frustrating aspect about this team has been just the self-inflicted mistakes.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's every single game, whether it's poor defense and it could be an error like the Leo Taveras throwing error. And I thought you made a great point yesterday. Gunner's got to come in to get that ball. I know the error was charged to Leote. That led to an unearned run. Wild pitch by Shane Baz last night. Plays that aren't even ruled errors that give extra 90
Not challenging
feet.
a third strike.
Not challenging a third. It's a lot of self-inflicted mistakes. And when you have a really struggling ball club like this, it's almost impossible to overcome.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with all that. And here's what I think is going on in some ways. We have position players taking their at-bats to the field with them. And this game is so much about being able to separate your offense from your defense, right? Your defense is always great when you're hitting good because you're in the ball game. You feel good about where you are at the plate. You go out in the field and you got a lot of energy. And Gunnar is scuffling right now. And honestly, I think that Gunnar, the worst thing that could have happened to Gunnar early in the year is he hit a lot of home runs early because then now he got a little bit of a pull mode. And I see him working in batting practice trying to hit the ball because when Gunnar is at his best, he is driving the ball to left center field the opposite way. He's letting the ball travel, letting it get deeper. So many people go, he's got to get it in the air. He's got to hit his home runs. He's got to do this, and you get out and you hit a lot of home runs early. And then you think that's what I'm supposed to do. No, that's not what Gunnar Henderson's game is. When he was so good a few years ago, where was he hitting a lot of his base hits to the backside of the field? And Gunnar is so talented, he can leave the left center, he can leave the center, or he can get out in front of it and pull it too. So I think there's a lot of things that need to change. They're working on those things. I think the at-bats need to be shortened a little bit. I think we need to have a better two-strike approach. When I look at the Orioles, I think the swings get too big from time to time with 2 strikes. I know the hitting coaches are talking about it. The players have to be able to buy in to what's going on and be able to change the game a little bit in some ways. They're working on it. It's not translated as of yet, but they are working on it, And so I'm with you with all those things. When you don't have a great defense, and look, that was a concern of mine going in. I thought this defense was going to be okay this year. I didn't think it was going to be great, but I thought it was going to be okay. Well, it hadn't been okay. And these teams are too good to give second chances to, second opportunities to. And so it has to get cleaned up on the defensive side of the ball. There's no doubt about that. It has to get cleaned up, and guys have to be able to separate the offense from the defense to get to where they want to be.
Ben, and we're talking with Ben McDonald's Inside Access here on the Fan. Let's talk about something positive. Pete Alonso had a hit in every game in New York. He homered in 2 of them, extra base hits in 3. He's also hit an opposite field home run in each of the last 2 series. Do you think Pete Alonso's heating up?
Yeah, I do. I really like where the swings are right now. I think he's homered, in 3 of his last 4 series now. I love the way he swung the bat in New York against some really talented pitchers, and it was impressive. I mean, the ball hit to the backside of the field. I mean, who goes to the backside of the field and goes into second deck, And then, of course, the one he pulled made a big adjustment, struck out on the fastball in the first time, and they tried to sneak another fastball by him on the inside part of the plate. He hit it a mile down the left field line. So Pete Alonso is definitely starting to heat up. I feel like he's in a good place. I think the at-bats have been really good for him. And, I mean, that's a guy that I think a lot of the Oriole hitters could look at and say, okay, look at his approach with 2 strikes. He's dumping some balls out right center field. He's driving that ball. He's letting it get deep, and he's hammering it to the backside of the field. I think that has to be the approach for a lot of the Orioles right now because you got to cut the strikeouts back. You know, now, look, the walk rate is fine, and I love the walk rate too. But for anybody that would tell me a walk is as good as a hit, it is not. I'll never buy into that theory of the analytical world when a walk is as good as a hit. I think a walk can extend some innings. It can get the next guy to the plate. It can keep the line moving. But at the end of the day, you got to be able to drive in runs, okay? You got to be able to hit. And I look at the Orioles, and I always harp on this, and people probably get tired of me saying it on TV, is runners in scoring position to me are one of the most important stats that are out there. And if you go back to the 23 season, the Orioles won 100-something games. They were number 1 in baseball with hitting and runners in scoring position. I looked today, and the Orioles are 25th out of 30 teams in those situations. And I'll just take you back to the Yankee series. The Orioles were 4 for 27 with runners in scoring position, okay? That's got to improve. Whether you got to shorten up a little bit with 2 strikes and try to put more balls in play, that's what you have to do. But, I mean, you look at what the Yankees did. The Yankees were 18 for 38 with runners in scoring position. That's a 474 clip. That's the difference in those ball games of being able to perform in those big moments and come up with a base hit. That has to get better. It was a problem for the Orioles last year. It's been a problem for them this year, too. So that needs to get better as well. And I'll just keep telling you guys, I'm around this team a lot. I see it. I understand the frustration that's out there in Birdland, the expectations. I get it, man. But I'm going to tell you this, and I'll tell you a quick story. Chris Bassett was pitching. We, the Orioles, got in at 3:45 this morning. We all got in bed at 5:30 a.m. this morning. Chris Bassett could have hopped on an airplane at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon in New York and got it in here to Miami, and he could have been well-rested and ready to go. But what did he decide to do? Because he's a team guy. And for all the fans out there that are saying these guys aren't on one page, they are. Chris Bassett chose to stick around and watch Shane Baz pitch and encourage him, and he got in with everybody else at 3:45 this morning, yet he's on the bump for the Orioles. So these teams, they care about one another. They are trying to get this thing turned around. I just want all the fans to understand that he could have flown out, and most pitchers will fly out at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They'll get settled in because they got to go the next day, getting in late. He chose to stick it out with his teammates. And so I'm pulling for him in a big way that he's going to have a big night tonight for the Orioles. And like I said, he's been good. He had his best start of the season his last time out against the Astros. We will hope that continues.
Well, let's end there with Chris. Ben Bassett, you're 100% right, coming off his best start as an Oriole, 6 2/3, 1-run ball against the Astros. What was different for him in that start, and what are your expectations for him tonight against the Marlins?
Well, looking at the numbers, his sinking fastball, which, again, he's got a bunch of pitches, but the main pitch for him was that 2-seam fastball. He got 11 of his outs on that 2-seam fastball. He attacked in the zone with it a little bit more. He was a lot more efficient in the ball game with the season-high innings pitch you mentioned. It was season-high strikeouts, too, with 7 for him. So I thought that 2-seam fastball, the command of it was a lot better. It allowed him to get to his off-speed pitches, but he got ahead with that pitch and collected a lot of outs with it. So that's kind of what was different. He looked like the Chris Bassett that performed really well for the Toronto Blue Jays for 3 years. That had a sub-4 ERA in the AL East that chewed up a lot of innings, and I feel like he's in a pretty good spot. As I mentioned, 3 of his last 4 starts, guys, 1 earned run or less. So it feels like he's starting to turn the corner. We'll hope he'll have a big night, and he'll need to. Sandy Alcantara is really, really good. He's having a great year after a little bit of an off year last year.
Orioles and Marlins, first of a 3-game series. First pitch, 6:40. You can watch it on MASN. Ben Wagner and Big Ben McDonald. Ben, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
My pleasure. Always good to talk to you guys. Go O's.
Yes, sir. Ben McDonald, always great catching up with Ben. We'll come back, get the text today, preview tomorrow's show, and get you ready for BBT. It's Bordy and the Bone, 5:30 right here on the Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll take a look at Game 1 between the O's and the Marlins. Mike Bordick will join us, and the Ravens have the 6th easiest schedule in the National Football League. How does that influence your expectations?
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered all May. Cinco de Mayo, Teacher and Nurse Appreciation Weeks, plus whiskey tastings with live music. Great food, locally and veteran-owned. Check them out on Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Miss Pac-Man is back. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of koosh balls. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound is heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel, 895 northbound before Holabird Avenue after the tunnel, accidents on the right side. Jones Falls Expressway southbound at West Cold Spring Lane, clearing an accident. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, heavy between Route 40 and Security Boulevard. Also on the inner loop, it's heavy both directions through Towson, between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
1, 2, 3, come on, you feel me. 1, 2, 3, come on, you feel me. 1, 2, 3, come on.
Orioles and Marlins, a 3-game series tonight. Before we get to the text today, just really quickly, can they give us? I'm going to ask you what I asked you in hour 1, Bone. Can we get a clean baseball game tonight? That's all I ask. Just give me clean.
I don't think they're capable of doing that, Ken. Until I see it in consecutive games, I there's going to be a brain cramp. There's going to be an error. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a misplay of a ball that's not ruled an error, but gives a base runner an extra 90 feet. It's always something every single night with this club.
Whatever can go wrong seems to go wrong. You know, it's funny. We were outlining that you were doing, and then I added the no challenge. But everything you mentioned, he went, Ben McDonald. Yeah.
Oh, well, you can hear him. Ben, you can hear it in his voice, and he said it. He's a broadcaster, but he's also a fan, and he's a former #1 overall pick of this organization. Yeah. It's got to be frustrating for him, being a longtime major leaguer. You heard Mike Bordick earlier on the show, who got the record for most consecutive errorless games by a shortstop. To see this mess with the regularity that we've been seeing it, because, look, you're going to have sloppy games over 162-game schedule. But to see it with this regularity, it's unacceptable.
Let's get the text of the day.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Text of the day comes from Phil in Baltimore, who says, I think it was just a bad time to play the Yankees, and we'll show that in our next matchup with them. This team will get better. It's too early to overreact either way.
No, I appreciate the optimism. How many games are they off of last year's pace right now, Bone?
I didn't even check if it was 2 yesterday. I didn't know if last year's team lost yesterday as well. But yeah, 2 games this deep, and we're coming up on the 1-year mark when Brandon High got fired. It was May 17th of last year, and I get what the texter's saying.
Hey,
it is still very early. I understand all of that, but this was supposed to be different this year. You weren't supposed to get off to this type of start where you're 5 games under 500 and it's May 5th. And the easy schedule that we were talking about, it was easy. The Orioles just weren't able to take advantage of it.
Maybe they're not. Maybe they were the easy schedule.
Well, you played 7 games against teams above 500.
Yes.
7 out of 35. Yeah. That is an easy schedule. They just didn't take advantage of it. And you're going to have series like that. But where you get swept. Not to that degree. You tied a franchise record for the biggest run differential. The last time it happened, Mike Bordick was playing on that team in 2000. Yeah. That wasn't normal.
Beltway Ben, before we get out of here, I did want to get a quick thought from you, because I know you love Anthony Edwards. Minnesota, big win last night. I won't even touch on I thought... Full disclosure, I thought the Sixers were going to lose last night. I didn't think they'd lose by 1,000, but that ugly game 1 against the Knicks. But just your Anthony Edwards in the Timberwolves.
Yeah, I got my Anthony Edwards shirt on today. Big Ant guy. He played. I couldn't believe he actually played. He scored 18 points. Was a little costly in the final 2 minutes, but for the most part, played good basketball. The Timberwolves just going into that atmosphere, and shout out to San Antonio, what they did with the crowd,
the
different colors. Awesome. They really bought into it. I like that. Wemby had 12 blocks. I think 6 of them were goaltending, so we just aren't calling it. Whatever. Again, it's still impressive, but dude. and it was funny, if you listen post game, Coach Finch was like, he's like, I give him a lot of credit, but could you imagine the difference in 6 or 8 points in a game like that?
Yeah.
It's a pretty big difference when you look at it. But yeah, Wemby had 12 blocks, and they still were able to kind of hold them off. He didn't score much.
No.
But they were able to hold them off for game 1. I don't think that happens game 2. Anthony Edwards looks like a shell of himself, but still was able to get it going. He had a 3 in Wemby's face. It was one of the craziest shots I've seen when you have a guy who's I mean,
7-7.
He's an alien.
Yeah.
It's different, but hopefully they can keep it rolling. Again, you guys know I'm a Wizards fan, but when the Wizards are terrible, I think the NBA is the one. Like, I don't do it for most other sports, but the NBA is one sport where I've dealt with enough misery for the Wizards. So I do like to root for Anthony Edwards, where as long as he's in Minnesota, I'll be rooting for them.
Hopefully the Sixers play better in game 2. That's all I have to say about that. What do we have on tomorrow's show?
Tomorrow's show, we have Jeff Zrebiec of The Athletic. He'll be joining us. Tim Murray, we'll get our best bets with him. Kyle Goon, he wrote a column about Mike Elias for the Baltimore Banner. We will talk to him about that, and Ryan Ripken as well.
Are the Orioles fine? We'll find out. That is it for us, but don't you dare change that dial. 40 in the bone. It's Baltimore baseball tonight, and it starts next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Traffic sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. 833-83-VALOR.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
Hey, Bel Air. Something big from Bob Bell is on the way. A new destination for better deals, bigger selection, and trusted service you can count on. More choices, more value, and a better way to buy are almost here. Stay tuned and get ready now at bobbell.com.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in back and neck care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The spine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care, with focus on changing your life for the better. You can schedule an appointment with one of our spine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Haynie here. Are you seeing the prices at grocery stores lately? It feels like the numbers just keep going up. But listen, I don't sweat it because I use Upside. With the Upside app, I get cash back whenever I shop at giant locations, and you can too. It's easy. Simply download the free Upside app in the App Store or Google Play right now and start earning cash for buying the groceries you're already buying. And if you thought it couldn't get any better, my limited time promo code CHARM15 gets you an extra $10 bonus on your first purchase. You know what's wild? Family of 4 is spending $1,200 a month on groceries right now. I saw that number and thought there's got to be a smarter way to do it. Download the free Upside app now. Use my promo code CHARM15 to redeem your $10 bonus at any giant location. Join the real people earning money just for buying groceries. Plus, you can cash out at any time to your bank account or e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. What are you waiting for? Let's do it. Download the free Upside app now. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. that just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, you feel that? Yeah, that's spring. Everything's waking up. Hey, it's Ed. It got me thinking, why should the flowers have all the fun? So I made a little pit stop at Lion's Den while I was in town. Let's just say I left with a few upgrades. Now the mood at home hits differently, much differently. So awaken your senses at Lion's Den, Pasadena, Catonsville, Cockeysville, and Severn. LionsDen.com, of course. Get some pleasure, passion, romance in your life. LionsDen.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need a new water heater today? Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline at 888-243-2120. Right now, save up to $200 with same-day installation available. And if you find a better price, we will match it. Terms and conditions apply. 89794.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound's heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the Beltway Interloop, it's heavy off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard. Then it's heavy on the Beltway in both directions through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Lock Raven Boulevard. Route 50 eastbound at Aris T. Allen Boulevard, accidents blocking the left lane. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
This broadcast is presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Live from 1057 The Fan, it's Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
That ball hit well.
With a deep dive into tonight's matchup.
Left field and deep.
Sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. For a fast, free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerry'shomeservices.com and just ask Jerry's.
Holy smokes! Second deck shot for gutter.
Here's your host, Tim Barbalace.
And Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, who has gone viral over the past 24 hours.
Come on, man.
And Bordy,
I don't even know what viral means.
Bordy, to say that series against the Yankees was ugly would be an understatement.
Oh,
they never led at any point.
Oh.
The Orioles were outscored by the Yankees 39-10.
Oh.
That negative 29 difference ties a franchise record for the Orioles' worst run differential ever in a 4-game series. And I'm sorry to tell you, you were a part of the other series, Bordy.
Oh, great.
We're going way back to the year 2000. May 11th through the 14th, the Red Sox swept the Orioles 35-6 was the total score that they outscored the Birds. In that series, though, Bordy, you were a very respectable 3 for 12. You had 2 walks, and you got off to a fantastic start that season, by the way.
I did. I played so well it got me traded.
Dude, you were in 347 heading into that series. You had 7 home runs in the month of April. But, yeah, back to the current day Birds. That was an ugly series.
Yeah, it really was. You know, the Yankees have been playing some good baseball. A key to this team is going to be their health. And right now, they're pretty healthy. They've got an unbelievable rotation without two of their best pitchers. And you know what? They've got a couple guys that they brought up through their own organization and really developed. And we saw a couple of them in this series. And, the Orioles just couldn't capitalize on it. The Orioles offense is a little sporadic, that's for sure. But what we keep hearing, and we'll talk more about this in the show, is the ability or lack of ability for the Orioles to play clean baseball. They just give so many extra opportunities. And I'll tell you, you give a team like the Yankees extra outs and an extra 90 feet here and there, they're going to take advantage of it, and they sure did.
We're an hour, 5 minutes away from first pitch. Orioles, they're in Miami to finish out their road trip. Game 1 of a 3-game series. Before we preview it, let's look back to last night.
0-2 on the way. Baltimore Baseball Tonight looks back at the Birds' last game.
Ball game.
Sponsored by Hampton Inn Baltimore Downtown Convention Center. Your home for everything Baltimore has to offer. Just off I-95 across the street from the Yard. Call 410-685-5000 and earn your Hilton Honors points today.
Long at bat. And a 3-2 coming and slug to straightaway center. Tavares galloping back. Runs out of room. And it's 2-0 New York. 14th of the season for Aaron Judge. Takes a knuckle curve out of the ballpark. And it's outside, ball 4. O's get on the board with a bases-loaded free pass. Airmail to the backstop, hard ricochet. Rutschman deposits the plate, and they got him!
Wow. This is going to be reviewed here. The tag looked like it was up the arm. I'll be surprised if the Yankees don't challenge this one just kind of looking at it.
After review, the call is overturned. The runner is safe.
That's a liner. 2 left. Played on a bounce by Cowser. 1 run is in. 2nd run coming home, and he beats the dribbler. Caballero's speed pedaling up the third baseline to get in. 2 runs knocked in on the single by Judge, and it's 9-1. Runner from first goes. Rutschman rolls it on the ground. Backhand pickup. Goldschmidt to Blackburn to finish the ball game. And the Orioles are going to get out of town. Next up, South Beach.
Ben Wagner and Ben McDonald on the call, courtesy of Masson. And what else do you say following the final out of that dreadful series? Yankees all over the O's 12-1 yesterday. And Bordy, let's start with Shane Baz. And it was unfortunate for him. You had that instance in the first inning where Adley did not challenge that 1-2 call. It would have been a strike. And Craig Albernaz, he kind of gave it to him after the game in his press conference, saying that Adley needs to be more aggressive in using his challenges, and the numbers bear that out. Judge, 3 pitches later, instead of a strikeout, it was a 2-run homer. Then there was an unearned run that was scored because Leody Taveras, it was a throwing error to Gunnar Henderson, but I'd love to hear your perspective as a former great defensive shortstop. Ben McDonald was saying Gunnar should have came in on that relay throw.
Well, there are a couple different ways to look at that play. But I guess first and foremost, as a shortstop and you go out there as the cutoff, you've got to have the ability to move your feet one way or another to get the hop you want, whether you come up and cut that ball off. Gunnar tried to get the short hop. It wasn't quite there. A nice rhythm for a shortstop or any infielder in a cutoff relay is to get the short hop. I think it just got up on him a little too close. He wasn't in the best position to handle that ball. I would initially, though, I'll take the blame as the shortstop, and I'm sure Gunnar will as well. But how about an outfielder not throw to the cutoff man, but through the cutoff man, okay? This is a problem, and Tavares is our best outfielder. There's no doubt about that. But our outfield defense has been so suspect. And so I'm going to be biased towards the infielder here. The outfield, even Colton Cowser's throw, that replay you just showed, and when he said, and the ball comes dribbling in and he beats the throw. It's because Cowser threw to the cutoff man and not through him. That should be a one-hop throw to the catcher to get the guy out at the plate. That was a brutal throw from Cowser, and he's got one of the stronger arms in the game. But there again, it's that kind of stuff, that detail that's going to separate teams from winning and losing. And unfortunately, the Orioles are having a hard time harnessing that kind of stuff.
But that Leody Taveras error, that led to an unearned run because the very next play, Grisham ended up going to third, and then Cody Bellinger sack fly. And then, look, Boz lost it in the sixth inning where 3 of his 5 walks occurred. He had a wild pitch that ended up scoring, and that was the review that we heard in the highlight. And then things just completely unraveled from there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I thought he looked pretty good, throughout
heading
that ball
into
game.
the sixth.
Listen, the errors and the run scoring on these errors, I think, unfortunately, the Orioles have not had much luck in that regard. It seems like every time there's a miscue, that run will score. And that's kind of the way it's supposed to happen in the big leagues, but you don't expect to happen every dang night or every other night where the Orioles are constantly getting behind the 8 ball. And it just seems like right now, things are snowballing so much for this team. Things start to get out of whack, and they just can't. They have such a hard time pulling it back in and controlling the game.
And Bordy, the offense, we just continue to wait for them to get going. They had 2 first and second no one out situations, and then immediately ground into a double play. Jeremiah Jackson and Adley Rutschman.
Yeah, well, they didn't strike out, which was good, but yeah, it's unfortunate. And there again, I mean, there's a little bit of luck involved with baseball. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought Jeremiah Jackson hit the ball hard a couple times, but my goodness, it was like right at the defender. And that's just the big leagues, man. I think the Yankees had a great scouting report on all the Orioles. It just seemed like they had really impeccable timing with making the right pitch at the right time, and the Orioles couldn't cover that. I want to make one more quick point, though, about, Aaron Judge. It seemed like he made a lot of loud contact. There was a time when a team would go into a series and say, okay, we don't want this guy to beat us. And I think the Yankees have a couple guys in their lineup, and Judge probably being the biggest guy where you want to try to avoid, and you want to get him out when you can. This is where an instinct of a player, or at least where it should be to the forefront of a catcher's mind, and I'm getting on Adley right here, that pitch should have been an automatic challenge for Adley, because you got an opportunity to get this guy, 2-time MVP out of the last 3 years, out of the batter's box. He is dangerous. And you see what happens when you pitch to him. And that didn't happen just once. It happened again and again throughout this series. They kept pitching to him, and he kept making them pay.
We just had Ben McDonald on Inside Access right at 5, and he was harping on runners in scoring position, and boy, was there a massive disparity in this series. The Yankees were 18 for 38, well over 400. Orioles were 4 for 27 with runners in scoring position, and it's shocking being this deep into the season, 35 games. The Orioles do not have a win against a team that currently has a winning record. They're 0-7. They've only played 2 series against teams with winning records, 7 games, 0-7 in their 35-game start.
Yeah, so that's something to be a little bit worried about for sure. And I know the Orioles here recently have had a hard time, putting marks on the board early. They've had a hard time getting hits early. They had consecutive games where they didn't get hits until like the 4th or 5th inning. And this is happening consistently with this offense. And you can blame the top of the lineup. There have been inconsistencies there. The stars certainly didn't show up in New York, that's for sure. But yeah, they just got to find a way to battle, fight, scrape, and claw. And you get a couple guys hot, and you hope things can turn around, because I still think the strength of this team, believe it or not, is going to be their offense. And it's got to be to pick up some of the shortcomings on the other end, whether it be giving up 5 runs, they've got to score 6 runs.
The O's are looking to snap a 5-game losing streak tonight. The O's are looking to take their first lead in 5 games, which is crazy. Yeah. And they've lost all 5 of them by 5 or more runs. So O's set to take on the Marlins. What is the starting lineup?
Leading it off.
Start things off.
Here we go.
Baltimore Baseball Tonight starting lineups are sponsored by The Good Feet Store.
Gunnar Henderson is leading off. He's at shortstop. Taylor Ward in left field batting second. Dylan Beavers batting third again. He is DH tonight. Pete Alonso batting cleanup. He's at first base. Samuel Basayo is the catcher batting fifth. Leody Taveras in center field batting sixth. Colton Cowser in right field batting seventh. Kobe Mayo at third base batting eighth. And Blaze Alexander second base batting ninth. No Adley, no Jeremiah Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. It seems like there's different lineups and different shakeups, and I think Albie's trying to find that right lineup to spark something. I know they're trying to be careful, obviously, with Adley and give him those extra days so his offense can stay sharp. And Jackson, I don't know, man. He's kind of gone on the downside of the hill. He was so hot early and then also had some defensive struggles. Yeah, this is just a shakeup, but I just think they're trying to find the answer. Get somebody going or 2 or 3 guys going. Let's hope the top of the lineup. You mentioned it. How about score or run first? You took a key to the game right there. That's going to be the most important thing for this Orioles team.
Heading into last night, Bordy, the Orioles offense, the first 3 innings of ball games this year, last in batting average, last in runs scored. Before we step out, who's on the mound for the Birds?
2-2 pitch. Let's take a look at tonight's pitching matchups.
Swung out and missed. Chris Bassett taking the mound, and Bordy, he's coming off his best start as an Oriole.
How about it? You know what? Finally, he was able to harness that fastball command, and that's pretty exciting because I think here's a veteran guy that really knows his delivery, how to repeat his delivery. He's had success in the past. I think we really have tried to lean on him as a veteran guy since we picked him up in the offseason. So he's got to step up. Listen, he's the one that made that call and said we had to come to Jesus meeting. He probably should have invited that whole team to that meeting. Unfortunately, he didn't. It was just him and Boz. But he's got to step up right here and be a veteran team leader. Back it up and start the series off on the right foot with a good start from your starter.
Coming up next, it's Mike Bordick's Player Spotlight. We're taking a look at Adley Rutschman. We're also going to hear from Craig Albernaz, and he hears the fan base. He understands the frustrations from the fan base. We'll play that cut next. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on The Fan.
Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
Hey, the O's are finally out of New York and off to take on the Marlins down in South Beach. Bassett looks to back up his last start against a red-hot Sandy Alcantara. Don't miss the start of the Orioles-Marlins series tonight on MASN and MASN Plus. Coverage begins in a few minutes. Yeah, at 6:30. MASN is your home for Orioles baseball. No cable, no satellite, no problem. Catch every Orioles game all new and totally refreshed MASN Plus app. Visit MASNsports.com today and subscribe for only $19.99 a month.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Pickles Pub, a longtime Baltimore tradition and the home of Baltimore baseball, tonight is just a home run away from the yard. It's the fans' destination pre and post for every Baltimore baseball home game this season and the #1 place for sports fans for over 30 years. Pickles has recently been renovated, offering an atmosphere fun for families and friends with their new 55 TV system upgrade with a Jumbotron and video wall, plus enjoy one of their famous 32-ounce orange crushes. See you at Pickles.
It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace. Baltimore Baseball Tonight's Player Spotlight.
Can this kid play baseball?
Brought to you by Pickles Pub, home of Baltimore Baseball Tonight. And just a home run away from the yard is your destination for every home game this season.
Look out, Utah Street. 10 for 26 career with the bases loaded as a right-handed batter. It's an even 400, and that number might go up. Deep left center field. Matthews charging back, makes the catch, and crashes into the fence. But did he have the ball? No! He lost it on the way down! It's a grand slam for Adley Rutschman. Matthews couldn't squeeze it. Adley hits a grand slam, and we need to get you a chicken wing!
Yeah, Adley Rutschman hitting his fourth home run of the season. And yeah, everybody knows, Adley's off to a really good start offensively. We've been wondering where the heck Adley's been. Last year he only played 90 games because of injuries, so I'm going to give him that. But this guy's done quite a bit already. Now, we can argue this, and I know we will here in Baltimore for forever now, that Bobby Witt Jr. was the second pick, and of course the Orioles had their opportunity to grab him, but they took Adley Rutschman. Right from jump, Adley Rutschman became an all-star, and he did a lot of great things. Couple all-star appearances already, Silver Slugger, but some injuries kind of set him back. I do believe, and even to this day, that he is the foundation of this organization. As he goes, so will they. So with Adley Rutschman starting to swing the bat better, I think it's a huge sign for this team. He does a lot of great things, especially at his home ballpark. But he was on a nice roll before they all went up to Yankee Stadium. He was 14 for 30. They had a nice 7-game hitting streak going, hitting for extra bases, getting multiple hits in the game. He comes out of Yankee Stadium at 117. So the hope is that he can kind of jumpstart himself again down in Miami. Because listen, this guy is a true leader. He handles the pitching staff very well. If there are going to be some rough roads before this Oriole team turn things around, Adley's got to be the stabilizer out there, okay? He's 28 years old now. He's got experience under his belt, 5 years in the big leagues. He's got to take that leadership role on, take a step forward. I know we already got on him about that call where he's got to step up and make that call himself. This has got to be his team. He is the leader behind the plate. He sees everything, and that's got to be a decision that he makes in the moment of that game. I'm in control of this. Judge, you're out. Look at this. Here you go. Strike 3. Get out of here. And we go back in the dugout, and we make the first mark. He's got to take that stuff personally. That's my thought. And I think he's just at that stage where he's got to take control and make this his game, much like a Gunnar Henderson out in the middle of the infield. If he's going out in the field to be a cutoff man, he's got to point at whoever's at second base and say, cover second base. Get back there now. These guys have to take that kind of leadership forward if they're going to turn things around this year.
We're 47 minutes away from first pitch. O's set to take on the Marlins, game 1 of a 3-game series. Before we step out, let's hear from Craig Albernas.
Let's go inside the clubhouse for the Manager's Report. Sponsored by LifeMed Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at LifeMed Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary, non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com.
I get it from the fan perspective for sure. Like, you watch these games and we're not leaving anything to be desired, right? But for us, we just have to turn the page and move on. And for the fans' sake, and I get it, like we're in it right now. We're definitely in a rough stretch. But we've shown that we can go out and compete with anyone and win. And we got to get back to that. The boys in that room know they need to get back to that. And for us, it's the basics, right? I think all great teams, great players, they don't get bored with the basics. And that's just clean baseball, fundamental baseball, taking great at-bats, pitchers making great pitches, being competitive in the strike zone, and all those little things, the test of time in baseball, it's still reigns true today. So for us, we just have to get back to being competitive and playing clean, fundamental baseball.
Frustration's boiling over. Heck, it boiled over for you yesterday, Bordy.
Yeah.
And Ben McDonald, when we had him on, everyone's frustrated, man, because when you look big picture, last year was a debacle for this team. This year was supposed to be different.
Yeah.
You had the soft schedule to start the year. You didn't take advantage of it. And I think now the fan base just has PTSD from last year. They just don't want to see this thing spiral out of control again. And if you're really looking big picture, Bordy, you had to sit through a rebuild and you lose 100 games for multiple years. And you were promised, hey, we're going to be a consistent winner. We're going to be in the mix every year. And they've gone backwards.
Yeah, no, they really have. And, it's unfortunate. And I don't want to get on Albornoz about this at all because, listen, everything he says is right. I loved it when he said, don't get bored with the basics that have tested time. And that's really what baseball is, just that ultimate focus every day to do the monotonous, boring things that are required to be a professional, especially major league baseball player. And these guys seem to have a hard time doing that, those little things that matter so much. Before I get caught up and possibly go on a rant here, I just want to say I forgot to mention that Adley Rutschman picked up his 500th hit. That's really why I wanted to spotlight him. Picked up his 500th hit up there at Yankee Stadium. Yeah, he was only 1 for 17, but that one hit was his 500th. So kudos to him for fighting through, picking up that. And everybody talks about 500 and many more, hopefully, right here in an Orioles uniform for Adley Rutschman. But the clean games, there's so much frustration right there. But how can you, as a major league manager, expect to come into an organization and think that everything's going to be the way you want it? This thing was disrupted last year. We heard Manzolino, and I talked to you about it earlier today. Manzolino saying, well, next year, coming into spring training, we're going to go old school spring training because these guys don't know how to play the game correctly. That was basically what he was saying in fewer words, right? So he wanted to go over situational baseball. He wanted to pound that in their heads. He wanted to make it an organizational philosophy. And for some reason, the Orioles have lost that kind of thinking. And Albornoz is just kind of grasping. He says, well, we've proven we can win. No, they haven't done that in like 2 years. They haven't proven they can win.
They haven't.
And I question, too, because he says, well, we got, O'Neill out there. He's got a couple gold gloves. But obviously you didn't see him play last year because he wasn't good. He wasn't on the field. And what happened what are you watching right now? He's not good. Right? So it's just, you got to have that kind of awareness of what you're looking at out there. And some of these guys just aren't good enough major league players.
Coming up next, it's Mike Bordick's Analyst Corner. Norfolk, are there any reinforcements into AAA level? Bordy's going to tell us. And also, we'll give you a ballpark forecast in a stadium with a retractable roof. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on the Fan.
Hey, Birdland! Tupac Bobblehead Night at Camden Yards is almost here. On Friday, May 8th, be one of 20,000 fans to score the most talked about giveaway of the season. Then watch the O's take on the Athletics. Don't miss your chance to celebrate this Baltimore School of the Arts and hip-hop icon with a chart-topping collectible. Get your tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's Baltimore baseball tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace, taking a deeper dive into tonight's game.
Hammered deep.
It's the Analyst Corner.
Way out of here.
On 105.7 The Fan.
I'm on, baby. We're going to be talking about the Norfolk Tides right now. And maybe the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Might as well, right? Let's talk about the Chesapeake Bay Sox, too. The whole point is, who's going to come up, right? We keep hearing, let's ship Mayo out. Let's get Alexander out of here. None of these guys are hitting. We need some replacements. I got some bad news for you, folks. There ain't any replacements out there, okay? Enrique Bradfield, in my opinion, should be the next outfielder called up, but he's had some problems on the IL. He had a couple hamstring injuries last year, and he's, of course, on the IL this year. He ran into the wall, so his wrist is banged up a little bit. But there really aren't any guys that are tearing it up to the point where they're pushing their way into the big leagues at any level.
40... Shameless plug for my podcast, Birdland Territory, with Brad Brock and Steve Molesky. I was asking Brad this question earlier. I'd love to hear if you had any instances, because Brad did not. We take calls, a lot of fans, DFA this guy, send this guy down. You got to send a message in the clubhouse. Like, did that ever happen during your time there? And if it did, does it send a message? Like, is that overblown? Is that just fan talk?
I think it's overblown. Yeah. When a message is sent, it's typically around the trade, before the trade deadline. They're just either going to sell the team or they're not, or they're going to add to the team, or they're going to stay status quo. So, yeah, it's hard to send messages, especially at the big league level. There just has to be some good conversations, that's for sure, about the reality of it right now. Something that I get concerned about, especially with so many young players, is just, how they're going to handle just the repeated failure over and over again. And Mayo is that type of guy right now that I'm a little concerned about, because he's been struggling. They basically gave him third base. He just can't find himself at the plate. He had one little spurt where he hit a few home runs, but, defensively, decision-making isn't quite there. That bunt that he fielded the other day was clearly going foul, so it's kind of an understanding of where you are on the field and the situation in the game. So I worry about that kind of stuff. But, yeah, there just aren't any hope. So over the past couple seasons, all of our young prospects have now come into the big leagues. And now with the recent rash of injuries, everybody that was in AAA, Cade Povich, all the pitchers, they're up in the big leagues for reinforcements too. And now the Orioles are going out of the organization to get other bodies because they just don't have enough in this organization. Lou Trevino pitched the other day. Here's a 34-year-old guy. He got lit up, man, but it wasn't too long ago. He was flipping up some pretty good numbers, but he's another arm that went through the Tommy John. He's trying to reestablish himself in the big leagues.
Before we hit a break, let's give you the ballpark forecast.
Here's your ballpark forecast.
We're just about ready to play ball here.
It's a retractable roof. Coming up next, we will give you the Marlins starting lineup. We will go inside the numbers. Mike Bordick, he is a stickler about defense. Can the Orioles play a clean game for a change? And we'll give you the injury report as well. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on the Fan.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Baltimore without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Baltimore for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Baltimore is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in Baltimore and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace.
Leading it off. Start things off. Here we go.
Baltimore Baseball Tonight starting lineups are sponsored by The Good Feet Store.
For the Marlins, leading off at second base is Xavier Edwards. Liam Hicks batting second at first base. Otto Lopez batting third. He's the shortstop. Kyle Stowers, remember that guy, Bordy? Left field batting cleanup. Jacob Marcy, center field batting fifth. Connor Norby's DHing, batting sixth. Remember that guy, Bordy? Joe Mack is the catcher, batting seventh. Owen Casey in right field, batting eighth, and Graham Pauley at third base, batting ninth.
You know, I'll tell you what, this Marlins team, I guess kind of similar to the Orioles in that they're hot and cold this season. They've had some good stretches. But one thing the Orioles got to be ready for is this offense has been really good. One of the better offenses in all of baseball. They like to put the ball in play. They like to put pressure on the opposing team defense. They don't hit a lot of home runs, but they got some guys with some pretty good numbers. Their shortstop is at 341. How about 45 hits in 33 games? Edwards is at 336. That Liam Hicks kid catches, plays first base, 309. He's got 7 homers, 29 RBIs. So there's some bats in this lineup they better be careful with and execute some good pitches.
We're 32 minutes away from first pitch. O's set to take on the Marlins. Game 1 of a 3-game series. Let's go inside the numbers.
Analytics, stats, and trends. Let's go inside the numbers on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The right way.
Line to the gap again. Long run for Tavares and Beavers. It'll split them all the way to the wall. Grisham's got another extra base hit. And that ball got loose in center field. Grisham takes off for third. A free 90 feet.
Free 90 feet. Wow, well said, because that seems like what the Orioles are giving opposing teams every night. An extra 90 feet. Bases aren't covered. And you know, when you hear Albie talk about clean game, he's not just talking about the E total at the end of a game when it's up on the board if the Orioles have 1 or 2, which have led to 19 unearned runs this season. He's talking about Gunnar Henderson and Jeremiah Jackson in the middle of center field at Yankee Stadium and nobody covering second base, and Bellinger just running behind them and sliding into second base. That isn't good baseball. He's talking about the ability to have court awareness when Mayo didn't let that ball roll foul down the third base line. The ability to understand that. The ability for Adley Rutschman to make that call early in the ball game because he's aware of the importance and the urgency of getting Judge out of the batter's box. This all goes into clean game. It's just not when Beavers misplays a ball in right field and the ball bounces over his glove to give another guy an extra 90 feet, or when O'Neill misplays a fly ball, or Ward. The list goes on and on. It's not about that. It's the other stuff inside the game. The base running. When Alexander got thrown behind by Judge the other day, well, I mean, come on. You got to be aware the game is right in front of you. I don't understand what we're thinking about in certain situations. The pickoffs on the bases, driving everybody crazy. Alvarez must be losing his mind in there with what he's seeing after what he preached and tried to promote in spring training. Granted, I don't think there was enough time to change this team from what they've learned over the years, especially with the young players that have come up through this organization.
Before we step out, let's give you the injury report.
Tonight's injury report is sponsored by Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. Whether you're an athlete or just staying active, their orthopedic specialists help you recover, rebuild, and get back to doing what you love.
This courtesy of Matt Wyrick, who covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. He tweeted this out. Trevor Rogers is with the Orioles here in Miami. He's on the other side of the nasty illness that had him, quote, feeling like death on the couch for 3 days and did some throwing at Camden Yards this weekend. Energy levels still coming back, but on the right track.
So he's going to miss another 10 days?
It doesn't sound like his return's imminent.
I don't know. I mean, well, you got to do what you got to do and prepare for this. I also think that they looked at this as him needing a mental reset. Yeah. No doubt. Without sending him down, here's a good time to catch your breath, check your mechanics out, make your adjustment, come back and try to have that same second half you had last year.
Speaking of mental reset, Jackson Holliday, he's scheduled to hit a live batting practice with AA Chesapeake today. If all goes well, he's going to begin a third rehab assignment there later this week.
Well, that's good. You know, injuries are kind of crazy. I think as a former athlete, you want reassurance that you're going to be okay. When I push it and go 100%, and that's what these guys do, they are max effort all the time. You want to make sure that things are going to hold together. I think Jackson Holliday got a little scared, might have felt some inflammation on that swing where he came out of the game. It kind of calmed down. The Orioles were able to calm that down, and hopefully off he goes, because it'll be fun to watch him come up and try to help this team.
And lastly, Bordy, this news broke yesterday, but wanted to get your thoughts on it. Jordan Westberg shut down from baseball activities. He experienced discomfort during his throwing progression. It seems like Tommy John is on the horizon.
It does. It feels that way, that's for sure. You feel so bad for Westberg, and you just think about what would be. Listen, coming into this year, I think we all talked about just the hope. You know, we hope things go okay. We hope Westberg stays healthy because we'd love to see what he could do. He was just an all-star a couple years ago, man, but the poor guy just can't stay healthy and on the field.
Coming up next, Munetaka Murakami. He tied Aaron Judge for home runs yesterday during his rookie season. We'll also go around MLB's schedule and take a look at the AL East standings. That's next. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on The Fan.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off duration, woodscapes, and super deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Something new is rolling into Bel Air from Bob Bell, bringing you more choices, more savings, and a better way to buy your next vehicle. A fresh experience, bigger inventory, and deals worth your time are almost here. Stay tuned and get ready now at BobBell.com.
It's springtime in Baltimore. Time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Schedule an AC precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today for just $89 to have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace.
On the ground, back up the middle.
News and notes from around Major League Baseball.
What a play. Oh, my goodness. He caught that ball.
On 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO.
Murakami deep to center. Trout at the wall. Get out! Munatake Murakami has now tied Aaron Judge for the Major League lead. His 14th home run of the season.
That courtesy of White Sox TV. And Murakami, 40, is a rookie.
Yes.
Coming over from Japan. He has 14 homers and 28 RBIs in 35 games.
Let's go.
And the White Sox, remember how terrible they were?
Yeah.
They have a better record than the Orioles right now at 17 and 18.
I can't believe you just said that. That's brutal. And how come we didn't get that guy?
Yeah.
Holy cow. He is a veteran, right? He put up some big numbers over there in Japan. But that's fun to see, man, because there's always a question mark. Can they handle the Major League velocity, the pitching? And sure enough, they can. So you expect to see more Japanese players kind of flood this market.
We're 20 minutes away from first pitch. O's set to take on the Marlins. What about the rest of tonight's slate?
Tonight's Major League Baseball schedule on Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
A couple games already postponed. Mets, Rockies, Brewers, Cardinals. They will not take place. A's taking on the Phillies at 6:40. O's, of course, taking on the A's this weekend at Camden Yards. Tupac bobblehead night Friday. I know you're fired up about that, Bordy.
I don't mind some Tupac. I know.
Red Sox and Tigers at 6:40. Blue Jays and Rays also at 6:40. Twins and Nats 6:45. Yankees hosting the Rangers at 7:05. Reds and Cubs at 7:40. Guardians taking on the Royals at 7:40. Astros hosting the Dodgers at 8:10. White Sox and Angels, 9:38 first pitch. Braves and Mariners, 9:40. Pirates and Diamondbacks at 9:40 in the last game. Padres taking on the Giants at 9:45. Before we step out, let's look at the AL East standings.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto, the Rays.
A closer look at the American League East standings.
Yankees and Rays starting to distance themselves from the rest of the pack. Yankees and Rays are two of just three teams in the American League with winning records. That's crazy,
isn't it?
Yankees, Rays, and the A's, who, again, coming to Baltimore this weekend. A's are 18-16. Yankees, 24-11. Rays, 22-12. Blue Jays, 16-19. Orioles at 15-20. And the Red Sox at 14-21.
I will say this. Now, I know Tampa, it seems like every year they can do things to be a winning team. They play fundamentally sound baseball. They've got incredible personnel that push the envelope. But it's like time and time again, they just keep pushing arms through. And a couple of their arms are healthy right now. So they're going to be interesting to follow throughout the course of the year. But when you look at a team like the Yankees, one thing that impressed me about this last series, and I'm not a big Yankees fan at all. As a matter of fact, I love when the Yankees stink, but they look to take extra bases against the Orioles. They ran the bases better than the Orioles. They defended much better than the Orioles. Their outfield defense was incredible. Aaron Judge himself made two great plays up there on the wall.
Taylor Ward.
So it was like night after night. So it's those type of little things that have put them in the top of the American League East, and let's hope the Orioles can start doing some of that.
Coming up next, Mike Bordick. He's going to give you his keys to an Orioles victory. It's Baltimore baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on the Fan.
Guys, on May 6th, for one day only, give Mom the gift she actually wants. A gift card from LifeMed Institute. This Mother's Day gift card comes with a bonus. Get 20% extra credit, absolutely free. Spend $100, Mom gets $120. Spend $200, Mom gets $240. Maximum purchase up to $500. For details and to purchase your LifeMed Institute gift card for Mom, go to shoplifemed.com or visit them at any of their clinic locations. Give Mom the gift of health this Mother's Day. Visit shoplifemed.com.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Baltimore without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Baltimore for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Baltimore is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in Baltimore and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace. Tonight's keys to the game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Well, I've done BBT with Ryan Ripken the past 2 shows, Friday and Monday.
All right.
So I'm going to give Ryan an F for his keys. Dude, I mean, come on. They got killed in those games.
All right.
40, you got to get them back on
So
track,
I got to come up with a different key. I'm sure Ryan used these keys too. How about score first, play clean baseball, pitch into the 6th inning? How about that? I mean, my goodness. Yeah, the Orioles could do a lot of different things, but they got to get off on the right foot. There's no doubt about that. And they need Bassett to step up and have another good start. Give them a good chance. And let's hope that the Oriole offense can come up with that big hit early, put a mark on the board, and keep the pressure on because, my goodness, they could look up and all of a sudden the Marlins be all over them.
Something that really concerns me about tonight, facing Sandy Alcantara. I'm sure you saw the graphic on Masson yesterday. The Orioles as a team have faced the second fewest fastballs in the majors because they're having so much success with off-speed and breaking pitches.
Yeah.
Well, what's the pitch that Alcantara uses the most? The changeup.
Oh, great.
So that concerns me tonight with this offense.
All right. Well, great. Yeah, it kind of blows me away that in this analytic world right now, and I know this for a fact, that they have machines, pitching machines, that you can actually face the pitcher you're going to face that night. So you see the pitches coming out of his hand. How these guys can't make the adjustments to off-speed pitches is beyond me, and part of it is the inability to use the whole field. That's part of Mayo's problem. That's part of Jeremiah Jackson's problem at times, too. And a lot of the Orioles hitters, they just get too pull-happy instead of using that whole field. Hard to the middle, boys. Hard to the middle.
Tomorrow's game, Brandon Young is taking the mound for the O's. Yuri Perez for the Marlins.
Yeah, well, Yuri Perez is having himself a pretty good year as well. So it's going to be a challenge, man. This Marlins pitching staff has been pretty good here to start this season, and Perez is one of those guys. Pretty good arm. This is going to be a challenge for this Oriole offense, and like I said, the ability to make that first mark, I think, is going to be super important, and Brandon Young's going to find himself here in this start. He's had one good start, a couple clunkers, the last one especially, so finding his way, him and Cade Povich got to step up, man.
O's taking on the Marlins in 13 minutes. Westwood One Radio coming your way next.
It's springtime in Baltimore, which means summer heat is on the way. Is your system ready? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. And right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With Maintain X, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter X.com/AI.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
The game up, and they rise to the occasion. So you got to give them a lot of credit.
Yeah, you do. Big time. We're talking to Odyssey NBA insider and three-time NBA champion Danny Green here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Danny, a champion with the Spurs in 2014, and then back-to-back champ with Kawhi Leonard and the Raptors in 2019, and then LeBron and the Lakers in 2020. Danny's also an analyst for Spectrum Sportsnet, ESPN, and he's the host of his podcast, Inside the Green Room. Danny, sticking with the Spurs here and their series with the T-Wolves, who do you think should be the number one option on offense in this series? And I know it could change on a game-by-game basis, but overall for the series, who do you think has to consistently be that go-to scoring option? Would it be Wemby? Would it be De'Aaron Fox? Or maybe somebody else?
I think it has to be Wemby. Like, he has to be consistent. And, I mean, I said again, it's game to game. And there's some nights we talked about, even on my podcast, that Wemby is one of those guys that's capable of winning MVP and not scoring 20 points a game because he does so many other things and because he has such a great, team around him. It impacts the game in so many ways. But he has to be consistent. You can't have him with 8 points through most of the game, and he end up with 11. But obviously, I mean, you need to sprinkle in from everybody else too. Fox is there too to score. Like, he has to be aggressive. Castle was in foul trouble, but he has to, put pressure on the paint and be aggressive as well. So it's not just reliant on him, but I think the most consistent person that needs to, the person that needs to be consistent and be there every night is your stars, and that's Wemby. Like, Wemby is one of your stars. Fox is your second star. But, he's the main guy. He has to be consistent to give yourself a chance. Obviously, the other guys have to help, but the playoffs are about the stars, and the role players can help you win or change the series, but the stars have to show up in order for you to have a chance.
Danny, obviously you spent some time there in the Alamo City. Kind of a random thought here and question for you. The Spurs sported their colorful City Edition jerseys last night in that Game 1 loss in Minnesota. The crowd inside Frost Bank also painted the seats in the festive scheme. Random question again. What are the sickest jerseys in NBA history in your opinion? Frankly, I've been a massive fan of the Spurs vintage Fiesta logo forever, but do you have a favorite?
Man, that's tough to say all time. I mean, that's definitely, I never got a chance to wear those jerseys. I'm kind of jealous and a little envious of those guys because I never got a chance to, but I do like those colors. I played for some teams that had some good throwbacks. Even Toronto had some good throwbacks, I guess when you talk about Memphis, whether in Vancouver, the Vancouver Grizzlies, there's some throwback jerseys that are pretty awesome, man. Even the Orlando Magic's back in the day. The Pistons have a nice throwback with when Grant Hill was there. So it's hard for me to give a one all-time, favorite jersey. But yeah, Spurs definitely up there for me when it comes to like jerseys and probably top 10, top 5 maybe. And I mean, Fiesta Night it's been festive, but I don't know if it's been fruitful. I don't know what their record has been. I'm sure they'll look at it or how well they played in those jerseys. I think they got, I think they won one game against Portland, but most of this series they've been playing from behind, and I'm not, as a Spurs fan, I'm sure Spurs fans, not me as a Spurs fan, but as a fan of the game or a person that's rooting for Spurs, I don't think they're that comfortable watching this team and saying, "Oh, we for sure got a championship," because a lot of these games against even Portland, they just starting off too slow.
Yeah.
Can you hear the frustration there in Danny Green's voice? Not to completely flip this thing here. But Danny, I was singing "Go New York, Go New York, Go" in my sleep last night. I mean, it has been a historic past couple of games for the Knicks. First team in NBA playoff history to win 3 straight games by at least 25 points. The way they closed out the Hawks with 3 straight blowouts and then basically beating Philly in the first half alone last night. What are you seeing from the Knicks right now that is leading to some unbelievable offensive numbers? And then part 2, if we reassess the Eastern Conference here in the second round, who gets to the NBA Finals in your opinion? Is it my Knicks, Danny, or are you going with any of the other 3 teams?
I'm going with the Knicks, man, but they're just gelling at the right time, and there was a lot of skepticism about what was going on because during the regular season, toward the end of the season, very inconsistent and a lot of ups and downs and guys not knowing their roles and some complaints or murmurs of, who should be traded, what's going on, like certain things. Guys aren't, adapting to Mike Brown's system. They're not playing enough through Cat. He's not touching the ball more. They've done an excellent job, Mike Brown and company, of involving Cat and helping him and making him start the offense or even being a focal point of offense, even when he's not scoring. He's kind of quarterbacking. He's getting assists. He's getting triple doubles. And then, of course, the emergence of OG just balling out of control. And Mikal Bridges, they have guys that are very capable with their roster, a good amount of them that can give you 20 or 30 points off that ball club, whether it's OG, Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson, of course, and Cat. But they also have, Josh Hart can give you 20 if he has a good night. There's guys off the bench like Deuce that can shoot the ball well. Shamit, Jose Alvarado can make an impact. Mitch Robinson gets you 10 to 15 rebounds if need be and be a defensive, menace or demonstrative on that end of the floor. So they have a great roster and they're just gelling at the right time. So they can keep it going, which I expect them to keep their focus. They won't shoot that great because it's hard to shoot like that. I've said this on multiple times on multiple platforms. It's hard to shoot that well with no defense. 63 from the floor, 51 from 3. They won't shoot as great, but we'll see how well they play when the shot isn't falling. I think if they still keep that mentality, they should be able to win the series. It won't be a sweep. I don't see any of these series being a sweep, but it'll be competitive, but they should be able to win this series. And I think this really is the series of the Eastern Conference. This is the Eastern Conference Finals for me. That other series, there's nobody on that series that I'm that confident in that can make a finals run or win a championship on the other side.
Wow. Okay. We're finishing up here in the next 2-3 minutes with our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, who, of course, is a 3-time NBA champion and the host of his podcast, Inside the Green Room. Make sure you check that out and download it wherever you get your podcast. But all right, Danny, let's hit that last series here. Cavs and Pistons ahead of game 1 tonight. So I know you just said you think this Knicks Sixers is the de facto Eastern Conference Finals, but who do you give the edge to in Cleveland, Detroit? And is this James Harden's last best shot of ever winning a title, in your opinion?
You never know, man. He's end up every place he's wanted to go. He might want to go somewhere else where he has an opportunity. He could finish his career in OKC for all we know. But this is an opportunity for him, and I do give the edge to Cleveland because they have a deeper roster. Detroit is a good team. They had a great regular season. I love the fact that, Cade is playing after that collapse along at an all-time high, and Tobias Harris has been unbelievable, turning back the clock some. They need more from Jalen Duren and company, Dennis Jenkins. But I give the edge to Cleveland because, the emergence of, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen late in the season in the playoffs. They're showing they're not scared. They're actually playing well. Evan Mobley's knocking down threes right now. They're getting production from guys like Schroeder, even Tyson will not come in, knock down a shot or two with the addition of James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, who are unbelievable, they're stars. So the Detroit just doesn't have enough to keep up with them. But I think, Detroit, this will be a good series because Detroit has home court, and, Cleveland is not as great on the road. But I just give the edge to Cleveland also because I think they have a little bit more experience all around roster-wise and coaching-wise. But I think this will be a 6 or 7 game series, and I give the edge to Cleveland on this one.
Nice.
By the way, Danny, I know you had to give the shout out to fellow Long Island, Strong Island product Tobias Harris. I mean, he has been the perfect complement to Cade in this in that first round in the postseason for Detroit. But that should be a great series. It starts tonight. Danny, as always, brother, love having you on. We appreciate all your thoughts and your insight. And you know that I'm going to get more and more insufferable about my New York Knicks the closer they get to the ticker tape parade down the Canyon of Heroes. So
good for you. Enjoy it, man. I appreciate you guys having me. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. And yeah, hopefully we'll see the Knicks in the finals, man, because the city needs it.
That's right. All right, Danny. See you, brother. Appreciate it, man. There you go. That was Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green, and he's brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Brad, as soon as I start mentioning Knicks, Danny's like, all right, yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I got to go.
He knows you well.
He does. But I remember I had him on my old show last year before the conference finals, and I was talking a lot of smack about the Knicks, and then they lost to the Pacers. So I'm sure that, if we have him back on and the Knicks are not in the postseason anymore, he'll be the first one to remind me. But love having Danny Green on. We appreciate him so much for joining us. You want to join the show? The number is 310-840-4910. When we come back, it's time to go streaking. The longest streak on the show now is 5. However, the worst record is 13-5. That's how good the boys on the show have been at this segment. We're going to pick a player to get a hit in the Major League Baseball slate tonight. When we come back, he's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
NBA playoff TV ratings are the highest they've been in 33 years. Stanley Cup playoffs viewership is surging year over year. Now in the second round, we're breaking down the matchups that matter most to you.
This is Westwood One, baby!
Westwood One Sports.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good night's sleep.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Haynie here. Are you seeing the prices at grocery stores lately? It feels like the numbers just keep going up. But listen, I don't sweat it because I use Upside. With the Upside app, I get cash back whenever I shop at giant locations, and you can too. It's easy. Simply download the free Upside app in the App Store or Google Play right now and start earning cash for buying the groceries you're already buying. And if you thought it couldn't get any better, my limited time promo code CHARM15 gets you an extra $10 bonus on your first purchase. You know what's wild? Family of four is spending $1,200 a month on groceries right now. I saw that number and thought there's got to be a smarter way to do it. Download the free Upside app now. Use my promo code CHARM15 to redeem your $10 bonus at any giant location. Join the real people earning money just for buying groceries. Plus, you can cash out at any time to your bank account or e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. What are you waiting for? Let's do it. Download the free Upside app now. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Are you in the market for a Hyundai? Visit Kevin Brammer at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. He's a deal maker. Get low interest rates, $500 more than CarMax, and Jones for a lifetime. Visit jonesjunction.com today.
Hey everyone, I'm Boomer Esiason. Follow the Ravens, Terps, and O's on 105.7 The Fan or anytime on the free Odyssey app.
Yours truly. I had a lot of pressure on my shoulders now. Combs had his 8-game hitting streak snapped last night by none other than Shohei Ohtani, who went over his hits plus runs plus RBIs because he walked twice and he had 2 runs and an RBI, but did not get a hit. And it was now 5 straight games without a hit for Ohtani. And lo and behold, he's not in the lineup hitting tonight while he's on the mound sporting a .6 ERA. So thank you, Ohtani, for ruining Combs' streak. But I got the longest streak with 5. Here's our records. I am 15 for 18. Brad is 12 for 14. He's only gotten 2 incorrect. Combs is 13 for 18. And our video producer, Monty, Michael Montgomery, the owner and operator of batters-box.com. He once had a 14-game streak to start this segment off. Max Muncy cost him. He got back on the wagon yesterday with Carter Jensen. He's 15 for 16. So here we go, Brad. Kick us off tonight. You got a 3-game streak. Who's making it 4 in a row for you?
Yeah, let's go with a Southsider on the surprising Chicago White Sox. I'm going to go with Miguel Vargas on the road. The City of Angels taking on the Halos, a.k.a. the Angels. The reason why I like it, look at Vargas, one of the hottest hitters in the American League last week. He's gotten a hit in 7 straight games. In all 4 matchups this season against the LA Angels, he's gotten a hit in each of those contests. A guy that's batting 300 against LHPs, over 1,000 OPS. Not only that, but he's hitting 354 against the LA Angels this season, 313 his last 15 days. He's going to get a mixture tonight as Sam Aldeguerri is going to be opening the left-hander for the Angels in this one, a 5.40 ERA. And he's going to give way to Caden Dana, who is far worse at 6.40 ERA, and he's given up as well a 40.6 hard hit rate. So Miguel Vargas of the Chi Sox, give me a hit. And we're streaking to numero cuatro.
All right. I love it. I love it. Brad going with Miguel Vargas at the Halos tonight. Miguel Vargas of the Chicago White Sox. I am going with one of the more electric players in all of Major League Baseball. To get my streak to 6, give me Elly De La Cruz tonight for the Cincinnati Reds, going up against your guys' Cubbies in Wrigleyville, 7:40 p.m. Eastern start. Jamison Tyone on the mound for the Cubbies. And you know I love looking at the head-to-head matchup first. Maybe that's not the best thing to do. I know Monty disagrees, but Elly De La Cruz, 5 for 14 lifetime off Jamison Tyone with 2 home runs. So that's a 357 batting average. And you look at what Elly De La Cruz has done here lately. 3 hits last night, and he's got a hit in 3 of his last 5 games. You go back a little bit further, he's got a hit in 7 of his last 10 games. So Elly on a bit of a heater right now, that batting average up near 300. I like Elly De La Cruz to mash one. And then I always do like to go check afterwards. If it's not the first place I check, I do like to check Monty's website, batters-box.com afterwards, sometimes for a little confirmation bias. Elly De La Cruz with an elite rating tonight. He has the 16th highest rating of any batter tonight in Major League Baseball. So that made me love it even more. Elly De La Cruz from the Reds to get a knock tonight. Combs looking to start a fresh streak. Ohtani had you biting the dust last night. Who are you going with tonight?
I am going to go to your neck of the woods in New York, but I'm not taking a Yankee. I'm going with the Ranger, Josh Jung, who absolutely owns the New York Yankees pitching staff. Only twice since 2022 have they held him without a hit in a game. He has a .293 batting average with 27 hits in 24 games against the New York Yankees. I love this guy in New York. He's also got a 9-game hitting streak going right now. So give me Josh Jung to get on the board tonight.
Okay. You're going to learn about Elmo Rodriguez tonight when he strikes him out 4 times. Just saying.
Okay.
Just saying.
All right.
All right. And then we finish it. We finish it with Monty. 15 out of 16 since we started this segment just over 3 weeks ago. Monty, you got a 1-game streak, making it 2. Who are you going with?
Yeah, we'll definitely get to 2 tonight. I think Teoscar Hernandez at the Astros. Peter Lambert, he's just not very good. So Teoscar's got an elite rating, obviously, on my site, batters-box.com. I have Teoscar's WOBA, ISO, and hard contact rate all increasing by at least 15% in this matchup. Lambert's kind of been more of a reverse splits pitcher this year, so righties have been doing more damage than lefties. Against righties, Lambert has an xERA over 6, allowing 60% hard contact, 13% barrel rate, which is very high, and an expected batting average of over 300. In 106 elite ratings, Teoscar is getting a hit nearly 70% of the time, so that trend is on our side. And then a very small trend also on our side. Lambert has only faced 15 elite rated hitters, so absolutely hate the sample size, but love the fact that 87% of them are getting a hit. So hopefully that small trend continues on our side tonight, and Teoscar gets it done.
Wow, I love it. By the way, Monty, you keep going with batters-box.com. Why have you gotten away from the dash? I feel like batters-box.com.
They're good. Either one's good.
I'm just trying to give you
No, I appreciate it. Hyphen was just kind of originally, I think, how I was pronouncing it and giving it out. And so sometimes we just fall back into old habits, you know?
We need, you need to make, have you made t-shirts for the website yet?
I've had no merch. I've had a few requests, but I figured I'd go out and I'd get it done, and then only 5 people would get shirts. So I have not done it yet.
I just want a hat with a dash.
Yeah. Something about like hyphen or dash. Like that should be like the slogan or the catchphrase of like the t-shirt. And then obviously you have the actual URL on the shirt. But I don't know. I feel like if you make 50 of them, I feel like that dunce Colby Marcio will probably buy 25 of them. I mean, what else has he got better to do? Guy's posting pictures of his dog.
Wow.
Dog at the playground all day today. He's got time on his hands. He'll buy shirts.
Why is Colby catching strays?
He's my number one fan. He's always said, "Don't forget the hyphen." So that's sort of the phrase. Don't forget the hyphen. That's our little phrase. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I love Colby. I'm just messing around. Hopefully you heard that. All right. When we come back, we'll talk to our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel. Get all of his thoughts on the postseason as it's heating up. That's up next on BetMGM tonight. This is
Westwood One Sports.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and nonstop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Coming up tonight in the Pro Basketball Playoffs, Game 1 of the Western Conference Semifinal Series, Oklahoma City, a 15.5-point favorite against Los Angeles in purple and gold, total in the game 213.5. And a great job by LA in round 1, its 41-year-old superstar taking down Houston. Oklahoma City, an entirely different challenge. I don't think LA has what it takes to keep this game close. LA's best player not going to be available for tonight's game. I think OKC wins, and OKC wins big. Give me OKC laying the 15.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or Avastin-capted Pagel, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. Yeah. Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. From the Anderson Automotive Studios, woo! This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore Sports Talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We've got a couple of more NBA playoff games tonight. Game 1 between the Cavs and the Pistons starting shortly. And then you got game 1 between the Lakers and the reigning champion Thunder coming up at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And so to talk about the NBA postseason is our guy, Nick Friedel. On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Nick, how you doing, brother? It's great to see you, man.
Pat, your Knicks look like they got a little momentum going after that one last night. I know you're feeling good. I know there's a lot to get into tonight.
Oh, you bet your ass. So, you know what? Let's get right into it. They are on a heater. They obliterated the Hawks the final few games and then keeping their foot on the pedal last night, destroying the Sixers. Now that Boston's out of the picture, and we can ask you about Boston collapsing a little bit later, but you asked about the Knicks, so I can't even help myself. Boston's out of the picture. I know you picked the Celtics. A lot of people did. Initially, are the Knicks the team to beat in the East right now, Nick, or would you give the advantage to the Pistons or, dare I say, the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Hell no. I mean, I think all of these teams have some flaws, Pat, but if you're trying to line up who's got the best shot as we sit here right now, it's the Knicks. It's the Knicks to get out of the East, and I didn't think it would happen like this, especially with Boston just completely melting down, but we've talked about it all season. When you have Jalen Brunson, and Jalen Brunson is playing at the level that he's at, and every night he goes out there, he's giving the rest of that group the confidence that he is, then hell yeah, they can get out of the East. All these teams are flawed. I'm sitting here right now, guys, and I'm telling you the same thing I've said all along. I don't think anybody's beating the Thunder. If everybody stays healthy, the Thunder are going to win it again, to me. But I say that as somebody who thought, all right, the Celtics were just a cut above everyone. And even before Tatum's injury in Game 7, they just did not look right. And Embiid, to his credit, was awesome. And we can get into Maxey and Edgecombe and all the different pieces that put us in the place that we're in right now. But specific to the Knicks, Pat, my question always is who's going to help them underneath Brunson? Because I think Brunson is unbelievable, but who's going to be there every night? Towns, Anunoby, Hart, Bridges. They're all really good, but can they be as consistent as they need to be? It's my biggest question with New York right now, but as we're sitting here, absolutely, with the way things are going, you expect them to come out of the East.
I'm expecting Pat to party with Chalamet here in short order, Nick, to be honest with you. I mean, it's just utterly ridiculous what's going on right now in the Big Apple. Nick, let's go to another game that we saw last night. Despite a triple-double from Wemby, and with Anthony Edwards limited in 25 minutes off the bench, Minnesota grabbed Game 1 against San Antonio inside Frost Bank. Do you give the T-Wolves the series advantage now, or was Game 1 merely a hiccup for the Spurs? Who wins the series and in how many games?
I would still probably lean San Antonio, Brad, and it's because I believe in Wemby and that group to find their way. I would say it's going to be 7 because Minnesota is tough. Anthony Edwards, the fact that he was even out there, given where things were a week or so ago, is pretty unbelievable. But the Spurs just haven't been through this before. I can't stress this part enough. I grew up in Orlando. That team with Shaq and Penny was my first basketball love. As I watched the Spurs last night, I thought the same thing I've thought for months now. This is the Magic 20 some odd years later. This is a team that is just learning on the fly how to be what they need to be. I mean, I said 20, it's actually 30, which is wild. How old I feel now, but they don't know how to win in these spots because they've never been there. And Wemby is that kind of generational player, and he'll be awesome, and they're going to get through, I think, this series. I don't think they're getting through the West, but when you lose at home in Game 1, all the questions come up. I just don't believe that Edwards can carry them the way he normally would because that injury is going to linger a little bit, and I don't know if Gobert is going to have the same impact he's had the whole way, but they deserve a hell of a lot of credit because absolutely nobody thought that they could continue playing at the level they're at without DiVincenzo, missing Dosunmu, with Ant not at 100%. They have been great. I just think San Antonio still has a little bit more talent.
All right, still a roll with the San Antonio Spurs despite the blip last night we saw in Game 1. Nick, you've made your confidence in OKC to repeat as NBA champs quite clear here on BetMGM tonight. However, that's far from a guarantee. How can the Lakers steal the show in Game 1 later this evening? And will the series even be competitive with Luka Doncic's status very much up in the air?
No, absolutely not to that one. This series, if everybody stays healthy, guys, I mean, and Brad, this answers the question to me. The only way the Lakers win the series is if the Thunder are dealing with a catastrophic injury. The difference with the Thunder, though, always, guys, is they're just deeper than most people understand. You can't lose Shea. I mean, he's going to win the MVP again, and he is that guy. But this team, it's like a college team. They know where to be. They know who does what job they need at night to night, and they trust each other. And you just don't see what they have that often, on top of the fact that they have a hell of a lot of talented players. I mean, how does McDaniels bounce back? How does J-Dub. I mean, when you watch the Thunder, you're seeing a team that never plays with any fear. You have Lou Dort who comes in and just absolutely annihilates people. You have all the different pieces in play that fit together. I mean, I look at a guy like Caruso, and he's just a maniac when he gets out there defensively. These guys trust that they're going to be in the right positions for success. Mark Daigneault never gets enough credit, but he deserves a hell of a lot of it because he knows how to make these guys be in the best situations possible. And they've got Presti, who's just behind the scenes dialing up every kind of good trade and great draft pick that they need. So when you watch this team, you're sitting there watching a team that, to me, is going to repeat again. And I don't think the Lakers, as great as LeBron still is, can make this close at all, especially without Luka. They just don't have enough firepower.
And you mentioned Alex Caruso, Nick. I've said it before. I think I've said it to you. I would give up my unborn first child if Alex Caruso could be on the New York Knicks. And we do the show from home. I'm in my home studio here. My girlfriend is downstairs cooking dinner right now, the saint that she is. Honey, I would give up our unborn first child if Alex Caruso could be on the Knicks. We'll see if I'm going to pay for that one after the show ends tonight. But we're talking to our Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel, here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, let's talk about a team that is out of the postseason and made some big headlines yesterday. The Magic fired Jamal Mosley after their 3-1 series lead collapse against the Pistons. But we talked about how those explosive rumors, when they were, they first popped up during the NBA play-in tournament. Rumors from yesterday was that basically nothing short of a run to the finals was going to save his job. So do you think Mosley deserved to get fired after 3 straight exits in the first round, even though Paolo Banchero regressed this year? Franz Wagner couldn't stay healthy. And it wasn't Jamal Mosley who traded 4 first-round picks for Desmond Bane. So do you think he deserved to get fired? And then part 2 of my question, should Billy Donovan be the front runner to get the Magic job now?
Pat, the first part is yes, because when you've invested that much money and you made that trade for Bane that you mentioned, the coach is the first to go. He knew 100% walking into this season, we better improve or else that's it. There have also been reports, I know Joe Cowley from the Sun-Times in Chicago referenced that the locker room doesn't feel like it was in the best place possible. It felt like there was a lot of shakiness going on in that Magic room. When that happens, and when there's smoke about, all right, well, are Banchero and Mosley seen? That's a disaster. That's it. So you're pulling the plug. They didn't get out of the first round. It made sense to make the move. Now, to the part about Billy Donovan, I would tell you that when you hear this much smoke about a coach who was in a different job a month ago, who was in Chicago, could have stayed there, could have ridden out the rest of his career there, and you hear that much connection to, in this case, Billy Donovan and the Magic, it's hard to think that it's not going to happen. In the NBA, usually where there's smoke, there's fire. The only thing that's interesting to me, guys, and we've touched on it in weeks past, but, I mean, Billy Donovan took this job. I think it was, back in like 2007 after the Gators went back to back. I was at the press conference. Like, you had Magic personnel bringing his wife flowers and, oh, Billy's here. This is so great. And a few days later, I don't think I want this job. So you wonder how much that may linger, at least organizationally. He's a really good coach. Obviously, he's in the Hall of Fame because of what he did at Florida. How much of an upgrade? We'll see. I think the problem is that team that was supposed to really make a push, they didn't. When that happens, all kinds of different issues are going to come up. I think the much larger question is, are you trading Wagner or Banchero thinking, hey, this just is not good enough, and trying to rework the roster that way? Either way, it was a bad year for the Magic, and I'm not surprised what happened with Mosley.
Good stuff there. Nick, let's talk about the T-Wolves and Spurs yet again. Terrence Shannon, you may remember, went to a mighty fine university only about 15 minutes away from Casa de Evans. Yes, it's some miserable school right down the road from me on the University of Illinois. You might have heard of it. He splashed on the scene, scoring 40 points with 0 turnovers in his last 70 minutes of postseason action. What took Chris Finch so damn long to come to the realization of how to properly utilize Shannon? And do you think Terrence Shannon will remain a fixture in the starting lineup with Anthony Edwards working his way back?
Brett, he should now. When you're playing at the level he's been playing at, you've earned the right to keep going until you don't do it anymore, especially in the biggest of games. What's impressed me the most about Shannon is he's not swayed at all. He's not scared. He's playing like this repeatedly. This is a pattern. Now, specific to Finch, I'd be lying if I told you I watched the Timberwolves enough to know for certain what's going on in Minnesota. What I can tell you is that when you have a team that has all the injuries that they've had and that have piled up and they still find a way to win, that is a group that has the respect for its coach. And so why Finch took so long on Shannon, I don't know. I'm sure there's points where he's kicking himself going, I should have let this guy work his way through all the different ups and downs in the last few months here, getting to this point. Having said that, when you're trying to figure out how the Timberwolves have gotten here, and they've gone through all these injuries and they got through Jokic, I didn't think that was going to happen. Rare is it when you see a team just continuously play hard and at the same level, no matter who's out there. And Chris Finch, to me, he never gets a lot of credit because a lot of people just don't even know who the hell he is still as the Timberwolves coach. I think that he deserves a lot for what they've done. And Shannon, certainly to your Illinois point, he's going to get way more attention if he keeps rolling like this.
Yep.
Good stuff. Nick, sticking with Spurs and T-Wolves, what did you think of Chris? Speaking of Chris Finch, what did you think of him and the T-Wolves claiming that the majority of Wemby's NBA playoff record-setting 12 blocks last night were goaltends? We know that coaches love to try and buy foul calls from the officials in their press conferences and during the games. But goaltends on blocks, do you think there is merit to their complaints, or was it BS?
I think it was more BS, but Pat, I actually liked the play in that it's all a mind game. You get in the playoffs and everybody talks a whole bunch of bleep. That's what it boils down to. Everybody is talking and they're getting to that podium and they're trying to send a message either to a player or to the officials or to the league. Somebody's pissed off. So, no, I did not think that Wemby was getting that much of a preferential treatment, although you could look at some of those replays and go, yeah, I see it. I think the much bigger thing to me is you get up there and you are trying to get into this young guy's head. And he's been so dominant and so good, and he's earned all the accolades that have come his way, but he still hasn't been in this type of environment before. This is the best stage that the league has to offer. It's why these games are so much better than the regular season games. There is so much more intensity. All that was to me was a veteran coach trying to say to a younger guy, hey, I want you to think about this next time, and plant the seed in his head and plant the seed in the official's head and saying, just look out a little more than you have been.
Talking to our Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel, here on BetMGM tonight. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, want to hit you with some hiring rumors and some official hirings here. Let's talk about the Chicago Bulls, because rumors of them hiring Tom Thibodeau to come back have swirled here in the past 24 hours. Would this be a good idea in your opinion? They just hired Hawks senior VP Bryson Graham as their new executive VP of basketball. So from what you know about Bryson Graham, what kind of hire do you think we could expect from the Bulls now? And again, could it be Tibbs coming back to the Windy City?
That would really surprise me, Pat. I say that Tibbs would walk through or crawl through hot coals to go back to Chicago. Frankly, guys, anywhere. He just wants back in. So, whether it's the Bulls or somewhere else. Tibbs is a coach. He's a coach to his core. He'll be a coach till the day he dies. He wants back in one of those jobs. I would be surprised only because that relationship was so bad at the end. And I do think that Tibbs and John Paxson, who has been the Reinsdorf family consigliere for decades at this point, they've patched up that relationship. I think that Tibbs and Jerry Reinsdorf and his son Mike, I think they're in a good place. But are they ready to go back into a professional marriage? That would surprise me a little bit. As far as Graham, I think a lot of people I've talked to around the league, they really like him personally. They say he's pretty good with the draft. As far as what coach he's looking for, we'll see. The one thing I know is if you're the Bulls and you're looking to get people and give people a reason to come to the games when you've had ticket problems and the ticket market doesn't look so hot for them, especially going into this year, Pat, you hire Tibbs, you're going to sell more tickets. He's a guy that's going to build a culture. They don't have one right now. They are a disaster. But that relationship really felt like it had run its course. So while I do think there's a shot that Tibbs gets one more job somewhere in the next year or two, count me in the group that thinks that Graham would be probably better served to go younger, get a coach who's got a hell of a lot of energy and can help a young group going nowhere right now find their way.
Okay. All right. And then, Nick, finally, what do you think of the Mavericks hiring Masai Ujiri to run the team? With Cooper Flagg, a healthy Kyrie Irving next year, and a still decently young core, will it be a short time again until the Mavericks are title contenders and the Nico Harrison worst trade of all time is in the rearview mirror? Is Masai Ujiri a great hire for the Dallas Mavericks?
He is a really, really good hire, Pat, but I would tell you that trade was so bad that no matter how far you drive that car, Luka in the rear view is always going to be like a shadow. That trade set that team back so much. And while I think Masai is a really respected guy and he's going to get that roster back in order, when you make that kind of seismic move and it doesn't pay off immediately, that kind of stuff hovers and it lingers. And I think that it's going to take years for them to all the way pull themselves out if they do get back to another title and back in that conversation. Now, having said that, Cooper Flagg is unbelievable. He's exactly the type of person you want to build around for years to come. Kyrie can still play at a really high level, although after that kind of injury, we'll see what he looks like going into next year. What I think is crucial here is Masai's got great relationships with players and the respect within the league. So what I'm curious to see, not only how do they draft and what happens there, but how can he, as a guy who's won a title before, get other veteran guys to come to Dallas and play with Flagg? That will be what sets him apart. He made that deal for Kawhi for just a year in Toronto. It paid off in the biggest of ways. Can he do something like that again? We'll see. But I thought the hire was really good, and I think he will get things back in order. I just think that Luka deal was so bad that it's going to linger for a long time still.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Nick, we appreciate you, man. We got all the respect in the world for you. We threw a lot at you. We love having you on every week, and these playoffs are heating up, man. So, on another week from now, we'll be knee-deep in the second round, getting ready for the horizon of the conference finals. We can't wait to chat with you then, man. Thanks again.
Pat, right back at you, and I'm curious if in a week Philadelphia has shown any kind of pulse in this Knicks series, because in theory they match up well. I know that the Knicks fans are ready to go crazy and celebrate, but the Sixers still have something for them maybe if Embiid can get it rolling. So I'm curious to see how that plays out, but I look forward to next week.
Well, Brad was saying sweep, and he's got me all. Yeah, Brad was saying sweep yesterday, and I just don't know if I'm ready to go that far. Like I can already see it after winning by nearly 40 in game one. I can see game two tomorrow coming down to the wire. It's just how they don't make it easy, but I'm I'm pumped up, dude. So, all right, Nick, we appreciate it, man. Thank you.
You should be, buddy. Have a good one. See you guys.
See ya.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Boy. Brad, I mean, again, this is either going to be the next greatest month and a half of my lifetime, or it's all going to come crashing down. It's all going to come crashing down.
Have faith.
Well, look, I'm letting you know, my mental and emotional health rests now upon the New York Knicks and the next month.
You're good.
What could go wrong? What could go wrong? All right, take a short break. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Cavs and Pistons underway. We'll get you a scoreboard update when we come back. We'll preview Lakers Thunder. Is it really that one-sided? Or can LA and LeBron keep things close, not only tonight, but in this series? We'll talk NBA playoffs and these two games tonight when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Aaron Rodgers still hasn't decided if he's returning.
I thought at this point, we would have known by now that he was going to play.
If the future Hall of Famer walks away, the Steelers will turn to a quarterback competition featuring Drew Aller, Will Howard, and Mason Rudolph. Not the plan, but is it their future? Westwood One Sports.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and nonstop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
At Planet Fitness, we know how important it is to take care of both your mind and body. That's why now through May 15th, all new members get free massage amenities all month long, so you can reset, recover, and leave feeling stronger than when you came in. Join the club for just $1 down, $15 a month, and get free massage amenities for the month of May. No commitment. Deal ends May 15th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Baltimore without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Baltimore for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Baltimore is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in Baltimore and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
It's me, your heart. High blood pressure is serious, and if you think I'm just gonna keep ticking away, you're wrong. I can quit whenever I want, but I like my job. Just treat me better. Maybe we can do some exercise on occasion? After all, we're in this together.
Don't let your heart quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Subscribe to the Fans YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. And this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Huge shout out, as always, to our Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel. I mean, the guy knows everything there is. He knows all the executives. He knows the front office. He knows the players. He knows the game. He could break down the game. He could break down the hirings. We love him. We love Nick every week, talking to him during the NBA season and now during the playoffs. Speaking of which, Brad, let's get a first scoreboard update here. We were going to break down this game, but a bit of an earlier start, and then we were chatting with Nick, so not an opportunity to talk about it before it begins, but maybe an opportunity to see if this is going to be a blowout or not, because 2:45 to go in the first quarter, and the Pistons are already up by 16 over the Cavaliers. It's 30-14, and they're on a 9-0 run right now. Cleveland led in this game to start. Let's see. They were up 5-0 to start. So it's a 30-9 extended run here for the Detroit Pistons. Cade Cunningham picking up right where he left off from the last couple of games. He's already got 8 points. He's hit a couple of 3-pointers. Tobias Harris also still hot. He's got 6 points. And Asar Thompson's already got 5 rebounds in the first quarter. Meanwhile, for Cleveland, Evan Mobley's got 5 points. Donovan Mitchell's got 7. James Harden, 2 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. But Jared Allen coming off that monster Game 7 performance where he had 22 points and 19 rebounds. He's got 0 points, 0 rebounds, already 3 fouls in the first quarter. So they are picking on Jared Allen, and he did not get a kind whistle early on in this game. So, Brad, we were going to talk about this game beforehand. You liked Cade Cunningham. You thought he was going to have a big game against Cleveland. Why did you have those thoughts?
Well, just largely because Kate Cunningham is the man, and he's always got a master plan. Whether it's score the rock, whether it's dishing dimes, whether it's crashing the glass, he is Mr. Everything for this franchise, and he's earning every bit of that Buddy's deep dish pizza. By the way, Pat, if you've never had Buddy's, if you ever go to Detroit, just go ahead and make sure you go there because it's outstanding. You ever had Detroit style pizza before?
I've been to Detroit. I had pizza. I forget what was the restaurant I went to. It was like old fashioned, like Chubby's or Checkers, like the old fashioned design, like the checkerboard, like looked like you were going into like a 1970s, like old school restaurant that would be in some kind of movie. I forget the name of it. Yeah. It's right by, right in like the downtown plaza between the stadiums and the arenas, but I forget what the name of it was called. I had the pizza, but Detroit pizza is amazing. I didn't have Buddy's though.
Money. Yeah, Buddy's is outstanding. And if you're unfamiliar with the Detroit style pizza, let's go on a tangent here for a second. Every slice that you get, because it's cut into squares, but it's like a deeper dish, but it has that like baked in golden awesome crust on every single piece. And that's really the differentiation point with Detroit style compared to your, flat slice that you're familiar with there in New York City. Everybody talks about the deep dish in Chicago, but really the south side of Chicago with the tavern style pies is the best. Thinner crust, cut into squares as well. But Buddy's, folks, try it out if you're ever in Detroit, and you'll thank me later. Anyway, digressing on Kate Cunningham, he's worth every single slice of that Buddy's right now. A guy that's just killing it right now with 8 points and an assist so far in 6 minutes of play, a 3 of 5 from the floor. You look at Cleveland, they've been just kind of a lackluster defensive team this NBA postseason, getting about 1.119 points per possession in those 7 games. That's not extraordinary by any stretch of the imagination. And the other key takeaway here, Pat, is I think Detroit learned from playing with their food in the last series. Everybody was writing them off. You were writing them off. I was doubting them against the Orlando Magic as well. Who wasn't? Even, the diehard fans there in the Motor City were like, yeah, we're done. We're toast. We're just, throw us in a Lake Huron. We're going to sink to the bottom after they, were down with a 3-1 deficit. And then they roared back, stole that series. And now they're out to say, look, that was a lackluster performance. We're never going to do that again. We're going to keep our foot on the gas. We're going to play our best effort. And it starts with Cade Cunningham. And so far, absolutely delivering as they are throttling the Cleveland Cavaliers toward the end of the first quarter. Not at all surprising.
Yeah, I was going to go Cade Cunningham to get 10 assists tonight because I thought that Cleveland, kind of similar to what you were thinking, and you had the points plus assists angle. I thought it was just going to be assists because I thought Cleveland, they have a tendency, especially Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, definitely not your, more elite defenders. So they play kind of a drop coverage. Well, they'll invite you into the paint, and then that's where Evan Mobley and Jared Allen become such big forces defensively. And so I thought Cade Cunningham, game 1 at home, is he going to try to be aggressive shooting the 3? Well, so far he has. But I thought more likely the case would be a lot of kick, a lot of dribble drive, kick it out to the wings and kick it out to other teammates to score. And that Cleveland was going to force basically anybody else but Cade Cunningham to beat them. Again, so far in this first quarter, it's early. We'll see if Cleveland can make a comeback. It's now a 15-point game. Max Strus just hit a 3, but so far it's it's Asar Thompson that's kind of been running the floor and dishing. Cade Cunningham only has 1 assist. He's already hit those 2 threes, so 8 points and an assist. Again, we'll see if Cleveland adjusts here after this first quarter. I mean, Detroit is just lighting them up. 50% from the field, 3 for 4 from deep, and they've already shot 10 free throw attempts. Cleveland doesn't have a single free throw attempt, so. I mean, look, I'm watching the game on mute as we're doing the show. If I'm Kenny Atkinson, I don't care how physical one team is being more than the other. If I'm Kenny Atkinson, I am screaming at the officials that the Pistons have taken 10 free throws so far, and the Cavaliers haven't attempted a single one. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about the game that's tipping off in about an hour from now. It's LeBron James and the Lakers, the biggest underdog he's ever been in any game in his career. 15.5-point underdog here in game 1 and massive underdogs to win this series against the reigning champion Oklahoma City Thunder. And a lot of that is due to, of course, Luka Doncic still out with the hamstring, grade 2 hamstring strain. Reports, as of today, is that he's still considered week to week. That doesn't really sound like he's close. Again, maybe game 4. We'd be spitballing at best. The good thing, though, for the Lakers is the Thunder's second best player, J-Dub. He's already ruled out for game 1 with the grade 1 hamstring strain that he suffered in game 2 against the Suns. So a bit of a level playing field, but OKC's a juggernaut. The Lakers got past the Rockets after nearly blowing that series. So can the Lakers keep this thing close? Is it really that big of a discrepancy? I think it is, Brad, and I think the Thunder blow them out of the building here tonight in game 1. Maybe you get some close games in LA. If I had to make an official prediction, I would say the Thunder win this series in 5, and that's assuming Luka Doncic doesn't play in the first 3 games. If Luka makes a comeback all of a sudden in game 2 or game 3, I will reassess. But I'm going under the assumption that Luka Doncic probably isn't going to play in the first 3 games. And at best, I would expect the Lakers to win one of those. Even if Luka's on the floor, these teams played each other 4 times in the regular season. The Thunder blew them out in 3 of them. And Luka played in half of those games? 3 of those games? So I just don't think there's much the Lakers can do here against OKC. I think a lot of their defensive weaknesses are going to be exposed that Houston could not expose. And I think that just getting consistent buckets is going to be a big-time problem. Unless Luke Kennard and Rui Hachimura and Austin Reeves just go out of their mind shooting the 3 ball. I think the Thunder romp. I think the Thunder win this series in 5, and I think they win by 20-plus points tonight here in game 1. What do you think, Brad?
I don't think you're at all bat bleeping crazy in that assessment. There are 2 wagons, certifiable wagons right now in the NBA postseason. One is your beloved New York Knicks. And it all bears out whether you're looking at it with the visual, the eye test, or looking at the advanced data. New York right now, absurd, obnoxious, really, 21.4 net rating. That's just extraordinarily good. How extraordinarily good is it? Well, OKC is that second wagon, and they are number 2 on that list with 17.9. So you're looking at a near 4-point discrepancy in net efficiency rating between the Knicks and the Thunder, and both have just been on a godlike plane. There's no question about it. I think OKC is going to flex their muscle tonight. I agree. And leaning into that belief, I think Rui Hachimura, I'm not saying konnichiwa to him on his 3-pointers made prop. I'm going to live and land down under, my man, 1.5 made threes from the former Gonzaga standout. It's a plus 120. Now, I know Rui is right in the hot hand right now. He has drained at least a pair of triples in 8 of his last 9 games. So far this postseason, he's averaging 2.8 makes per game, as a matter of fact, 4.8 attempts per game. That's a 58.6% 3-point percentage that he has knocked down. In the 3 games of the regular season, against the Thunder, he went over once in those 3 matchups. And OKC's only given up 34% from distance here in this NBA postseason. So again, my favorite prop play in this game is Rui Hachimura under 1.5 made threes, a plus 120. And you and I, my friend, symbiotic in our beliefs that the Lakers are going to be downright lucky to win even a single game in this series with or without Luka. And I think they get their heads handed to them on a silver platter night. I'm with you. I think they win by 20 plus.
All right, so we both think it's going to be a blowout. We'll see if the Lakers can keep the last hour of this show exciting, or if we're already looking forward to tonight's action, or if we'll, basically be turning all of our attention to Game 2 Wild Avalanche. And you can make the argument, no matter what you get in this Thunder Lakers game, that it will not live up to that Wild Avalanche Game 2 after they put up 15 combined goals in Game 1. Well, we come back. In honor of Cinco de Mayo, Brad has created a segment called The Sizzle Scale. We'll explain when we return. You don't want to miss it. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
The Thunder and Spurs are 1 series away from a collision course with the MVP finalists. Are we really on the verge of a Wemby versus SGA conference finals? We're just 1 round away from finding out. Westwood One Sports.
Now at McDonald's, a sausage McMuffin is only $1.50. So stop dreaming about breakfast sausage and go get it. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Kohl's has Mother's Day gifts that feel like a treat because moms deserve something nice. Preferably something that doesn't involve snack duty, carpool, or reminding anyone where their shoes are. Make her day extra special with 15% off all her favorites across the store at Kohl's and Kohls.com. It's just too bad you can't buy her the one thing she really wants, a nap. Select styles, 15% off or ends May 17th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino. 55 or older? Join them for Generation Fun every week. 3 winners will be drawn from 3 p.m. till 4 p.m. Wednesdays and Thursdays. Horseshoe Baltimore. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Is radio the old-fashioned way? It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
As soon as our difficulties are restored.
What's next? You're gonna light your own farts? Yeah.
Sports Radio 1057. The Fan.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, Brad, it's Cinco de Mayo. We're going to get your guac recipe in an hour. We're going to get your marg recipe in an hour on this festive day. But right now, we're going to do what you're calling this segment, the sizzle scale. Tell us what it's about.
Yeah, and again, in honor of Cinco de Mayo, you're going to apply peppers on the Scoville scale, which designates how hot they are in Scoville units to your perspectives on the following comments. So in other words, how hot are the following takes? And we're going to assign a pepper, again, on the Scoville scale. We'll give you the heat approximately in units, and we'll have a conversation. Simple as that.
I love it. Beautiful. All right, so let's get it cracking here. Let's start with some baseball. The Chicago White Sox, the Southsiders, only one game below 500 at 17-18 this season, will shock the baseball world and win the AL Central this season. Brad, what kind of pepper, how hot is that take?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a poblano pepper. A pepper that's kind of a cheat code in my guac recipe, by the way. I could use that instead of a jalapeno. A jalapeno is a little bit spicier, but the poblano is one step down. So if you're looking at the Scoville scale, it ain't that hot. It's 1,000 to 2,000 Scoville heat units. To put that in perspective, the hottest pepper is Pepper X at over 2 million. So this isn't remotely muy caliente by any stretch of the imagination, because the White Sox have Munetaka Murakami, who was tied with Aaron Judge with a dozen homers, which is leading the major leagues. And, you know, as a collective, the WRC Plus the last couple of weeks has been top 10 in all of Major League Baseball. And they'll be like, hey, what about the pitching? It's not been too shabby either. They're top 12 in expected ERA, top 6 in overall ERA. So, in a division where there's a lot of mediocrity reigning supreme, the White Sox only one game below 500. They've been one of the surprise sensations of this Major League season. They're very much in the conversation to compete for a division title, as mind-blowing as that sounds. So poblano pepper for me on the Scoville scale. Not all that spicy.
Yeah, I'm going to go with banana pepper. I mean, this is basically like a step up from bell pepper, which is not spicy at all. I love a good banana pepper, by the way. And when I used to go middle school, my probably twice a week would go to Subway, get me a $5 footlong, and I'm throwing banana peppers on every single sub I would get. So I don't see it happening, but I don't rule it out of the realm of possibilities, because you mentioned Munetaka Murakami is probably going to blast 40 home runs this year. Love me some Colson Montgomery. You picked Miguel Vargas tonight for Let's Go Streaking. He's on a bit of a heater right now. And then, the pitching staff. I mean, Davis Martin's in the Cy Young conversation. He's got a 1.64 ERA. He's unbelievable. And Sean Burke, a guy that not a lot of people saying Sean Burke, who? He's pitched pretty damn well as well. The top of that starting rotation is under the radar, to say the least. Their bullpen raises too many questions for me. But, again, the division is not a strong one. And now with Tarek Skubal's injury for Detroit, I think the door is slightly ajar. I just don't expect the White Sox to grab it. Okay, let's move on. Oh. With 40 points and 0 turnovers in his last 70 minutes, Minnesota's emerging sensation, Terrence Shannon from the ILL, should start the rest of the T-Wolves playoff run. Brad, what are you giving this one?
This is a mildest of mild comments. I think it's a bell pepper on the Scoville scale. So there's no heat to this whatsoever. We talked to Nick Friedel in the last segment. He believes that Terrence Shannon is going to start the rest of the series as he should because of his explosiveness off the dribble, his ability to score. He is wired to score. He is a plus defender as well. With Anthony Edwards, working his way back to maybe 30, 35 minutes in a game, you don't really skip a beat when you have Terrence Shannon on the floor, whether it's a healthy or not. So I think he's going to be a fixture in the starting lineup moving forward because finally, Chris Finch has seen the light.
Yeah, I'll go jalapeno. I think this is, honestly, it's 50-50. I think a lot of it depends on Ayo Dosunmu's calf strain that he's currently nursing that reportedly has been a problem for him for weeks. But even if he's back, like you said, even if Anthony Edwards gets back to full health and he re-enters the starting rotation, you still need to fill the void of Dante DiVincenzo. And I think they could look to Terrence Shannon as a guy that, hey, he gives us juice right out of the gate, a guy that's going to take it to the cup right away, get us some easy buckets. I'll go jalapeno. I think a 50-50 shot that he could still stay in the starting lineup as long as they go here in the postseason. All right, finally, Brad, among this season's bumper crop of rookie wide receivers, Jordan Tyson of the New Orleans Saints leads the group in touchdowns, scoring 8+ in his first season with New Orleans. What do you give this one?
I'm going to give it a jalapeno. One step above the poblano, a little bit of spice, but I like Tyler Shucks. He was a guy with top 15 completion percentage. He was top 15 in red zone completion percentage. Tyson's got high point abilities. They're really off the charts. I know Chris Olave is there, but I think it's going to be a better and advertised offense. I think he's got a really good shot of scoring 8 touchdowns. So jalapeno, a little spice, but not one that's really scorching your tongue.
Yeah. I'm going to go Tabasco. I think that he's got a real good shot of not only leading the rookie receivers in touchdowns this year, but scoring 8+ as well. And I know Chris Olave had a tremendous season last year, and I know that a lot of his injuries recently have been concussion related. Still, I think there's a question mark around his durability. And so even if Chris Olave gets hurt, like Tyson's going to step up and be the number one guy on this team. Tyler Shuck, they want to throw the ball. They want to continue to develop their franchise quarterback. And you look at the other receivers like Cornell Tate, yeah, he's probably the obvious option to lead the rookie receivers in scoring, but if it's not him, it's probably going to be Jordan Tyson. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll talk some baseball. When we return, get you a playoff scoreboard update as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Purdy told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trusting Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Baltimore without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Baltimore for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Baltimore is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in Baltimore and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
105.7 The Fan. From the Anderson Automotive Studios. This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Hey, it's the big noise, Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And on this Cinco de Mayo and every day, we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call or you can text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, 310-840-4910. All right, we're going to talk a little baseball here, especially Brad and Combs and Monty's red-hot Chicago Cubs. But let's just get a quick scoreboard update before we do that here. Under 5 minutes to go in the first half, the Pistons still out in front comfortably ahead of the Cleveland Cavaliers, 49-35. Leading the way for Detroit, Cade Cunningham. He's got 10 points to go with 2 assists. It's been a balanced attack, though. Meanwhile, for Cleveland, Spida, Donovan Mitchell's got 14 points, doing all that he can. James Harden, just 4 points so far to go with 3 rebounds and 2 assists. One of the big things to look out for, Jared Allen, again, coming off that monster performance in Game 7, where he had 22 points and a career-high 19 rebounds in the win over the Raptors. He picked up 3 fouls in the first 6 minutes of the game. He has not come back in since. No points, no rebounds. So Detroit getting whatever they want right now in the paint, outscoring the Cavaliers. It's actually 14-14 in terms of points in the paint, but they've gotten to the free throw line for more than double the amount of free throws as the Cleveland Cavaliers. You got the Avalanche and the Wild. Game 2 is about to start after that unbelievable Game 1 that finished 9-6 in favor of Colorado. We're about 40 minutes away from Lakers and the Thunder. But Brad, we're going to talk baseball. Why don't we get an update straight away here on your Cubbies, because they are riding quite the heater here. I believe they're going for their 13th straight win in a row at home, and they're also going for their 7th straight win overall. What's going on with the Cubbies in Wrigleyville against the Reds?
Yeah, I got a fly ball pitcher on the mound. Chilly day on the north side. Light breeze blowing in off the lake there at Wrigley Field, but didn't stop J.J. Bleday from taking one out of the ballpark into the right field bleachers for a solo shot. And that's the only scoring so far. Inning and a half in, going to the bottom of the second. Cincinnati up 1-0 on Jameson Tyone and the Chicago Cubs. Elsewhere, Framber Valdez just got tossed. He's getting rocked tonight. Going against the Boston Red Sox, down 10-2. He just beamed Trevor Story, and they threw him out of the game. I think he was asking for it. He's just giving up run after run in that contest. 7 earned on those 10 runs scored, by the way, against the Boston Red Sox. That's in the bottom of the 4th. Philadelphia leads the Athletics 1-0 at the end of 5. The Marlins trailing Baltimore 5-4 the bottom of the 4th inning. The Rays trailing the Blue Jays 3-2 in Tampa at the bottom of the 5th inning. Twins up 6-1 on the Nationals at the end of 4. And your Yankees, who fell behind 3-0 in the game, they've knotted it up against Jacob deGrom and the Texas Rangers 3-3 in the bottom of the 3rd there in the Bronx. And then the Royals up 2-0 heading in the bottom of the 2nd inning against the Guardians. So there's your update on the Diamond.
Yeah, and I just watched the clip of Framber Valdez. Yeah, gives up back-to-back home runs, 10 runs, 7 earned. And then, basically just plunks. Who did he hit here?
Trevor Story, right?
Hit Trevor Story, and the umpire was basically like, "Yeah, you're gone, man. You're done." Like, it was just. I mean, he is one of the softest pitchers. He's one of the softest pitchers in baseball. Like, if things aren't going his way, like, he just kind of emotionally taps out. And the Tigers gave him a bag. And before this game, he was off to a pretty good start this year. His ERA going into this one was 3.35. Now it's going to, inflate to basically over 4.5 here after this start. That gets him ejected, but he hadn't given up more than 2 earned runs in any of his last 4 starts. But man, when things are going good for Framber Valdez, he's one of the best lefty pitchers in the sport. When things are not going well, he is a head case, and in the worst ways. Remember last year when he drilled his catcher on purpose? We don't know for sure.
That's right.
But it looked for certain that he drilled his own catcher last year when they got their signs under the guise of getting their signs crossed up. So, wow, yeah, and he gets tossed because he basically threw at Trevor Story because he couldn't get anybody out. What a loser!
Yeah, big time. And you're right, man, a basket case. And the wheels come flying off for Framber Valdez in a hurry. Yours truly had my parlay tonight over 17.5 outs. I'm an idiot.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, it didn't look like it was getting there anyway. So I guess at that point, you're like, you know what? Why don't you just get yourself thrown out? And then he does. So he helped you. He helped you out there. But Brad, let's talk a little bit more of some, national storylines here, as we are 35 games just about for every team here into the season. And how about this for a wild stat? Of the top 6 payrolls in baseball, only 2 have a winning record, and the other 4 are near the worst records in baseball. No surprise, the Dodgers, $416 million when you account for the luxury tax. They're 21-13. My New York Yankees, $337 million payroll. They're 23-11. They got the second best record in baseball. But then we look at the other top payrolls. The New York Mets, still the worst team in baseball at 12-22, still employing Carlos Mendoza. The Philadelphia Phillies fired Rob Thompson. They've been on a bit of a heater since, but still 14-20. The Blue Jays with $290 million payroll, still under 500 at 16-18. And then the Boston Red Sox, who have already fired Alex Cora, their payroll is the 6th highest at $267 million. They are 13-21. I mean, does this tell you more than anything that it's not about the money being spent right now, but how that money is being spent that matters the most in baseball? This is the money doesn't buy you everything. We think it does for the Dodgers because they've won the back-to-back World Series. But, man, some of these other top payrolls, they are struggling.
Yeah, they really are. And I don't know if there is a true rhyme or reason to it. I mean, there is a level of cohesiveness. It's a 162-game season. It's barely into May. So we still got a long way to go before the true records, really filter out and we see where these teams lie in the grand scheme of things. I will say this, like even the Dodgers, I feel with a $400+ million payroll, 21-13, they've underwhelmed to me this year. Have they underwhelmed to you? I mean, Shohei Ohtani's been brilliant on the bump, and we're going to see him in action as the pitcher tonight, but he's underwhelmed as a hitter. But, in general, obviously the back end, Edwin Diaz being out hurts that bullpen enormously. I just think, the Dodgers should be better than 21-13. I mean, your Yankees are living up to the hype at 23-11. I think Philadelphia still, I am convinced they're going to be at least a slightly above 500 team when the dust settles come early October, late September. The Blue Jays will probably be there in the conversation as well. In the AL East are way too talented. And I know they got a lot of veteran leaders on that team and some good young arms and bats. Should be able to turn this sucker around in a hurry. The Mets, lost cause. They're not going to be able to recover. They're jinxed. I'm convinced of it. They've swallowed every single stick of dynamite. They're just going to continue to implode. And same really with the Boston Red Sox as well. That was a team I thought were going to be in the conversation for a playoff spot, a wild card spot. And they're going to likely dwell in the basement at 14-21 overall, though. Again, they're laying the wood on Framber Valdez, who just got tossed. They're leading 10-2 at the end of 4 innings. So, yeah, but, you got to have key role players. You got to have proper management. You got to have proper leadership. And these guys have got to come together and gel, just like in any other sport. I know baseball may be more individualistic, but a culture that you establish in the clubhouse, how connected those players are, it carries over to action on the field. And you see the successful teams in baseball. Look at the Cubs. Yes, I'm a diehard Cubs fan. But, they celebrate. They're friendly. They're jovial in the dugout after every run is scored. And you can sense how connected they really are. And a lot of these other teams, you just don't really get that belief, that sense with them based on what you see with the Mets and the Red Sox. But, I guess it's just a drag mentally when you suck as royally bad as some of those teams truly do.
Well, I wonder this, and this is what I've been thinking all day today here when we were, when I was looking at the rundown and I'm planning out my thoughts for this topic is, do you think this is a good thing for baseball or a bad thing for baseball? And of course, we've got the backdrop of the lockout looming over our heads and the very good chance that there is no baseball next year. And it's because of owners want a salary cap. Players want a salary floor. And so you look at the top 6 payrolls in baseball, and 4 of the top 6 are way under 500. Way under 500.
Yeah.
Is that going to encourage teams to spend even less because spending a ton of money doesn't even guarantee that you're going to be good? Like, is it overall, is it bad for baseball that the top spending teams are doing bad? Like in one instance, you could say, no, that's actually great. Because the teams that don't spend that much money, they have a chance. There's more parity. But also it would then encourage teams to probably spend less because they're like, why the hell am I going to spend $350 million if there's a chance that no matter how good we are on paper, we're going to be the New York Mets? And on the flip side, though, is it a good thing for baseball because of the parity? Because the other teams have a chance? Because the teams that can only, that might spend $100 million or $120 million on their payroll, that they've got just as much of a chance of winning. So is it good for baseball that the top spending teams are struggling? Or is it bad for baseball that the top teams are struggling? I think you can make the argument both ways, but I'm curious to get your thoughts, Brad.
I like parity. I like fresh blood. I like turnover. It doesn't really matter the sport. And speaking of the economics of baseball, the psychology of the overall game, I think it's a good thing. I think it's really healthy for the sport that the LA Dodgers aren't going out there and obliterating the competition every single night. And the fact that the Boston Red Sox are grossly underwhelming. Same with the New York Mets. You can't buy championships. Well, you could say, well, point to last year, what the Dodgers were able to do, though they were really challenged in that World Series, one of the best World Series of my lifetime against the Toronto Blue Jays. But you won competitive baseball when it's all said and done. So I think it's really healthy and good for the sport. It also rewards some of those teams that don't have, the fat cats on the roster and, like the Milwaukee Brewers of the world that just grow from within. They trust their scouts. They trust their schematics. They trust their strategy. They trust their system. And they, build up prospects. They coach them up. And they improve the overall product as a result without spending Brewster's millions. That's commendable. You're tipping your cap to instances like that. So, again, I like parity. And I love the fact that not everybody out there smashing the piggy bank is just crushing the competition, because you want a lot of balance in the overall game and you want different ways to approach it to be successful in the overall game. And so far, we're getting it, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, but also, again, parity just for the sake of parity, I don't know if that's a good thing. I think if the top spending teams are usually the best teams, shouldn't that encourage other owners to spend more money? Maybe not in the span of like 1 or 2 years, right? Like, let's say at the top 6 payrolls were the top 6 records in baseball right now. Like, you could say, oh, well, the sport is only meant for the teams that spend the most money. Okay, but like also North American professional sports, this country, the United States of America, with how many people there are, how much we love our sports, how much people will go to baseball games. Like, I'd put my life savings on the fact that baseball, Major League Baseball, owning a Major League Baseball team is going to be profitable in the long run. Very, very profitable. So like over the course of 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you would think owners would be encouraged to spend more money. Like let's say the Padres, right? They've gone all out over the last couple of years with their new ownership, and it hasn't gotten them a title. Okay, look at this Padres attendance. I mean, they sell out like almost every single game. So like that's, even if you don't win the title, even if you don't win a World Series, like spending a lot on your team is almost always going to result in more profits, more money, more people showing up to the ballpark, and then it creates that culture where it just becomes kind of like a machine where you're churning out money because you've invested in it. And I think that if the richest teams were the best teams, I don't think it would be a bad thing for baseball, because I think it should encourage the other owners, maybe not at the bottom, right? Because there will always be the Bob Nuttings. There will always be, and I don't even want to say his freaking name. There will always be the John Fishers that will do anything they can not to spend money and get others to spend the money for them and move them to Las Vegas and all the bull crap that's going on with the A's. But the middle tier owners, right, where the Padres used to be, if the best and richest teams are the best teams, does that encourage those middle tier teams to say, all right, hey, let's spend an extra $20 million this year. Let's spend an extra $30 million. I think that honestly could be better for baseball if the richest teams were the best, rather than just for saying, hey, when winning doesn't buy you championships, it just ensures that it's going to be parity.
Yeah, and that's a strong argument you're making. There's a competitive factor and a willingness for some of these franchises that may be like, hey, it's our time to shine. We've got the right guys signed that plugged in the right holes for our team. We got a few top prospects we're going to call up here in short order, and we're going to be a well-oiled machine come late June. Early July, we're going to be able to make a push. Or maybe we're going to make some moves at the trade deadline to bring in some additional weapons to get us over the hump and over the top. There is that mindset that certainly exists among that middle tier. But conversely, you look at like the Montford families I just brought up, owners of the Colorado Rockies. They still put butts in seats in that stadium. Why? Denver is beautiful. Coors Field is awesome. And I saw many a game when I lived in Denver for a number of years. The product was just terrible. It was dreadful. They never had, adequate pitching. Of course, they got a lot of big boppers because a lot of guys are going to tape measure shots at the Cavaliers ballpark, the thin air, yada, yada, yada. I don't care about the humidor and, it's various effects that are there. They can, put a bunch of crooked numbers on the scoreboard. But that is maybe the exception of the rule. Is that the Montforts aren't really willing to go out and spend a lot of capital to build that franchise. They will accumulate prospects. They may spend them off for additional pieces that never really materialize. But they can afford to do that because people still go to the games because they enjoy sitting outside and beautiful sunshine, low humidity, comfortable temperatures, drinking an ice-cold Coors Light, slamming a couple of dogs, and watching their craptastic Major League Baseball team lose continuously. They're fine with it. So you get some of those exceptions, the rule. And then meanwhile, I get like the Miami Marlins of the world. Their ballpark ain't the greatest. You got to be indoors because they're less. They're as big as bats there in South Florida. Got awesome food. We taco that they're featuring this year. But, the product's a little bit better, but nobody goes to the game because it's not the same experience as you would get maybe at Coors Field. Every angle that you take, every franchise is a little bit different. But for the most part, I think you are right. That middle tier, there's going to be willing spenders there. But some of those bottom tier teams are just contempt, stinking up the joint every single year because there are a number of them that get people to buy. It's inexplicable.
Yeah, it's good debate. It's a good conversation to have. All right, we're going to take a short break here. When we come back, Shohei Ohtani is on the mound with a .60 ERA, but he's not in the lineup, and he's hitless in 5 consecutive games. Should we expect this to continue? Talk a little bit more baseball, and then we'll talk some football with some news of the day as well. We might not have replacement refs after all. We'll take your phone calls and your texts when we come back, too, at 310-840-4910. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
NBA playoff TV ratings are the highest they've been in 33 years. Stanley Cup playoffs viewership is surging year over year. Now in the second round, we're breaking down the matchups that matter most to you.
This is Westwood One, baby!
Westwood One Sports.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and nonstop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Duration, Woodscapes, and Super Deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, this is Josh Groban. My favorite thing about music is its ability to inspire and nourish the soul. That's why I'm proud to work with Feeding America, an organization that inspires hope for families in need and helps nourish the 16 million kids in this country struggling with hunger. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and helps get it to kids in need, but they can't do it alone. Find out how you can help at feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The station voted most likely to be
fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Yeah. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. And this from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM players will receive an any sport parlay boost token. To use the parlay boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you will receive extra winnings. We'll get you a scoreboard update here in just a bit, but Brad, because it is pertinent right now, it is time sensitive. Shohei Ohtani on the mound right now for the LA Dodgers. And, we talked a lot about what kind of year this is going to be for Shohei on the mound. Well, he came into the game sporting a .6 ERA through his first 5 starts to go with 34 strikeouts in 30 innings pitched. He's only given up 2 earned runs on the season. He's on the mound tonight in Houston, not in the starting lineup, not hitting, but he's on the mound, and he already has struck out 2 Astros batters in a scoreless first inning. Dodgers-Astros, zip, going to the top of the second. But what Shohei Ohtani's doing at the plate right now, I think factors into this here, Brad, because he's hitless in 5 consecutive games for the first time in 4 years. And so if the best player in the world has a down year at the dish, can the Dodgers still be dominant? We were talking last segment about how the Dodgers have kind of underwhelmed, and obviously it's a team sport. Baseball, more so than any other sport, 9 guys in the lineup, 1 guy having a human year shouldn't, really affect that. But if Ohtani continues to look human at the dish, is this division not so much of a runaway this year for the Dodgers? And maybe is the World Series appearance not so much of a guaranteed here? By the way, 3rd time that he's on the mound this year and not in the lineup, but it is the 2nd time in a row. So an interesting development for sure with Dave Roberts and Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, maybe some load management really in kind of a way. I think Shohei is just hell-bent on winning the NL Cy Young. And he very well could achieve that this season at a cost of what he contributes at the plate as a hitter. Now, is he going to go out and have another 50-50 season? No, that's not going to happen. Is he going to hit even a guaranteed 35 home runs? I wouldn't say that's entirely a sure thing. He's got to, probably flirt with the 30-30 season when it's all said and done. It's still going to be quite valuable. But the onus is going to fall on some of the other bats in this lineup. And that's why they're loaded from top to bottom with the likes of Freddie Freeman, Teoscar Hernandez, Will Smith. They got bat after bat after bat. So even if Shohei has somewhat of a down year, it's not really going to hurt this Dodgers club overall. But I think you've got a slightly lower expectations for LAD this season. And we talked about this, was about a week ago, in addition of MLB multiple choice. One of the choices that was offered was, or the question was, how many games will the Dodgers win in the NL West? And it was 1-3, 4-6, 7-9, or 9+ games. I went 1-3, but we had a lot of variance between you, me, and Brandon, our outstanding producer here on BetMGM tonight, on what that separation was going to be from San Diego. I think it could really come down to the last week and who wins that division. Neither one of these teams is going to miss a postseason by any stretch of the imagination, but the Dodgers run away with the NL West. That is far-fetched.
Yeah. And look, again, here's Ohtani's numbers at the dish so far this season. Still pretty damn good compared to most other guys in the big leagues, but a 240 average. He hasn't hit under, he hasn't hit under 257 in any season outside of the COVID year where he hit 190 for the Angels. But since he joined the Dodgers, he hit 310 and he hit 282. He's hitting 240 this year. And the OPS at 814, that would also be the second lowest of his career compared to, with 2020 being the only other season where it was lower. 6 home runs in 35 games. The power's down, only 14 RBIs. And he's striking out way more than we're used to seeing. So, look, he only pitches 1 out of every 5 days. It's not like, day 3 and day 4 of his starting cycle, it should be impacting the way he hits. But I think I said this the first time it happened, and I think it's going to become the norm. Honestly, it's going to become like normal more so than unusual. When Ohtani's on the mound, I don't think he's going to hit. Again, he's already made 5-6 starts. He's probably going to make 30, assuming he stays healthy. I think we get to the end of the year. If he makes another 23 starts the rest of the season, I think Ohtani might be in the lineup maybe only 4 or 5 times. I really do think he's going to be on the mound. And I think you said it. He's hell-bent on winning the Cy Young. He knows the Dodgers, they're barring a one of the biggest collapses of all time and one of the biggest failures of all time, the Dodgers are going to be in the postseason. He's going to be in the lineup every single game in the postseason, whether he's pitching or not. Like, that's a guarantee. And so I think for the regular season, they want him to win the Cy Young. He wants to win the Cy Young. He's the most valuable player on the planet. I think we should expect Ohtani to be on the mound and not in the lineup almost, dare I say it, every time he starts from now on. And I don't think he's going to continue this slump. I don't think this is going to be prolonged. And I think he's probably going to finish with, top 10 offensive numbers in the National League in terms of the power and the OPS. But right now, I think he is so laser focused on being the best pitcher in the world that I think that maybe it's affecting him even slightly when he's at the dish.
Yeah, I think that plays a factor. I mean, his ISO, isolated power mark, is well below 200. And that's a guy that typically has an ISO right around 300, if not greater than that number. So that is very telling of the outage that he is suffering so far, a little over a month into the regular season. But his on-base percentage still remains high. He's quite valuable because everybody is scared of pitching to Shohei Ohtani. And, of course, with his elite speed, his adeptness in stealing bases, he's a guy that still plays a factor. I mean, last night didn't get a hit, but he got an RBI and he scored 2 runs on his, 4 or 5 at bats. So he's still such a valuable player because he still finds ways either knocking runs or scoring runs, and largely because he's got a keen eye.
Yeah. Okay. Let's pivot here. Let's talk some football. By the way, 310-840-4910. Any of your thoughts, your calls, your texts you want to get in on whether or not you think Ohtani will continue to struggle at the plate. And conversely, do you think he's going to win the Cy Young this year? Because it sure is hell looking like it. Let's talk a little football here, Brad, because this is brand new news as of just about 2 hours ago here. Negotiations between the NFL and the NFL Referees Association on a new collective bargaining agreement have progressed far enough that the referees have scheduled a ratification vote for Thursday night, less than 48 hours from now. And if that gets formally approved, that would avoid the need for replacement officials this season. The CBA is going to expire at the end of this month. So they could obviously get it done during the summer. It would be essentially a mini ref lockout, though, if that happens. But I kind of expect this to get approved here on Thursday, and I think that's a big win for the NFL. It's a big win for NFL fans that the referees were able to get what they wanted and what they needed to the point where they would vote and agree to a new CBA, and we don't have to worry about our precious football games being ruined by amateur refs coming up in the 2026 season. I think that's a big development, and I think it's a big win for football fans everywhere.
Hallelujah. Thank God this got done. I think it was inevitably going to, find some kind of common agreement and get across the finish line. Everybody signed on the dotted line, and the national crisis was going to be over. Again, I was concerned selfishly, more so than the actual collective of football fans, as a fantasy football fan and as a bettor, because I knew I was going to get screwed on some kind of call. Whether or not a guy, committed pass interference or not, might have extended a drive, and the opponent that I was going against gets a touchdown from Josh Jacobs as a result. Just an example I'm putting out on my keister. Stuff like that would happen with replacement refs due to inconsistencies and just bad calls in general that be going on in the NFL. So it would have ripple effects, and it would have really nasty ripple effects for gaming audiences. And let's be honest, that's the bread and butter of the NFL. The reason why the NFL is so enormously popular and has grown exponentially over the last 2 to 3 decades, 1, fantasy football, and 2, betting. That's the bottom line. You have to have a consistent product to ensure integrity is met and the right calls are being made. So thankfully, we're going to have real referees, not trained referees pulled from the college ranks and inserted in a much faster game, trying to adjust on the fly. So, again, national crisis averted.
Yeah, and get this. So I don't think we've got specific terms of this new agreement and what are the big, highlights here in this new CBA and, what were the big agreements that were made. But, from this article on ESPN I'm reading, apparently the NFL, Roger Goodell, and the owners, they wanted to use the looming expiration of the CBA to try to force the referees and the referee association to some of the things the NFL wanted, which apparently reportedly included minimizing the use of seniority amongst officials for postseason games, which I don't know why the hell you would ever want that if you're an NFL owner or if you're Roger Goodell. Why would you ever want referees with less experience to be reffing the most important games of the year? I don't understand that. I don't know if that has anything to do with the pay structure. I'm assuming it does, because why the hell else would you ever want that? And then the other thing was that they wanted to increase the probationary periods for new referee hires. But for me, the one that stood out, minimizing the use of seniority for the postseason. Absolutely freaking not. You're telling, I want the refs with the most experience refereeing the postseason games. And any other way would be just an abject failure of honoring what is best for the NFL and in the playoffs.
Okay, maybe to a certain extent, but isn't it based on just performance? Because they have to track how many proper calls are made and improper calls are made in a given game. There's got to be some sort of charting system by the NFL to ensure that the best refs are being rewarded and getting those playoff games, getting Super Bowls. I don't give a damn if you're a rookie referee or a 20-year referee. I want the best performing, most consistent callers who are getting it right, calling and reffing those games more so than just somebody based on experience alone. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just to use the baseball example, Angel Hernandez was one of the most experienced umpires, and he was the absolute worst.
Was terrible.
So right. Yes, I get it in some regards, but I don't know. I would usually prefer to have somebody that's reffed 4 or 5 Super Bowls and somebody that's never reffed one at all. That's just me. That's just, again, the language wasn't all that concrete, just that the NFL and the owners wanted to minimize the use of seniority during the postseason, almost as if no, we don't. My brain just went to no, we don't want, we'd rather have rookie refs in the postseason because that means we could pay them less, right? Because I don't know, I'm guessing the pay scale goes up. If you're reffing a postseason game, they probably get paid more to ref a playoff game than a regular season game. So if they're trying to say, no, we don't want to pay the more experienced referees more money, we can just get some of the rookies, a second-year ref or a third-year ref to ref playoff games, and that way we don't have to pay him as much. That's where my mind went, and that's probably why I think it was a big deal, why they needed to get rid of that. So, I don't know. Combs thinks I'm an idiot, or Combs says, Pat, you're so old in our show chat. I don't get it.
Get off my lawn, Pat!
I mean, usually the most experienced refs are usually the best ones. I mean, right? Otherwise, why would they be around for so long? This isn't I made the example of Angel Hernandez. This isn't Major League Baseball, right? You don't just get a free pass when you're basically unanimously known as a terrible umpire. I feel like in the NFL, the refs, if they do a terrible job, I mean, how many times have we seen this refereeing crew they're not going to ref the next round of the playoffs because they screwed up so bad? I feel like we see that almost every year in the postseason.
Pat, just to throw something out as a hypothetical, could you imagine Angel Hernandez being an umpire in this day and age of ABS, and how many of those he would lose?
We would go back. We would go, the pitch clock would be broken because we would still find a way to get 4-hour games because every call would be challenged. And everyone, every call would be so egregious that every team would be they'd be 22 for 22 with their challenges against Angel Hernandez. Oh my gosh.
I would love to bet on that.
Yeah. Let's go WWE style. Angel Hernandez out of retirement to umpire one series, and let's just see how many times ABS humbles his ass.
Over under 15.5. Give me the over. I don't care what the juice is. I'm in.
Without a doubt. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. All right, we got a lot of scoreboard updates to get you when we return, and also on this Cinco de Mayo, my co-host, Team Huevos, Big Noise, Brad Evans is going to give out his world-famous margarita recipe and his world-famous guac recipe. You don't You don't want to miss it. That's coming up next right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Aaron Rodgers still hasn't decided if he's returning. I thought at this point, we would have known by now that he was going to play. If the future Hall of Famer walks away, the Steelers will turn to a quarterback competition featuring Drew Aller, Will Howard, and Mason Rudolph. Not the plan, but is it their future? Westwood One Sports.
Clones, listen up. Not all beef jerky is the same. In fact, there are major differences in quality from one brand to the next. Old Trapper is a better way to snack, chock full of good protein to satisfy your manliest hunger cravings. Every bite is better for you and higher in essential protein than chips, sugar-filled energy bars, and candy. Old Trapper in the Clearview bag is the world's finest jerky, made with only the best ingredients. So ask for Old Trapper by name because no other jerky compares. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
Hearing loss makes it hard to stay connected over the phone. Now, a new caption telephone, CapTel, shows captions of everything a caller says. It's like closed captions for TV, but for phone calls. It's helping people nationwide reconnect to family and friends. Best of all, CapTel is available at no cost to people with hearing loss. Shipping and installation are free. Struggling with hearing loss? Call now to see if you qualify for a no-cost CapTel phone. Call 800-375-1175. That's 800-375-1175.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
What happens next?
A massive trade
Happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
We're hopeful that we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. The only station all the voices in our heads can agree on. Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
More like Evans. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, Team Huevos. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Quick programming note, we're going to have Bobby Skinner join the show at the top of the hour, the host of Giants Nation podcast. Going to ask him about Big Blues draft. I still can't get over they don't have Caleb Downs, but maybe I'll be dead wrong. And also, there is a growing belief within a lot of Giants fans that they're going to fire their GM, Joe Shane, before the season starts. Those rumors are not going away as they prepare for year one of the John Harbaugh era. So we'll talk with Bobby Skinner and talk a little New York Football Giants here at the top of the hour. But, Brad, it is Cinco de Mayo, and you sent some pictures. You posted them on social media. The Evans guac, the Evans margarita recipes. I mean, they look out of this world. So please share the world-famous secrets of your recipes, however you want to take this, brother.
All right, let's go with the Team Huevos margarita first, mi amigos. And I posted this during COVID when I was living in Colorado, and I posted a picture of it. There was a lot of imbibing during that time. What else are you going to do when you were trapped inside? So, I kind of came up with this. I've refined it. I've added some things here and there. Very simple. There are a lot of people that use those like margarita mixes. Never use those. They're packed with artificial flavoring, coloring, sugars, nonsense. So I only use the good stuff, folks. So it's simple as a juice of 1.5 limes. Squeeze a couple of limes, fresh limes you get at the grocery store. And when you're looking for a good lime, the glossier on the outside, the better I feel the juice is on the interior. So a little trade secret there. 1 tablespoon of organic agave syrup. You can get that anywhere. I buy it in bulk at Costco because I make these religiously, but you can find them at any grocery store. So 1 tablespoon of organic agave syrup, 1 shot of your favorite 100% agave silver tequila, also known as a Blanco tequila. Make sure it's 100% agave. Make sure it's not low-level Cuervo, something at least decent. I typically use a Herradura. For example, in a Blanco, runs you about $25-30 a bottle. I would go with that and recommend it. And then 1 shot of Grand Marnier. You can also use Cointreau. I think Grand Marnier's got a little bit more of an orange flavor than Cointreau does. It's a basic orange liqueur. Don't use like Deckers and the bottom shelf level stuff. Spend up for the Grand Marnier. If you don't want to spend that much, you can go like $5 with Cointreau, and that's it. So again, juice of 1.5 to 2 limes, 1 tablespoon of organic agave syrup, 1 shot of your 100% agave silver tequila, 1 shot of Cointreau. Shake it in a shaker. Serve it on ice with a salted rim. And then I usually take one of the limes that's muddled essentially and float it in there. And there you have it. That's a picture I have posted right now on my Twitter feed at Noisy Huevos. So totally Team Huevos margarita. Sounds delicious, doesn't it, partner?
Oh yeah, big time. And if you're watching live on YouTube or if you're watching live on Twitter or Twitch, you could see that picture. That thing looks professional. That looks like I could take down 8 of those on a day like today, my neck of the woods in in Philadelphia, where it was 85 degrees today. Oh, man. Thank God I didn't have that recipe handy. Thank God we don't live in the same area. Otherwise, I might have been doing this show in a much different state of mind, to say the least. But
better state of mind.
Or better state of mind. That is for sure. All right, so that's the Evans world famous margarita recipe. But let's give the people what they really need here: the guacamole recipe. What goes into that puppy? Because my mouth was watering hearing you talk about it before and seeing the picture you posted of that.
Yeah, I made that right before the show today, and my kids are probably going to obliterate it. I already have while I was on air for the last 3 hours. Get 3 to 4 ripe avocados, some pico de gallo, even if you use the store-bought stuff. Most of it's not too bad. Throw it in there. That's chopped onion, tomato, jalapeno, a little cilantro, and a little bit of salt and pepper that's already mixed in. 2 squeezes of cilantro paste. Any kind of grocery store sells that. Juice of 1 lime. Squeeze it. Fresh lime juice. Sea salt, pepper, and cumin. That's a key ingredient there. Cumin to taste. So add a little bit at a time. Keep on sampling until your palate is like, all right, this will do. They just go ahead and, mix that sucker up. You see the picture there on your screen. Michael Montgomery posting the image that I posted earlier today on X at Noisy Huevos. So that's a totally Team Huevos guacamole recipe. Again, recapping real quick: 3 to 4 ripe avocados, some pico de gallo, 2 squeezes of cilantro paste, the juice of 1 lime, sea salt, pepper, and cumin to taste. Mix it up, serve with your favorite tortilla chips, and it pairs so nicely with a totally Team Huevos margarita. Eat that and drink until your heart's content, and have yourself one mighty fine Cinco de Mayo and win points with your loved ones, because they're all going to love it if they are, of course, of age. I'm not serving my kids those margs.
No, who knows? You've been down in the Casa de Evans studios. You don't know. I don't know what Mrs. Evans, how lenient she is, but you never know. Maybe they sneak one. Maybe they sneak a couple of sips there. Or as soon as you get off the air here in another... Yeah. As soon as you get off the air here in another minute, are you going upstairs to immediately have both of those things?
Actually, I also made some enchiladas today. I did not post that recipe, but they were all homemade. And I destroyed about 2 or 3 of those enchiladas with the guac, with some pico on top. Did not pair with the margarita since I had to work, but I'm going to go upstairs as soon as the show wraps, make myself a marg, and hopefully watch my beloved Northsiders come from behind down 1-0 against the Reds and win their 13th straight home game in a damn row.
All right, Brad. Well, we'll bid you adieu then, brother. Get to it and enjoy the rest of Cinco de Mayo.
Mas tequila, mi amigos.
Bobby Skinner joins me next here on BetMGM.
This is Westwood One Sports.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Duration, Woodscapes, and Super Deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
When you're focused on the road ahead of you, passing motorcycles can be difficult to spot. In a matter of seconds, they can go from nowhere to right there. Check your mirrors and your blind spots before changing lanes or turning. Your extra vigilance makes the road a safer place for everyone. Share the road. Be the look twice driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
They all said it was too rainy to play softball at our company picnic, but I showed them. They all watched fearfully from the conference room windows as I tossed the ball to myself and launched it into the gas station parking lot. And as I slopped around the bases, I could feel their admiration raining down on me.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans on this Cinco de Mayo so he can go load up on his homemade margaritas and guac and enchiladas. And that means we got 2 solo hours as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, let's talk some football here, and let's talk some New York Football Giants with one of the most knowledgeable football minds that I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. And it is Bobby Skinner, who joins us now. He's the host of the Giants Nation Show, which you could find on Twitter at Giants Nation Pod, which is hosted by Bobby Skinner and the Football Grump, along with a couple of others. But Bobby is one of the most, if not the most, knowledgeable Giants fans, podcasters, whatever you want to call it, that I know. And so I'm excited to get his thoughts about the draft, about the season coming up. OTA is about to get underway for Big Blue, and a big year on the horizon. So, Bobby, it's great to hear from you, brother. Long time no talk, man. How you been?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start with today's news here, Bobby, and that is the DJ Reader signing. The New York Football Giants signing DJ Reader, as a run stopper to possibly, hopefully, fill the Dexter Lawrence void. DJ Reader coming over from the Detroit Lions, where he spent the last 2 years. As a guy that got drafted by the Texans, spent 4 years there. He also spent time with the Cincinnati Bengals. And so 31 years old, signed a 2-year, $22 million contract with the Lions 2 years ago. But today agreeing to a 2-year, $12.5 million contract with Big Blue. And, after the way the Giants drafted, I was like, well, I hope they're not done adding to the defensive line. And they are not. So overall, your thoughts on DJ Reader now expected to become a prominent member of the Giants' front defensive line?
Yeah, it's really rare for the draft to end and then you to add 2 starters after that, which the Giants did in DJ Reader and Shelby Harris. And I think are like the clear best 2 players for their defensive tackle spot currently. Reader's a good player. I've liked DJ Reader for a long time, going back to Cincinnati. He's only 31 years old. The last couple of years haven't been as dominant as they were in Cincinnati, but still a good player. He's their best run defender, right? He's going to take on double teams. He's going to handle them. When he gets one-on-one opportunities in the run game, like he can make some plays there. He's not a guy who's getting in the backfield or pass rushing or anything, but the Giants don't need that. So he's a godsend for them. Like, he was an absolutely must. It's very rare, a guy with a $6 million per year contract. We're saying you absolutely had to sign this guy, but the Giants did because they're still in bad shape in that defensive tackle room with him, but without him, it would have been one of the worst rooms ever assembled.
One of the worst rooms ever assembled. And you're definitely somebody that doesn't speak in hyperbole often. So I know that when you say that, you absolutely mean it. Bobby, I'll never, and I just I'm going to give you my thoughts first, and then we can debate whether I'm crazy or if maybe I'll be dead wrong. Again, I really love what the Giants have done for the last couple of months this offseason, but I will never forgive them for not drafting Caleb Downs. And maybe I'll be dead wrong, Bobby, but I thought he is the next coming of Ed Reed. I thought he's the next coming of Troy Polamalu. I think he's going to be Kyle Hamilton, but even better, I was screaming for months that the Giants needed to draft him. That was before they had 2 picks in the top 10. They passed on him both times. I can already see the statue of Caleb Downs being built outside of Jerry World in 20 years from now. Maybe I'm wrong, Bobby. Arvell Reese. Go ahead.
Well, I want to pick on you with Caleb Downs a little because I'm a big Caleb Downs fan as well, too. He was my number 1 player in the draft. Here's a scenario that could have played out for the Giants, and it's crazy to think about. The Chiefs traded up with pick number 6 to get up to number 6 with the Browns from pick number 9. The Giants could have taken that offer, so they would have been able to get Caleb Downs and Francis Mauigoa at pick number 9 and pick number 10. The 2 picks that were traded, one was a 5th rounder, one was the 3rd-round pick slot that they drafted Malachi Fields. So you could look at that. They could have gotten Caleb Downs, Francis Mauigoa, kept Malachi Fields, and then had an extra 4th-round pick and then 2 extra 5th-round picks. So, don't get me wrong, I'm super excited about Arvell Reese, and I love Francis Mauigoa. But if we could go and do things over again, I think I would take that.
Yeah. You would have taken the trade and then had Caleb Downs and Mauigoa at 9 and 10?
Yeah. Again, you get hindsight where you get to know that Caleb Downs falls to pick number 9, and maybe the Cowboys trade up and get him, a little more aggressively. But if you're telling me I have that option, yeah, I'm doing that. Where I get, I'm swapping Arvell Reese for Caleb Downs, and then I get, an extra 4th round and 2 5th-round picks. I'm taking that.
Yeah. All right. Well, good. So again, maybe we'll be dead wrong. Maybe Caleb Downs won't be the best player in this draft. Maybe he won't be a Hall of Famer or immediate All-Pro. But man, I can already see it now again in the Cowboys uniform, just terrorizing the Giants receivers for the next decade here. Okay. So anyway, what the Giants did do, Arvell Reese, who was never expected to be there at 5. So again, a lot of potential, a lot of upside, a lot of athleticism. And then Francis Mauigoa, even though they re-signed Jermaine Illuminor and they've got Andrew Thomas, they drafted a tackle with a 10th overall pick to play guard. But, okay, what did you think of that, those 2 picks? What do you think of Arvell Reese and Francis Mauigoa now becoming Giants?
Well, I'll do quick on Francis Mauigoa. I love Francis Mauigoa. I think he's a guard, and I know for the Giants it makes that move a little easier because, like you said, they have Thomas and Illuminor. I wanted him to be a guard no matter where he landed. So I love that pick. Number one. With Reese, it's the flip side of the Caleb Downs thing is like, Caleb Downs is a safety, positional value, blah, blah, blah. And he's not the best athlete in the world, but, rarely the best safeties are. But Reese is an amazing athlete, right? He's an A-plus athlete. He's strong. He can play, with physicality. That's a guy who can be a true difference maker. And I think Caleb Downs could be a difference maker too. But at the safety position, sometimes it's got to come to you, right? And you have to, force the other team to make mistakes. Where Reese can be the guy who just creates havoc. So again, he has a lot of ways to go to do that. But Reese has that ability, and I think, and that's what the Giants are betting on, is that Reese is going to hit his potential, which is a Pro Bowl, All-Pro level player.
Yeah. Okay, we're talking to Bobby Skinner here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Bobby is a co-host of the Giants Nation pod, a.k.a. the Giants Nation Show. Make sure you download that wherever you get your podcast. You can check it out on YouTube as well. I always, whenever I talk about Bobby to my Giants fans, friends, and to football fans in general, he's one of the most knowledgeable and just smartest football dudes that talk about the game that I've ever met. Bobby, what should NFL fans and especially Giants fans expect from Big Blue here in year 1 of John Harbaugh? I think maybe this is, again, one of the many years in the last couple of years of getting the hopes up in the summer. But I think they're going to win 10 games and make the playoffs. I got real high expectations for the Giants this year. What are your thoughts for this season for Big Blue?
I don't have 10 wins as the expectation, but the offense should be rolling. Especially now they got Francis Mauigoa. So now, in theory, you upgraded the offensive line from what was their best unit in a long time. And Jackson Dart, needs to, he had a really good rookie season, needs to take a step forward, right? That's the natural progression we need here. And then you pair it with adding Patrick Ricard and having that ability to have that run game, Malik Neighbors back. They should be able to put up points and score with teams. So the offense, I don't have, I'm not top 5 standards, but I have pretty high standards for the offense. Defensively, there's just so many question marks, and I think they're thin, right? We just mentioned with DJ Reader and Shelby Harris, those guys play about 50% of the snaps, and so that means, you've got over 1,000 snaps that have to be accounted for that are not being taken up by above average players unless Darius Alexander takes a huge step forward. The cornerback room, Paulson Adebo had a bad year last year. Greg Newsome has had one good year in his career. Obviously, they drafted Colton Hope, but I'm not going to put too high expectations on him. And then the safety room doesn't inspire any confidence. I'm not the biggest Javon Holland fan in the world. So defensively, they could be a bad unit because teams are running on them, and they're coverage-wise, teams are able to get what they want in the passing game. The defense, I think, just has huge question marks. And, there's just certain positions where if they have one injury, they could be on the verge of making those rooms bad. So I've said my expectation is the playoffs, but my prediction isn't the playoffs. And I think I'm still sticking with that, though. That they have 3 major pieces: a 5th-year general manager, a 2nd-year quarterback, and a 1st-year head coach who's won a Super Bowl before. If they can't make the playoffs in a league that half the teams make it, then one piece of that formula, at least one of that piece of that formula, is completely flawed and needs to be moved on from. So with that formula, playoffs has to be the expectation, even though it's not my prediction.
Well, that leads me perfectly into my next question here, Bobby. You mentioned the second-year quarterback ain't going anywhere, right? Barring he can stay healthy and avoid the concussion in the medical tent this year. And the first-year head coach that is a Super Bowl champion, and John Harbaugh, he ain't going anywhere after year one. So that brings us to Joe Schoen. And there are rumors that will not stop about the possibility of GM Joe Schoen being fired before the season begins. You know, I thought it probably would have happened in the immediate aftermath of the NFL draft. I guess it still could happen, but a lot of reporting about how much power John Harbaugh was granted when he took the job and how much less power Joe Schoen now has. So in your opinion, Bobby, what's the % chance that Joe Schoen gets canned before the 2026 season begins?
I would put it at like 20%, which I think is higher than most people are being led on to believe. I certainly think it's a possibility, and until he gets an extension, it's going to be on my mind. At the end of the day, I do think he gets brought back because all of the offseason work has been done. But I was surprised when I went and looked at the last 25 years of GMs at the end of the season to look, I was doing some work on something. I was surprised at how many guys were fired after the draft. Hell, for the Giants, Dave Gettleman, right? The Panthers fired him in the middle of July. So it's not as surprising as you want. And there have been conversations within the building about it, right? It's not something where, everyone on the outside is speculating and everyone on the inside is like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. We have no consideration of it. So if I had to put a percentage, I'd put 20%, because I don't think it's going to happen. Because I don't think the Giants, pull the trigger on it. But I do think there's people who would probably rather it just be done now because they could see it happening at the end of the season, and you could get it. And Pat, and here would be the reason why you would do it now if you wanted to do it. Because the counterpoint is, well, you just had all the draft and free agency. Why would you do it now? Which is a good point. But you cannot hire scouts or assist, front office personnel from other teams until the draft is over now, right? Brandon Brown, the Giants assistant GM, kind of triggered that rule when the Giants hired him in February or March, and the Eagles were mad that he knew all of their draft board. If you did it now, you bring in the new GM, you let him get his feet wet and learn some of the running the day-to-day stuff on the job while having a full year, pulling in all his own scouts to be able to have that and then be ready to go once the season is over and you're getting, going towards free agency in the draft. But at the end of the day, I don't think the Giants pull the trigger on it. I know that was a long answer.
But again, it feels like if they don't make the playoffs, it almost feels like it'll be a guarantee. If they do make the playoffs, that's kind of like the bittersweetness about it, right? Because I would say, Bobby, you much like most Giants fans probably want Joe Schoen gone. And if the Giants make the playoffs, that probably means Joe Schoen's coming back for another draft and another season. So it's like, I guess if the Giants do miss the playoffs this year, maybe the one saving grace is that they'll be hiring a new GM, right?
Maybe not. Like, again, sometimes when you expect logic to happen. I mean, can you imagine after the 3-win season a year ago, Pat, where like, what if they win 4 games? And you said they'd bring back Joe Schoen. So, I don't put it past the Giants to do that. But if they make the playoffs, I think we're all happy. And maybe have a little bit of a Patriot situation on your hand where, you know what, it's like who gets credit? Is it Harbaugh, Schoen, the same way they had the Vrabel, Elliott Wolf, Ryan Cowden's questions? What'll be interesting, though, is if they bring in any other front office members in the meantime, right, replacing the assistant GM. I know they brought in Don Aponte to replace Kevin Abrams, but just wondering if they'll make any other changes where you could see maybe the heir apparent come into the room.
That's a good point. Talking to Bobby Skinner here for another 2 minutes or so on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Bobby is the host of Giants Nation Pod, a.k.a. the Giants Nation Show. Make sure you check it out wherever you get your podcast. Bobby, finally, which players are you most excited about watching this season? And it could be the guys right at the top, like Jackson Dart in year 2. It could be Malik Neighbors coming off the torn ACL in year 3. It could be some rookies. It could be players under the radar. But, you're a film nerd. You watch every snap of just about every player throughout the entire season. So who is Bobby Skinner most excited to watch this year for Big Blue?
I'm so excited to see Abdul Carter in year 2. He got a lot of flack last year, and deservedly, right? You get suspended twice, one, a couple drives and then one the first full quarter. You deserve that. But you look at like his advanced metrics, man, and they're right at the top with the way guys Jared Verse, Will Anderson, Aiden Hutchinson did as rookies. And you look at those guys as rookies, none of them were putting up double-digit sack seasons, except for Micah Parsons. He's the rare exception. He had the most pressures on the team. He had 20 more than any other rookie. I think in year 2, I think he's going to get some more of the counting stats as he, kind of comes into his own in the NFL. I'm pumped for Abdul Carter. And I think, it might end up being a good thing that his rookie year didn't go as planned and a little bit of a fire under his ass.
Okay. All right. I love it. Yeah. I think all the talent in the world. And by the way, I guess so they're probably not trading Kayvon Thibodeau at this point, right? So if they don't trade him, that means Abdul Carter is going to just have to take those reps away from Kayvon Thibodeau. Or do you think there's a chance that the Giants trade Kayvon here in the offseason?
I don't think it's happening in the offseason. At the deadline, if the Giants are losing games, I certainly think it's possible. But Abdul started to take those snaps away from Kayvon last season, and then Kayvon got hurt. So there's ways to get all three guys on the field, too. But, yeah, I think Kayvon is kind of the odd man out of that. And with the Giants, the Giants should either extend him or look to move off from him now because he's not going to get any cheaper in another year. And eventually the Giants are going to have to overpay somebody and have that player called overrated and just suck it up and be like, you know what, but we need that guy who's a little overrated and overpaid. And I think Kayvon would be the good person to do that. They don't have any contracts coming up with the 2023 draft class, all being bad players. I think the Giants should suck it up and just pay Kayvon at some point. You're not going to get the best value on every contract on your team.
Yeah, that's a great point, Bobby. All right. Hey, brother, appreciate all the time, man. I know that we are counting down the days until the season begins, but we're not far away from OTAs and not far away from training camp. So I know that, you're going to be pumping out the content even in the month of May. Can't wait to chat with you soon, man. All the best. Thanks for joining me.
Appreciate it, dude.
There you go. Bobby Skinner, host of Giants Nation Show, a.k.a. Giants Nation Pod. Make sure you check out the podcast wherever you get your podcast so you can watch it on YouTube as well. When it comes to breaking down film and just pure ball knowledge, there ain't many better than Bobby Skinner. I always said that about him since the first time I talked to him many, many years ago. All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we got a lot of scoreboard updates to get you. We got Lakers Thunder into the second quarter, Pistons Cavs coming down to the wire, and it's another goal fest, or at least that's how it started out between the Avalanche and the Wild. So playoff games aplenty here on this Tuesday night, and I got some thoughts from last night as well. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
The Thunder and Spurs are one series away from a collision course with the MVP finalists. Are we really on the verge of a Wemby versus SGA conference finals? We're just one round away from finding out. Westwood One Sports.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and nonstop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in, ID verification, or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off duration, woodscapes, and super deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hi, I'm Layla Ali. I might be undefeated in professional boxing, but there's one problem I can't fight alone: childhood hunger. 17 million kids in America struggle with it. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and gets it to hungry kids. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
To help solve hunger in your community and to find your local food bank, visit feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter, at Pat Boyle 44, which we've got some folks that are weighing in on Twitter. I posted a picture earlier this afternoon. My girlfriend, Coco, she works from home and I do the show from home, but, in the afternoon, I'm getting ready for the show, reading articles, kind of planning out the show, going through the rundown, submitting promos in the morning, the Beat the Books that I do every morning, my Sports Minute. And so it was an absolutely gorgeous day here today in the city of brotherly love. 85 degrees, sunny skies, barely a cloud in the sky. And so we whipped up a little homemade iced tea. I had a bunch of tea bags, and decided to do it the old-fashioned way. Boil the water, put like 10 to 12 tea bags in the boiling water, and then you put the ice in your cup and you make the iced tea. Either way, posted a picture of us out on our rooftop, and I said, we're having in parentheses, work day, having a day. But it was a work day, in the middle of working, getting ready for the show. She was working from home. And I said, guess who made the iced tea? And Ed Karshna comments, Julius Randle. I don't get it, but it was great. Unless there's an inside joke that I'm missing. I'm not sure. But I brought that up because I wanted to talk more about this T-Wolves and Spurs game last night. But before we do that, let's get you a scoreboard update here on the games going on right now, because this Pistons-Cavs game looked like it was going to be a blowout at one point. Detroit led by double digits almost immediately, and the Pistons had as big of a lead as 18 points in this game. Well, about 2.5 minutes ago, it was tied up at 93. Since then, Detroit has surged back in front on an 8-2 run here over the last 2 minutes. Pistons try to hang on and win game one at home in the second round of the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. And the Pistons lead the Cavaliers right now, 101-95 with 3 minutes left to go. Better late than never for James Harden, but he is getting a lot of his work done at the free throw line. He's got 20 points to lead the way for Cleveland, but just 5 of 13 from the field. He's 9 for 9 at the free throw line. So classic James Harden, drawing contact, getting to the free throw line. He's also got 8 rebounds and 7 assists. Donovan Mitchell got off to a hot start. He has fizzled here in the fourth quarter, though. He's at the free throw line right now to get it back to a 2-possession game. Spida now has 20 points. So you got Donovan Mitchell and the Beard, James Harden, both with 20. But, the guy that stepped up off the bench that really got Cleveland back into this game is Max Strus off the bench with 19 points, 4 3-pointers, because they haven't gotten enough out of Evan Mobley. I mean, he's been okay defensively. He's also a team worst, -14 in the box score. And Jared Allen got 3 fouls in the first quarter. He's essentially been a complete zero in this game. Jared Allen has 2 points and 3 rebounds. So Cleveland able to stay in this game because of Max Strus. James Harden having a big fourth quarter, but Detroit trying to hold on. And Cade Cunningham's got 23 points to go with 7 assists. Everybody in the starting 5 has double figures right now for Detroit, including Duncan Robinson, who's got 19 points on 5 threes. Pistons up 7, 2.5 minutes to go. We'll keep you posted all the way down to the final second, and I'll have some instant post-game thoughts once this game goes final. Meanwhile, midway through the second quarter at the Paycom Center in OKC, and the reigning champion Thunder lead the Lakers 48-39. Again, no Luka Doncic for the Lakers. Don't know if he'll play at all in this series. Kind of got some rather pessimistic reporting, with J.J. Redick saying that he's just week to week right now with that grade 2 hamstring strain. And no J-Dub for the Oklahoma City Thunder, Jalen Williams. It's Chet Holmgren that leads the way for OKC with 14 points. SGA's only got 8 points so far, so the Lakers doing a decent job bottling him up. He's only taken 4 shots. He's 3 for 4. Meanwhile, for the Lakers, LeBron leading the way with 12 points, and DeAndre Ayton has 10 points and 6 rebounds. So the Thunder up by 9. That could easily balloon into 20. We'll see if the Lakers can keep it close. And then really quickly on the ice, midway through the second period, it looked like we might have gotten another, 15 goals in this game, the way the first 5 minutes went. But right now it's 3-1 Avalanche leading the Minnesota Wild. Midway through the second period in game 2. Again, Colorado won game 1, 9-6. 15 goals, 14 different goal scorers. And the way that this game started out, you had a goal less than 3 minutes into it for Martin Necas, and then Kirill Kaprizov scored, I kid you not, 6 seconds later. I think it was the second quickest goal, second shortest span all time in NHL postseason history between 2 goals. 6 seconds. And then you had a Gabriel Landeskog power play goal just 5 minutes after that, but only 1 goal so far in the second period. A bit surprising. Still 4 goals, though, and we're midway through the second period. So basically midway through the contest, there still could be a flurry of goals coming here, but the Avalanche lead the Wild 3-1. Okay. And by the way, Brandon Combs, producer in our show chat, says the orange Julius Randle iced tea drink. Is that a thing? Combs, are you? Can you pop up on the mic here? Is that a thing that I just didn't know about? Julius Randle's got his own iced tea drink.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
At the Orange Julius, they came out with a Orange Julius iced tea in honor of Julius Randle. Don't know why. I just know that it was a thing it's just introduced. It was introduced probably in March, I believe.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. So this is. Let's see. Who came up with this, though? Carol Coffee?
Yeah, I don't know. The only reason I know it is because my daughter loves Orange Julius. And when we were there the other day, when we stopped for a drink on our way back from Iowa, we stopped and I saw it. And I was like, oh, look at that. I actually said to myself, I wonder if that's named after Julius Randle from the Timberwolves. And sure enough, it was.
Wow. Okay, so you learn something new every day. By the way, I had no idea what an Orange Julius was until just now.
Oh, really good drinks. If there's one near you should try it.
Yeah, so that's a beverage chain, and they're now owned by Dairy Queen, if my Google search is correct.
Correct.
So yeah, I had no idea what an Orange Julius was. And yeah, now I know the Orange Julius Randle is a specialized iced coffee drink, specifically an iced cortado named after Julius Randle. So that would explain the Twitter comment. Okay.
I would assume with a place. I would assume with the place named Orange Julius, like any player, any athlete, any actor, any famous person named Julius, at some point will have a drink named after them.
Julius is a great name, by the way. I would, if I ever have a kid, and like I said, I would give up my unborn first child to have Alex Caruso be on the New York Knicks. But if I do have that kid, Julius, great name.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
Julius Caesar. Why is it a trap?
Having kids, trap.
Coming from the guy that's been divorced twice, that's not a surprise.
I would know that, right?
840-4910. I want to talk a little bit more about this T-Wolves Spurs game here because I just think it's oozing with incredible storylines and incredible takes. So we talked about it at the start of the show, but in case you missed it, in case you missed the game last night, it was a hell of a game. Basically within single digits, the entirety of the contest came all the way down to the wire. And with Anthony Edwards coming back just 9 days after the hyperextended left knee and a pretty decently, severely bone bruise, he comes back, plays off the bench, scores 18 points in 25 minutes, and leads the T-Wolves to a stunning Game 1 win over the Spurs. They closed as basically double-digit underdogs, and yet they win the game 104-102 in San Antonio. And Ant-Man, like I said, 18 points. Julius Randle, speaking of Orange Julius, he had 21 points and 10 rebounds. And I think that Minnesota is just flat out the better team. And we spoke with our Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel. We spoke with 3-time NBA champion Danny Green, and they both kind of said the same thing. Like, all right, I think I'm done doubting Minnesota because this is the third year in a row now that they've done this. It's the third year in a row. Like, it shouldn't be a surprise anymore that this team is going to kind of just meander their way through the regular season, right? I mean, they are the epitome of, like, why people hate the NBA regular season. Some people, I definitely don't. I love it. But, like, it's a reminder to not get too caught up in regular season results when you have teams like the T-Wolves that know that they are one of the best teams in the NBA, and yet in the regular season, the 82-game grind, it can wear on them. They're up and down. They'll go through their problems. They'll have their issues, and rarely will they win 50 games. This year they went 49-33. There was reports at one point during the season about a disrupted locker room and Rudy Gobert calling out the team and calling out star players, and Chris Finch doesn't have control on the team. And, last year, you look at their regular season, they won 49 games again. And the year before that, in 2024, the spring of 2024, what did the Timberwolves do? That year in the regular season, they won 56 games. That was when they were dominant in the regular season because they hadn't really proven it yet. That year in the playoffs, the T-Wolves go on. They sweep Kevin Durant and the Suns in the first round. Then they oust, at the time, the defending reigning champion Nuggets. And, at that point, everybody's Anthony Edwards, next face of the league. He's going to be amazing. They still had Karl Anthony Towns at this point, so different core. And then they got blasted by Luka and the Mavericks in the conference finals. Losing in 5. Last year, though, they had a bit of an up and down regular season. Then they crushed the Lakers in the first round. Steph Curry gets hurt. Who knows how that series would have gone with Golden State if he was healthy. They easily take out Golden State. And then they once again get humbled in the conference finals, losing in 5 to the Thunder. This year, the T-Wolves, again, very average, mediocre regular season. And yet, here they are once again. They take out the Nuggets in 6, shorthanded, if I may add. And now they've taken game 1 on the road from the San Antonio Spurs, who won 62 games in the regular season. This is just who the T-Wolves are. This is a team built for the postseason, right? And who were they built by? Tim Connolly. Tim Connolly was the architect of the Nuggets championship winning team. He's not leaving. There was reports he might take the Dallas Mavericks president job. Well, they just hired Masai Ujiri, so Tim Connolly ain't going anywhere. And he basically built a team a couple of years ago to beat the Denver Nuggets. And now they've done it twice. Can they get over the hump now? That's the thing. But in terms of what this team's ceiling is, as long as they have Anthony Edwards, as long as they have Rudy Gobert, and I'll say it as a Knick fan who saw the worst of Julius Randle, as long as they have Julius Randle playing in this, Robin role, a really good complement to Anthony Edwards, they're capable of winning an NBA championship. They're capable. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going to stand in their way even if they win this series. But unless they're playing the Thunder, I don't ever want to doubt them. I don't want to doubt them. And I doubted them. I thought the Nuggets would beat them in the first round. So add me to the list of people that I'm promising that I will not doubt the Minnesota Timberwolves as long as Anthony Edwards is the face of this team. They are built for the postseason. They are excellent defensively. They've got athletic wings that can beat you on both sides of the floor. They are fast. They are young. They are huge. They rebound the ball well. That's so important during the postseason. And they've got guys that are ice cold assassins. They've got Anthony Edwards as their best player. And I've been a vocal critic of Ant-Man because, again, so many people wanted to pass the torch to him in the last couple of years. And he gets to the conference finals. And in the last 2 years, he's I wouldn't say a non-factor, but he didn't raise their chances of winning in those conference finals at all. But, then again, it's the Final Four of the NBA. You're one step away from the finals. So that's nothing to just say, big deal about. They're on the verge of making a third straight conference finals. Largely because of Anthony Edwards. And last night, in case you doubted his toughness, in case you doubted his willpower or his resiliency, he showed you. 9 days ago, the dude, we saw it. His leg bent backwards, inwards, you see it and you said, well, that's a hyperextended knee. That looks terrible. That's a multi-week injury. And he comes back 9 days later and scores 18 points in 25 minutes. And I just think Minnesota's better than San Antonio. Are they a better regular season team? No, they were 13 wins worse in the regular season than San Antonio. Are they better built for the postseason? I think so. Maybe we're having a different conversation in a year from now, 2 years from now. But right now, I think Minnesota is just flat out a better team than the Spurs. And I think the postseason experience is going to loom large here in this series. And I think it loomed large in game 1 last night. Missing a starter, missing a key bench player, DiVincenzo and Dosunmu, and Ant-Man fresh back from an injury, and they still win on the road in game 1. So I think the onus now on San Antonio is to prove to us that they are not the latest of a string of teams that are just, hey, you have to learn how to lose, right? The Thunder had to lose to Luka and the Dallas Mavericks a couple of years ago before they win their title last year. Jordan and the Bulls had to lose how many times to finally get there? The Boston Celtics had to lose a couple of different times before they won their title a couple of years ago. Is that what we're going to be saying about the San Antonio Spurs? Does it mean that Wemby and this Spurs team can't win 3 titles in the next 10 years? No, it doesn't mean that. But in the scope of the present right now, you won 62 games. You're the 2 seed in the West. If you get knocked out in the second round, at least for this season, that's a disappointment. Not a failure. It'd be a disappointment if they lose this series. And for all, again, here, like the same conversation we had a couple years ago about Anthony Edwards. Victor Wembanyama, is he the face of the league? He might be the face of the planet in terms of the game of basketball because of the international presence in France and Europe and what he's done globally already to change the game. 12 blocks last night. NBA playoff record. He's 22 years old and he's still making history happen on a nightly basis, but he's got to step up offensively. He's got to be the number one option. And he said he mismanaged his energy and didn't do enough on offense. He only gets to the free throw line for 2 attempts last night. That's inexcusable. That's unacceptable. I don't know if Victor Wembanyama is ready to be relied upon as the number one option on offense in this series for San Antonio, and that's what might sink them. Because they can just outplay teams defensively for most of this season, and that's what they did against Portland. You can't outplay Minnesota defensively. They're just as good, if not better. You need Wembanyama to give you the offense. 11 points ain't going to cut it. And De'Aaron Fox has to step up a lot as well. But Wemby's got to be the number one option. And he's going to have to take this series from Minnesota. It's not going to be given to him, even with the injuries that the Timberwolves have. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. When we come back, we'll get your scoreboard update. It has gone final in Detroit. Plus, I got some thoughts on the Stanley Cup playoff games from last night. Another Tuesday in the postseason here in May. It rolls along. We got you covered. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
NBA playoff TV ratings are the highest they've been in 33 years. Stanley Cup playoffs viewership is surging year over year. Now in the second round, we're breaking down the matchups that matter most to you.
This is Westwood One, baby!
Westwood One Sports.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Right now at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts, you can get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 qualifying brake rotors. Ask the professional parts people about additional brake pad and rotor upgrade options available at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now at McDonald's, wake up to a $4 breakfast meal deal. Wake up to a sausage McMuffin or sausage biscuit, to hash browns, and wake up to a hot coffee. Get your $4 breakfast meal deal.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
At Planet Fitness, we know how important it is to take care of both your mind and body. That's why now through May 15th, all new members get free massage amenities all month long, so you can reset, recover, and leave feeling stronger than when you came in. Join the club for just $1 down, $15 a month, and get free massage amenities for the month of May. No commitment. Deal ends May 15th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
May weather's pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats, faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound,
and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Thinking about selling your home? The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will make you a cash offer for fair market value. Learn more on leetessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
It's time to spring into deals for Mother's Day at Lowe's. Shop select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15, and get Mom the perfect addition for a garden for less. Plus, get 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil when you buy 3. Mom's garden is winning with these deals. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. Unscripted, unfiltered, and on camera. The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get you a scoreboard update here in just a second, but first, this from our friends at BetMGM. With BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot, you have a chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets during each playoff game. Just place an anytime goal scorer wager, and if your guy scores a hat trick, 3+ goals during that game, you will win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. And so let's get you that scoreboard update here. The one game on the ice tonight, Game 2. Second round in the Western Conference playoffs here in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and the Colorado Avalanche, the President's Trophy winners, an absolute wagon, #1 in offense, #1 in defense in the regular season, and coming off of that absolutely bonkers Game 1 back on Sunday where there were 15 goals and they beat the Wild 9-6. Ironically enough, no hat-trick scores in that game. They lead the Wild 3-1 going into the third period here in game 2. And unfortunately, nobody has more than one goal right now individually. But still a great game nonetheless. Martin Necas, Gabriel Landeskog, and Nicholas Waugh, the goal scorers for the Avs. And Kirill Kaprizov, the lone goal scorer for the Wild. So 3-1 Avs going into the third period. But hey, if either Necas, Landeskog, or Waugh score a goal in the third, then you maybe just need an empty netter from one of those guys to get that hat trick and hit that hat trick jackpot from our friends at BetMGM. Okay, I've got some more complete thoughts on it at the top of the hour, but I just want to get you a final score. The Pistons win game 1 in the second round against the Cavs, 111-101. So Detroit wins at home to start that series in the second round. And then at halftime in OKC, the Thunder lead the Lakers 61-53. Again, more complete thoughts coming at the top of the hour on how the Pistons were able to win game 1. But I want to get you some Stanley Cup playoff reaction from last night because I think the Philadelphia Flyers wasted a golden opportunity last night. If they wanted any chance of pulling off what would have been a huge upset and winning that series against the Carolina Hurricanes, I think they needed to take one of two on the road. And game 1, I never really had high hopes for them because they were coming off of an emotional game 7 against the Pittsburgh Penguins just a couple of nights prior, and the Carolina Hurricanes were rested, ready to go, coming off of a sweep in the first round. So I wasn't shocked at all that Carolina absolutely dominated them in game 1 back on Saturday night to the tune of 3-0. But last night, the Flyers come out of the gate, pun intended, flying. And they get a power play goal from Jamie Drysdale. Flyers had the worst power play unit in the entire league this year. Dead last. Carolina, one of the best penalty kills every year, especially in the postseason. So for Philly to score a power play goal, and then 40 seconds later, Sean Couturier gets a little puck luck and a garbage goal out in front of the net. They go up 2-0, 5 minutes into the game. And they don't score again for the next 65 minutes. Overtime included. And they lose 3-2 last night. I don't know if I want to say they blew it is the right way or that they choked or collapsed, because Carolina is just a phenomenal team. But when you go up 2-0 5 minutes into the game, you got to win that game. You got to win that game. Carolina just chipped away. They get a goal in the first. They get a goal in the third. And then Taylor Hall, with some puck luck in overtime, just sweeping a little, puck that's just kind of skimming around, floating around the crease before Dan Vladar could grab it. And this series is 2-0. And again, I know that a series doesn't start until the home team loses, but Philly had to win a game on the road. I don't think they're winning both at home. And so I think I'm not going to say it's effectively over. It's only 2-0, but they wasted a golden opportunity last night. Wasted a golden opportunity. All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll kick off the final hour. How Detroit was able to win game 1. And does Donovan Mitchell need to do more? Plus, we'll get into some hot or cold as well. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirafast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Duration, Woodscapes, and Super Deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 of this Tuesday night extravaganza starts right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, we always go open phone lines in the final hour for you. 310-840-4910. You could call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we've dived into so far tonight. Anything about the NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs, baseball, NFL news, the NFL Referees Association looking like they're going to ratify a new CBA in the next 48 hours. We will not have replacement refs. Hallelujah. You want to join the show? Again, 310-840-4910. And if you do text in, just like you would call in, just tell us your name, what's your first name, where are you from, so that we can get you featured on the show. All right, before we get kicked off with hot or cold here to start the final hour, it has gone final. It's official. Game 1 in the books in the Pistons-Cavs series, and the Detroit Pistons hold serve, and they blew an 18-point lead, but they hold on to win anyway. The final score, 111-101, as the Pistons now take a 1-0 series lead. And my biggest probably takeaway from Game 1, I'm not going to make any grand gestures about this series. I didn't give an official prediction before it started. If I had to make a prediction, and it was going to probably be the same way anyway, I think this series is going the distance. I think it's Pistons in 7. I think these two teams played 7-game series last series because they are they're inconsistent from game to game, both of these teams. Detroit still figuring out how to win, right? I mean, they just won their first postseason series in 18 years. They're still young. They're still inexperienced. And that is why I think ultimately this will go 7 games. I do think they're the better team. I do. And I think, honestly, I think Cleveland's going to be searching after this series ends. I think they're going to be searching for what's our answer now? We traded for James Harden. We've got this young, well, not so young anymore, but still a decently young core of Spida, Donovan Mitchell, Jared Allen, Evan Mobley. You added a James Harden to the mix here. You traded away Darius Garland. So if this doesn't work, like what's the answer? Does Kenny Atkinson get fired? Does he get brought back for another year? Again, I won't be shocked at all if Cleveland does win this series. I just think the Pistons are the better team. And they're the number 1 seed, so they have home court advantage, and I think ultimately that's what's going to be the difference. So again, nothing really changed in terms of how I think this series is going to go. The fact that Detroit blew an 18-point lead, is that a harbinger of things to come? Maybe. I mean, again, today's NBA, even for a Pistons team that doesn't shoot a ton of threes, like blowing an 18-point lead ain't what it used to be. It's not all that rare. But still, the fact that they were dominating the first half and then all of a sudden this is a tie ball game with 6 minutes to go, that's definitely a cause for concern. I'm not going to say it's not. So again, I think this series goes 7. I think the Pistons will win in 7 because I think there's death, there's taxes, and there's James Harden disappearing at the end of series. And James Harden in Game 7 against the Toronto Raptors, it wasn't another James Harden disaster class. I mean, he had 18 points, but he did just go 3 for 9 from the field. He had to get to the free throw line 13 times. But this is James Harden's last best chance to win a title. And I just don't think there's anything about that. My main takeaway is I still don't think there's anything about James Harden's game that has changed to where he's going to lift this team. He's going to be the piece that they were searching for to get them over the top. He's not that guy. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. He hasn't been that guy. He wasn't that guy for years when he was with Houston. Wasn't that guy with Brooklyn. Wasn't that guy with Philly. Sure as hell wasn't that guy with the Clippers. And I don't think he's that guy now with Cleveland. Now, here's the difference. He's asked to be the 1A or the 1B alongside Donovan Mitchell, who we know is a proven playoff performer. Even though in the last couple of years, his Cavaliers teams have come up shorthanded. In the first round against my Knicks a couple of years ago. Last year in the second round as the 1 seed, they lose to the Pacers, who end up going to the finals. This year, they needed 7 games to get past a inferior Raptors team. But Donovan Mitchell at least has proven that in game 6s, game 7s when he was with the Utah Jazz, he's capable of 40 points. He's capable of single-handedly winning games. So I get why the Cleveland Cavaliers thought that this partnership could work. And again, I'm not prematurely killing them. I'm not prematurely ending this series. Again, I think it's going 7. I feel like we're going to be having the same conversation at the end of this series about James Harden that we've been having for a decade. When it comes to the postseason, a guy that is a generational scorer, one of the great offensive talents of all time that this league has ever seen, if he can't get to the free throw line, he is rendered, dare I say it, useless. And tonight, he got a pretty favorable whistle. He got to the free throw line another 9 times. That was 9 of his 22 points. Because he went 1 of 7 from deep. And yeah, he had 8 rebounds and 7 assists. You know how many turnovers James Harden had? 7. 7 of the 19 Cavaliers turnovers. Part of the reason why they got in such a big hole in the first half. James Harden giving the ball away, making dumb passes, making stupid decisions. Again, you just look at the box score and you see James Harden, 22 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. He had 2 blocks. He had a steal. Not bad. I mean, if he doesn't get to the free throw line 9 times, it's a brutal performance. The 7 turnovers, that crushed them. And again, you look at the stats here, you look at the box score. How many points off of turnovers did the Pistons score? 31. 31 points off of 20 Cavaliers turnovers. That's your difference right there. Points off turnovers. Pistons had 31. Cavs had 16. That is a 15-point swing. Because they both shot essentially identical from the field, identical from 3. The Pistons got to the free throw line 19 more times. The rebounds were pretty similar. Points in the paint, dead even. This came down to points off turnovers, and James Harden had the most turnovers in this game. And what do you know? They lose by 10. Even after coming all the way back, where he had a pretty big fourth quarter in the beginning of it to get him back tied. But then they melted and faded down the stretch. And that's a tale as old as time when it comes to James Harden teams. 310-840-4910. And another takeaway here from game 1, Pistons beat the Cavs 111-101 to take a 1-0 series lead. I know that he is one of the best defensive players in the entire league. Evan Mobley, 2-time all-defensive team. Guy that won Defensive Player of the Year last season. Finished 10th in the MVP voting last year. I just think Evan Mobley is overrated. I think he's overrated. Tonight he had 14 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. Evan Mobley was a game worst, minus 18 in the box score. Minus 18 because he offers very little offensively. And you look at what he did this year. Almost identical to the numbers he put up last season offensively. He averaged 18.5 points per game last year. He averaged just over 18 points per game this year. But his field goal percentage was down, and his three-point percentage, he shot under 30%. And here so far in the postseason, Evan Mobley averaging 18 points per game, so right on his season average. He's shooting 58% from the field, and he's shooting 39% from 3. But I feel like when the Cavs need that third person, and they're going to need that third person, they're going to need somebody other than James Harden and Donovan Mitchell to step up. Otherwise, they will not win this series, and they sure as hell ain't going to win the East. I feel like more often than not, Evan Mobley cannot be relied upon. Cannot be relied upon. Or he needs to be relied upon more. And I don't know why he's not more aggressive. I really don't. Because a guy that has as much talent as he has, he's 24 years old, he's 6'11", 215 pounds, and he can shoot the three. Now, he hit 2 of them tonight. He was actually efficient tonight, 6 for 11, but or too often I just see Evan Mobley on the court, and I'm like, how are you not more involved offensively? Maybe I have too high expectations for Evan Mobley. I don't know. Maybe I see a guy that not only is he one of the best defensive players in the game, but a guy that is capable of scoring 25 points on a nearly nightly basis. And far too often, he's passive. He's hoping that Donovan Mitchell can carry this team. He's hoping that now James Harden can carry this team. He's hoping that somebody else off the bench can come and hit some threes like Max Strus did tonight, who had 19. Far too often, Evan Mobley is just hoping that somebody else will carry this team offensively, or that he doesn't have to be attempting big-time shots in clutch situations. So I need to see more out of Evan Mobley. Especially on a night like tonight, where his front court running mate, Jared Allen, coming off the monster performance in Game 7, gets 3 fouls in the first quarter and only ends up playing 18 minutes in this game and only scores 2 points. Like, Evan Mobley's got to carry the slack. They got to go to him to dominate in the paint and get to the free throw line. You know how many free throws Evan Mobley took tonight? 0. 0 free throws. 2 big reasons why I said the Cavs lost this game. Points off turnovers, they were a minus 15 in that category, and they took 19 fewer free throws. How does a guy that is 6'11", that can shoot, and that can play physical, how do you not attempt a single free throw when James Harden takes 9? And Tobias Harris on the Pistons takes 8, and Cade Cunningham takes 11. How does Evan Mobley not get to the free throw line a single freaking time, man? That's embarrassing. And that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. Evan Mobley, yeah, he's got a nice mid-range game, good jump shot. You're 6'11", man. Sometimes you just got to get the ball and go to the freaking cup. And that's the type of aggressiveness and aggression that I just don't see. And I just don't think Evan Mobley has that dog in him offensively. And I'm going to need to see it. Otherwise, the Cavaliers, they're not winning this series. 310-840-4910. Meanwhile, for Detroit, Cade Cunningham, not an easy night. Not an efficient night by any stretch. 6 for 19 shooting. That's under 33% from the field. That's pretty terrible. But able to get to the free throw line. And hit 9 out of 11 there. He scored 23 points. He dished out 7 assists, and he only had 4 turnovers. Some of those games in that Magic series, 8, 7, 8, 7, 6 turnovers. Only 4 tonight for Cade. That was big. That was huge. And I can't stop. I can't praise Tobias Harris enough for the role that he has embraced and how much he has stepped up here in the postseason. Another 20-point effort tonight from Tobias Harris. This regular season, Tobias Harris averaged 13 points. That's even fewer than last year. 13 points per game this year for Tobias Harris. He's 33 years old. He's getting up there. He don't have many chances left of winning a title. Tobias Harris, though, in this postseason, he's gone from 13 points per game in the regular season, and so far in the playoffs, Tobias Harris is averaging 21.5 points per game with over 8 rebounds, and he's shooting 46% from the field. I mean, that's the secondary scoring that Detroit needs. And Tobias Harris is giving it to them now on a nightly basis. He's a guy for years when he was with the Sixers, especially the Knicks played them 2 years ago, and I'm like, Tobias Harris actually, going to hurt the Knicks? Come on. Tobias Harris is playing the best postseason basketball of his entire career right now. He was awesome again tonight. And finally, Duncan Robinson. Neither of these teams are great three-point shooting teams, but you need three-point shooting in the playoffs. How about Duncan Robinson with 5 triples tonight, 19 points. So it was a gritty, nervy, sweaty game 1 win for the Pistons. Again, in the second round for the first time in 18 years. This is unfamiliar territory against a more experienced team like the Cavs with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. Combined, those two guys have more playoff experience than probably the entire Pistons team combined. And they had an 18-point lead that evaporated in the fourth quarter, and they still find a way to win by 10. That is resolve. That is a gritty win. And that's why I think the Pistons will probably win this series. Again, I think it's going 7. I think it's going the distance, so I still think it's just shy of a coin flip. But that is a hell of a win for the Detroit Pistons to hold on after they blew an 18-point lead. All right, number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get some hot or cold rolling with producer Brandon Combs and your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Aaron Rodgers still hasn't decided if he's returning. I thought at this point we would have known by now that he was going to play. If the future Hall of Famer walks away, the Steelers will turn to a quarterback competition featuring Drew Aller, Will Howard, and Mason Rudolph. Not the plan, but is it their future? Westwood One Sports.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound,
and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. O'Reilly.
Save money on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. We can recommend all the oil change supplies you need. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's time to spring into deals at Lowe's. Freshen up your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Then get what you need to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. Yeah. Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, and Nolan McGraw. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. The Fan.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call and you can text. Get you a scoreboard update here. Just gave you my complete thoughts on the Pistons winning game one over the Cavs, 111-101. Right now, Lakers still hanging tough here in OKC. Game one between the reigning champion Thunder and the Lakers, still missing Luka Doncic. Thunder still missing Jalen Williams, J-Dub. Thunder only up by 9, though. This was a 15.5-point spread. OKC leads at 76-67 with 3.5 to go in the third quarter. Chet Holmgren leading the way with 20 points and 9 rebounds. SGA has 16 points and 4 assists. He does have 5 turnovers, though. The Lakers have definitely been able to frustrate him to a decent amount. For the Lakers, it's LeBron leading the way. No surprise. 18 points, 6 assists. What is the surprise tonight is just how mediocre Austin Reeves has looked. I don't know if he's still not 100% coming back from that grade 2 oblique strain. I mean, again, he looked pretty good in that Rocket series when he came back, but Austin Reeves just 4 points, 1 for 10 from the field tonight. So I don't know how the Lakers are going to win this game if Austin Reeves is putting up those kinds of numbers, but they are getting production elsewhere. Marcus Smart has 12 points and 6 assists. DeAndre Ayton, I mean, this is like the second coming of DeAndre Ayton. Look, I mean, 10 points, 10 rebounds. Like, the guy's been efficient. He's been effective. He hasn't been soft. He's played some good ball this entire postseason, and Rui Hachimura's got 12. So Jackson Hayes just got an and one. It looks like the Thunder are going to challenge it, but for the time being, it's 76-69, just a 7-point game. And if that call stands, Jackson Hayes and one free throw for a chance to get it to a 2-possession game. Look out. And then in the third period, we thought it was going to be a big goal fest again. The defense has started to reign supreme, though, that is for sure. But it is the Colorado Avalanche, the President's Trophy winners, the favorites to win the Stanley Cup, taking care of business again here at home in Game 2. They lead the Wild 3-1 with 9 minutes left to go in regulation. Minnesota scored 3 minutes into the game. They haven't scored since. So Colorado's defense finally stepping up here and making their impact felt. Scott Wedgwood in goal, 27 shots faced, 26 saves so far tonight for the Avs. So there's your scoreboard update. All right, let's get to a little hot or cold here. Producer Brandon Combs. Combs, before we get hot or cold kicked off, give us an update on the Cubbies going for their 13th straight win at home. It's getting late in Wrigleyville. What's going on between them and the Reds?
Bottom of the ninth right now. We're kind of in a delay. The Cubs tied it up in the bottom of the eighth with a Michael Busch home run, which I affectionately called a Busch latte, and you got all girly on me in the break, wanting to know where you could find one, looking at Starbucks menus and everything.
On you. I didn't know what a Busch latte was.
So Busch with the home run to tie it, but now we're in a delay. Reds pitcher, I think it's Emilio Pagan, threw a pitch and then just fell off the mound holding his hamstring. Never seen a guy tear his hamstring on a pitch before, but that's, tough for him. Jose Franco's warming up right now for the Reds. He's going to get as much time as he needs, but nobody out. Bottom of the ninth. Here we go, baby. Let's do it again. Let's walk it off again.
Yeah, the Cubbies are in that they're in that kind of swing right now, man, where they just keep finding ways to win games. That is a truly special thing when you're watching your baseball team and they're just picking up W's, like they're going out of style in different ways, come from behind, winning in dominant fashion, squeaking out close wins. It's like they got that pixie dust, man, and the Cubbies feel like they definitely have it. And now all of a sudden you get an emergency bullpen move here for Cincinnati, and you don't have to face Pagan. That feels like the Cubs are in a pretty damn good spot to win this game. And I'm not going to jinx it. Just saying.
Yeah. No, I mean, I feel it too. I mean, anytime, especially at Wrigley, anytime the Cubs are close, especially with this lineup, especially with the way they're swinging the bats right now, and you got the top of the order due up. Nico Horner's up right now. He's got a 1-0 count on him as he waits for Franco to get ready. But the way they're swinging the bats, you just feel like they're going to find a way to win night in and night out. And even when they're down, they're down. They weren't swinging the bats well in the seventh inning, down 2-0. I still felt like, hey, we're still in this damn game. And here we are now, bottom of the ninth, tied, and they're starting to resume play right now. So here we go.
Well, no offense, but I'm hoping we get to extra innings because in terms of our segment that we do every day on the show, Let's Go Streaking, I took Ellie De La Cruz. He's 0 for 4. I would need at least a 10th inning to have a chance of him getting a hit.
Yeah.
How's the rest of the crew doing, by the way? You long ago, you moved on to tomorrow. You had Josh Young of the Rangers. He had a 3-hit night against the Yanks, even though the Yankees won again. But how's Monty doing? How's Brad doing?
Well, so everybody's 0 for except for me. And then Monty is done with Teoscar Hernandez. Last I saw, he was 0 for 4. He had just batted heading into the ninth inning. So unless the Dodgers come back and tie that one in the ninth inning, then Monty is done as well. Okay, so Monty's out again. His streak goes back to 0. If you don't get extra innings here, as Nico Horner just walked and Alex Bregman is up now, nobody out, winning run on first. If you don't get another at bat, you'll be at 0. If Miguel Vargas doesn't get a hit, Brad's at 0. I'm fine with everybody being at 0 as I'm back to 1. That's fine with me.
Wow. Damn. All right, well, I need extras. I need extras in a big way. Get me a 5th Ellie De La Cruz at bat, please. I'm begging. I'm begging. Okay. All right, let's get to a little hot or cold here. What are we starting with?
Well, this one's courtesy of our guy, Monty. And he said this in one of our breaks, and I was like, ooh, that's a good one. He said, I'd rather give up Shohei the pitcher than Shohei the hitter. And that's what the Dodgers have done in his last couple of starts. I think in 2 of his last 3 starts or 3 of his last 4 starts, he has not been in the lineup. Like he was not in the lineup tonight. And the Dodgers have scored 2 combined runs in Ohtani's last 3 starts. Dodgers lost all 3 games. 3-0 against the Giants, 2-1 against the Marlins, and Astros 2-1. So, hot or cold, you would rather give up Shohei the pitcher than Shohei the hitter. which, to be fair, he also hasn't had a hit in over a week either.
This might be one of the easiest hot or colds we ever do. And I love Monty for putting this one up there because it's a good talking point because the Dodgers did just lose another Ohtani start, which is always headline worthy. But this is, I've never been hotter on anything that we've done so far in the 4+ months of the show. And that's saying something. Yes, I'd rather give up Shohei the pitcher than Shohei the hitter. I mean, come on. To have Ohtani in the lineup every night versus not having him in the rotation 1 out of every 5 games. I mean, he barely pitched last year until the end of the season, and he barely pitched in the postseason, and they still won the World Series, and they still won the division despite all the injuries they had in the starting rotation last year. So, yes, I think he is the greatest hitter on the planet, even though I love me Aaron Judge. I still think Ohtani is the best hitter on the planet, and I do think he's hell-bent on winning the NL Cy Young Award this year, which he's in pretty damn good shape to do that as well. But, the Dodgers need his bat way more than they need his arm. Maybe in a Game 7 World Series, you could make the argument Ohtani on the mound for 7 innings would be more valuable than 4 Ohtani at-bats. Then again, he's going to do both in the postseason. I think this trend actually does continue where on nights he pitches, I think it's going to be way more common, way more frequent that he doesn't hit. But yes, I'd rather give up Shohei the pitcher than Shohei the hitter. 100% without a shadow of a doubt.
See, I think this one's harder than you might actually think because I think you have to think long-term, right? And when you think long-term, you start thinking postseason. And what plays more in October than dominant pitching? Because dominant pitching in October, it plays. And so I think that this, if I'm the Dodgers, because of this roster, if I'm the Dodgers, I feel like heading into a postseason, I'd rather give up Shohei the hitter than Shohei the pitcher, because if I'm heading into the postseason, I feel like my lineup, even without Shohei Ohtani, is still potent enough to win ball games, but I need Shohei the pitcher. I need Shohei who's given up less than a run per game right now in his starts. Sure, he's 2-2 now. But, I mean, quality start after quality start after quality start. And to get 6 or 7 innings out of a starting pitcher in the playoffs nowadays, it's kind of rare. And Shohei's a guy who can go out there at any given moment and just shut down an entire lineup. And this Dodgers lineup is potent enough to get through without a Shohei Ohtani. So it's one of those where, like, I'm hot on it long term because obviously Shohei the hitter is vastly better than Shohei the pitcher. But if I'm heading into the playoffs, I'd rather have Shohei the pitcher.
Well, is he vastly better? Because, Combs, I do remember you saying that Shohei Ohtani was not even a top 5 pitcher in baseball, that you could easily name 5 pitchers better than him. And what about...
I said all time, first of all. First of all, I said all time. I said all time.
Changing the argument.
No. That was the argument because you guys were saying he's the greatest of all time. And I said, you're out of your mind.
The greatest player of all time, yes.
You are out of your mind. No, he's not.
Okay, I'll send this to Barry Bonds, and I hope he hears it, okay? But, also, Shohei Ohtani is the greatest player of all time because of what he's already done at the dish and what he's doing on the mound. And how about this season? He now has a point. He gave up an earned run tonight. His ERA is .97 in 37 innings. He has a whip of 0.8. He is nearly untouchable. Nearly untouchable.
We could say we've had this argument before. We could have this argument again, Pat, because I'm always down to argue baseball. But you cannot tell me that Shohei Ohtani is better than Barry Bonds. You just can't. Barry Bonds had a season in which he had more hits than swings and misses, Pat. I'm not talking about strikeout. I'm talking about actually swinging at the ball and missing it. He had more hits than that. Shohei Ohtani strikes out 140 times a season. Come on, Pat. What are we talking? Because he can pitch. I understand what he can do. And I understand the level in which he can do it at.
Do you?
But he is not the greatest of all time. One of them, sure. He is not the greatest player of all time.
I mean, how many years did Barry Bonds have 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases? While also, well, not in 2024 he didn't, but I don't know. I mean, like the seasons that he's going to continue to have, where he's going to routinely hit 50 bombs, OPS over 1,000, and pitch to the tune of like a sub 2.5 ERA. I mean, at a certain point, you're going to have to give up the argument. Monty said, "I should have known better than to put an Ohtani topic in. That's my bad." Yeah, it is. Let's move on, please. I can't do the whole thing.
You're the one who took it there. I told you not to. I said if you want to have the argument, let's have it. But I mean,
I know it's my fault. That's my fault. Let's move on. Let's talk some basketball. Hot or cold? Knicks will sweep the Sixers. What do you say, Combs?
I'm cold. The Sixers are good enough to at least win one, if not two. If the Knicks win this series, it's going to be in 6, maybe even in 7. I do think that Philadelphia has life to them. I think Philadelphia can beat the Knicks in at least one game, if not more. But, I definitely do not think that they are sweeping this series. I think Philly's too good for them to sweep the series. And look, the Knicks are playing really well. Knicks are playing hot. They're out of their mind right now, which, by the way, you're going to get extra innings in Cubs and Reds, going to extras now. But
let's go.
I think that I think that Philly is good enough to win a couple of games.
I do too, and I'm cold on it. As giddy as I've been on my Knicks, and as much of a heater as this is, like I am fully prepared for them to come back down to earth tomorrow and lose Game 2 at home. I'm telling you. Like you want a prediction from a diehard Knicks fan that's been beating his chest for the last couple of days here and saying that the Knicks are going to the finals and that screw it, like the Knicks can win a title this year. Don't be surprised they lose Game 2 tomorrow. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now, don't be surprised they lose Game 2 tomorrow. And then it would be crazier. Not crazier. But like I'll even give you a game-by-game prediction. I think the Knicks will lose Game 2. I think they'll win Game 3 and Game 4 in Philadelphia. And they'll come back to the Garden with a 3-1 lead, and they'll lose that game and then have to win it in Philadelphia in Game 6. And they'll actually go unbeaten on the road in this series. That's what I think ends up happening. I still think it's Knicks in 6. I said it before the series began. I'm saying it now. I don't want to get carried away with what I think was the perfect rest advantage spot for the Knicks in Game 1. Philly coming off the Game 7 Saturday night in Boston. Knicks win it by 40. I already know there's some of my Knicks fans that are saying sweep. Brad said a sweep. Don't be shocked if they lose Game 2 tomorrow. I'm just preparing. I'm preparing for the letdown after what has been a week of basically historic basketball from the Knicks. So I'm cold on it as well. You know what I'm not cold on, though, Combs? I'm just going to say it, and then I'll let you agree or disagree. The Joel Embiid foul baiting is out of control. In between breaks, I'm watching more of the clips from yesterday's game. In a 40-point loss, last night for the Philadelphia 76ers, Joel Embiid got to the free throw line 9 times. More free throws attempted than Jalen Brunson, and yet Joel Embiid has the stones. Kelly Oubre has the stones. The Sixers have the stones to talk about Jalen Brunson foul baiting and flopping and the head movement and all that stuff. And I've seen the clips today of Joel Embiid's free throw, fouls that he got called for that, which he took free throws for. I mean, it is out of control. It is out of freaking control. He is ruining the league.
Pat.
Joel Embiid is ruining the league. It's out of control.
Your hatred for Philadelphia sports is clouding your brain right now. Because first of all, this is what this league is now. We see it all the time. It's not just him. I just watched a clip of SGA doing the same thing in the first half of their playoff game tonight against the Lakers. I mean, every time that he had the ball in his hands, he was flopping like he was. Even when he had shots going up and nobody was even near him, he was taking freaking flops. That's what this league is. That's what LeBron has turned the NBA into. He just has. It's not just Joel Embiid. That's this entire league. The foul baiting in this entire league is a joke. And that's why the product is so watered down, and that's why guys like me, who used to love the NBA, have become casual fans who just watch the playoffs. Because the NBA regular season is a joke, and the foul baiting is a joke, and all of that stuff. But that's what the NBA is. That's what it's become. That's what the product is. The entire NBA product is a joke right now. It just is.
Wow. The entire product. We got a great postseason going on, and you still think that it's a joke?
We do have a great product. I love the last year's NBA playoffs were great too, and this year. But the NBA product as a whole, which has to include the regular season, is a joke. The foul baiting is ridiculous, and LeBron made a career out of this. This is why nobody could ever talk me into LeBron's better than Jordan. I don't even think LeBron's as good as Kobe or Wilt.
I just think the referees need to call, like, we just need to see it happen more often. Call a foul or a technical foul for a flop. And I think it'll stop real quick.
Completely agree.
It'll stop real quick.
Also, call traveling again.
And
That'd be great.
They implemented that. But they don't call it ever.
But you're not allowed to do anything on defense. You're not allowed to play defense in this league. You're just not. You're not allowed to hand check anymore. You're not allowed to do anything.
It's not entirely true. I mean, some of these games have been physical as all hell, man. Like, there's a lot that doesn't get called, but then the flopping that does get rewarded, I think that kind of ruins it.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm with you.
All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. Last chance to get aboard. You can call, you can text. We'll finish off with another one or two hot or cold topics. We'll get you one more scoreboard update when we come back with the Thunder and the Lakers in the fourth quarter and the Wild trying to stage a last-minute comeback against the Avalanche. This is BetMGM tonight. We're coming right back here on Westwood One Sports.
The Thunder and Spurs are one series away from a collision course with the MVP finalists. Are we really on the verge of a Wemby versus SGA conference finals? We're just one round away from finding out. Westwood One Sports.
Now at McDonald's, a sausage McMuffin is only $1.50. So stop dreaming about breakfast sausage and go get it. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, you want to be ready. You want to be at your best. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. You don't go into game day hoping that things just work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. And we've got a special deal to help you. 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Get on in it. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Gold Standard. That's where you want to be. Don't let the loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
At Planet Fitness, we know how important it is to take care of both your mind and body. That's why now through May 15th, all new members get free massage amenities all month long, so you can reset, recover, and leave feeling stronger than when you came in. Join the club for just $1 down, $15 a month, and get free massage amenities for the month of May. No commitment. Deal ends May 15th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Lowe's has the brand's pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Not sure if your home will sell? Hire the Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty. Lee guarantees he can sell your home. If he can't, he's going to buy it. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee TESSIR.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
What happens next?
A massive trade
Happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
We're hopeful that we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, and Joe LaCroix. The Big Bad Morning Show. Weekdays on 105.7 The Fan. The Fan.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get aboard the phones here. Final segment, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Got my guy Linnell Willingham coming up at the top of the hour, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports Night. So make sure you keep it locked right here to Westwood One Sports. Let's get you one final scoreboard update here, and then we'll finish with one or two more hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs. It's gone final in Denver, and the President's Trophy winners, they look as good as advertised so far. The Avalanche, another multi-goal victory, another 3-goal victory over the Minnesota Wild. We know their defense was good, but after a 15-goal game in Game 1, Colorado talked about needing to play better defense. They did it tonight. They win Game 2, 5-2, to take a commanding 2-0 series lead in the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. So not only has Colorado now scored 14 goals in the first 2 games, they've won each game by 3 goals, which is just, they are a wagon right now, man. They are a wagon. So a 2-0 series lead for the Avs. Again, 5 different goal scorers for Colorado. Martin Necas, who played last year with Carolina, and he's just an absolute grinder, a veteran, hell of a player. Landeskog, who's been with them for a couple of years now. Nicholas Waugh, Nathan McKinnon, one of the best players in the sport, and then Valeri Nichushkin and the empty netter to seal things off. Like, those 5 goal scorers are all incredible players, and they're all on the same team, and they all scored tonight. But what a freaking team, man. What a freaking team they are. And then the NBA playoff game still going right now in Oklahoma City. It's starting to become a blowout. Really, it's just a question of whether or not the Lakers are going to cover that massive spread or not of 15.5 points. But the Thunder lead the Lakers 96-79 with 6 minutes left to go here in the game. Chet Holmgren with 22 points and 10 rebounds. SGA with only 18 points. You know, the MVP who averaged, 33 points per game, 31 points per game in the regular season. Now, at least the Lakers have held them under 20 so far. Meanwhile, for the Lakers, LeBron doing everything he can, 24 points on 11 of 16 shooting. But Austin Reeves is just 2 for 13 from the field. Boy, do they miss Luka Doncic in a big way. Do they miss Luka in a big, big way. So, all right, Rui Hachimura just hit a 3. It's down to a 14-point game. We'll see if the Lakers can get this back into single digits. 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs back in here. Combs, I'm probably getting back to 0 with my streak, by the way. Ellie De La Cruz in the top of the 10th grounds out. So the Cubbies will once again try to win it in the bottom of the 10th, and they walked it off. Cubbies have walked it off. They win again.
They walked it off, and not only did Ellie De La Cruz leave you hitless, he had a ground ball hit to him straight up the middle, and he booted it. And from second base, Dansby Swanson scored to win the game. Wow. Unbelievable. The way this team keeps winning and the fashion in which they keep winning is just, it's incredible, Pat. Like, with all of the injuries that they've had and everything that they've dealt with this pitching staff, it's insane to me that this team keeps finding ways to win. There's just, right now, there's something special about it. I hope that it lasts all year long. I hope this is 2016 all over again. But I'm just going to enjoy it while it lasts, because, wow, this is incredible. It's fun to watch, man. They've won 17 of their last 20 now.
17 of their last 20, 13 in a row at home. They're now 24-12, and still the third best record in baseball, because my Yankees won again tonight. They're 25-11. The Braves are playing right now. They're 25-11. But, man, 7 wins in a row, 13 in a row at home, 17 of their last 20. I said before the season began, my World Series prediction was Yankees-Cubs. Through 36 games, it looks pretty damn good. I'll tell you that much.
From your lips to God's ears, Pat. But I'm telling you this. Anybody listening out there, fans of the show, anybody watching on Twitch, anybody watching on YouTube, if that happens, that's going to be a couple of weeks of this show you will not want to miss. Because there is me and Pat will be at each other's throats the entire 7-game series. I promise you.
That's damn right. Damn right. Damn right, baby. All right, fun show. Hell of a show. Another great night in the postseason. We'll see if the Lakers can make it close. But the Avalanche look like a wagon. They're as good as advertised. And the Pistons hold on to win Game 1. Linnell Willingham's coming up next on Westwood One Sports. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to my video producer, Monty, Mike Montgomery. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Zach Kroll, and Max Sheedy. And, of course, my co-host, Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together in 2 exciting new scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play one or the other, or even both. You'll love how these new gold and diamond scratch-offs bring 2 more great things together. Fun and instant cash. Please play responsibly.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. And you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get my favorite thing, Jones, for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. The Memorial savings, they start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at Bel Air Hyundai and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Westwood One Sports Night here's Linnell Willingham.
Welcome in. A Tuesday night edition of Sports Talk. With the youngest John, Remember to hit us up on the talking text line. It is the Cooper Show. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. You can tweet at me as well if you want to keep the conversation going off air. Same handle on each and every social media platform. It is at NELL_BTP. Heck of a lot to get into here tonight, including keeping you up to speed on the NBA postseason. You knew we were going to talk about it. The Los Angeles Lakers looking like they're about to go down. They trail by 14 with about 2:30 and change left to go in regulation. Feels like kind of a wasted performance tonight for the Los Angeles Lakers. We'll break that game down as we roll throughout this program as well. The Dallas Mavericks have a new president of basketball operations. We'll break the news on that. Stephon Diggs officially found not guilty. We'll talk about which NFL team should potentially bring him in. And then we got one more thing on the docket for you as far as the NFL is concerned. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer, who is, by all accounts, a very cool guy. And I'm not being facetious when I say that. I'm a big Commanders fan, so, it'd be easy for me to hate on Schotty, right? I like his vibe. I think he's a cool dude. He had some crazy comments, but maybe not so crazy, depending on how you view the Dallas Cowboys. That's coming up a little bit later on in the show as well. We got to start in the NBA postseason, though, man. The Detroit Pistons, it feels like they're the one seed that everybody loves to hate. And when I say everybody, I mean me, because I don't want to give them credit. I've said it all season long. They're, one seed, their 60-win season, fraudulent, not real, not something that I'm buying. Well, they came out in the opening game of their second-round series, and they put on an absolute clinic. From the get-go, the Detroit Pistons got in the Cleveland Cavaliers' ass. It was a statement game. And I said it last night with the two Game 1 performances that, it's Game 1, right? I'm not going to overreact. I'm not going to look too far ahead. I am 110% overreacting on what I saw tonight. The Detroit Pistons have the soul and spirit of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Snatched it right from them. You want to talk about showing up and punching somebody in the face from the get-go? Dog, it almost felt like I was watching a college basketball game. Cade Cunningham, Asar Thompson picking up full court on Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. And we're going to get to James Harden's bum ass in a second here. Now you got me on it. Because it feels like, at the end of the day, I am the James Harden stan of this show. I will wear that. I think he, a lot of times, catches flack for, his lack of postseason success. Tonight, in this Game 1, James Harden was a total no-show and a total disappointment. Just the reality of the situation. They're going to need James Harden to step up if they're going to have a shot at winning this series. But like I said, I didn't overreact last night after we saw, Philadelphia get their ass whipped. I still think that series goes 7, and I can't tell you who's going to win. Minnesota and San Antonio, Game 1. Victor Wembanyama gassed offensively because he had 12 blocks. Not going to overreact to that. But what we saw tonight from Detroit against Cleveland, that series after one game is as good as over. Bottom line, that series after one game is as good as over. And we saw the way that Cleveland struggled in round 1 with the physicality of the Toronto Raptors, right? That's like light heavyweight physicality. These are the world champs of physicality, talking about Detroit. I can give you all the reasons in the world why I don't like them offensively and why I think them not having a second option is going to be their shortcoming and their pitfall. But on defense, there's no denying it. They got perimeter defenders. They got switchability. They got rim protection. And they showed it all off throughout the course of tonight. I was thoroughly impressed by what Detroit did on the defensive end of the floor. Holding Cleveland to 45% from the field, 37% from 3. Now, that was the problem to me when watching this game. It felt like Cleveland, and I don't think this was a choice or, they were forced into this. They settled for the three way too often. Why? Because the perimeter defense of the Detroit Pistons was smothering. So, hey, something's got to give with this because Cleveland is a group in the Eastern Conference that we know has massive expectations. They're a group that needs to make it to the Eastern Conference Finals as far as I'm concerned, right? Like, we've been here before in terms of them advancing past round one and then coming up extremely short in round number two. Pressure's on. Pressure is on. And the pressure's on for all parties involved. Donovan Mitchell doesn't get a pass. He's the head of the snake. And James Harden, damn sure, doesn't get a pass. Those two dudes, that backcourt, has to be under the microscope here in this series. I got some numbers on James Harden and the way that he's performed throughout the course of this postseason. Here's the thing, though, before I give you the numbers, right? When we have this conversation that we're about to have about James Harden, understand that big picture, as far as how I view him amongst the all-time greats, I think he's one of the best offensive players this sport has ever seen. I think, his year in Houston back in 2017 was probably one of the most special offensive years we ever got to bear witness to. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He needs hardware, and more importantly, he needs to perform better in the postseason. James Harden, throughout the course of these NBA playoffs, 20 points per game, 6 assists, 5 rebounds, shooting 45% from the field, 37.5% from three. That's not the issue, though. He is averaging 5 turnovers per game throughout the course of this postseason. To be exact, 5.37 in 8 postseason games here. The 7 in round 1 against Toronto. And then tonight, James Harden has turned the basketball over a staggering 43 times. If it was anybody else, we'd be talking about them getting benched. If it was anybody else, we'd be talking about Cleveland's head coach saying, hey, maybe we should go with Max Strus. Maybe we should go with Keon Ellis, Dennis Schroeder. You combine the turnovers with the half-ass awful defense that he gives you, James Harden, throughout the course of this NBA postseason, has been borderline unplayable. Unplayable. And I love James Harden as much as the next man does. Like I said, I am a James Harden stan. Hell, when I get enough money one day, I'm going to get a lace front beard in honor of James Harden. I rock with the bro that much. And this is my thing with James Harden and why I simp out for him if I'm being real. James Harden has all the qualities of being one of the faces of the NBA. He was when he was in his prime, right? He's popular in the celebrity dating scene. He's got a shoe that sells. The kids love him. He's got money internationally with his ties to China. With his ties to China, he's somebody. He's marketable. The basketball, though, recently has not matched the aura, so to speak, of one James Harden. The basketball piece of it has not lived up to the other stuff. And it pains me, like I said, as a fan of James Harden, it absolutely pains me to have to be that honest and forthcoming about it. But I can't continue, because I'll be real, on this program, and that's my fault, we haven't really talked a lot about the Cleveland Cavaliers throughout the course of this postseason because they were in a first-round series against Toronto, a team that everyone knows didn't have a chance in hell to advance. So for that reason, we didn't talk about Cleveland a whole lot. Well, now they're under the microscope because they're in a series where if they win, they punch their ticket to the conference finals. If they lose, what's the old saying, guys? When you come up short in the postseason, in the NBA, more than any other sport, there are normally some massive consequences that follow. If Cleveland once again comes up short here, what are those sweeping consequences? It's going to be interesting to watch here. Cleveland, the big problem to me schematically that we saw tonight, they can't beat Detroit off the bounce. They struggled to get good looks all night long. And I mentioned it to start the segment. Full court ball pressure from Asar Thompson and Cade Cunningham at that. I want to get into Cade Cunningham. I said it after the Orlando-Detroit opening round series. Man, I know he's an MVP candidate, but are we talking about him enough? Do we give Cade Cunningham enough love, especially considering the circumstances in which how his regular season kind of concluded? Brother had a collapsed lung, was wheezing, no F baby, probably was struggling to walk. He's back. You saw it in the opening round series early in the first couple of games. There was a little bit of hesitation. But what you saw tonight is a general being a general. He controls and dictates tempo. He plays at his pace. He gets through his shot. And I feel this way about Nikola Jokic, right? Where he's working his way around the basket. Brother can't jump over a damn credit card. But I feel like as I've watched him play throughout the course of his career, I could probably count on one hand how many layups I've seen Nikola Jokic miss. It feels like every time I'm watching him, he doesn't miss. When watching Cade Cunningham play basketball, it feels like every shot he shoots is going to go in, whether it's from the mid-range, whether it's from deep. And Cade isn't, very, very, very brash. He doesn't have a whole lot of bravado. But he needs to be in that conversation with your Anthony Edwards and your Cooper Flaggs amongst the young superstars of this league. That's crazy. We went 12 minutes into the show, and we had to bring up that young killer, Anthony Edwards. I want to talk about the Minnesota Timberwolves for 4 hours. If I had it my way, if I could talk about Minnesota for 4 damn hours, I would. I know we spent a lot of time on them last night, but when Cade Cunningham, and it wasn't nothing spectacular, right, from a, statistical standpoint, but just watching it, the way that he controls the game, the way that he dictates tempo, 6 of 19 tonight, 23 points, 9 of 11 from the three-point line. I think as a team, though, I'm more impressed with just the overall temperament of the Detroit Pistons. They knew, and Coach Bickerstaff said it in the post-game presser, the way that they started the basketball game set the tone. They opened this game up on a 30-14 run. And right off the first make, you saw them apply full court ball pressure in the backcourt. And I said, oh, okay. See, sometimes in basketball, and I know we hear a lot, we use this phrase a lot in football, when a guy lowers his shoulder on a dude and delivers a big hit. You talk about setting the tone with your play. When you take it upon yourselves to come out and provide full court pressure, you're setting the tone. You're trying to very clearly deliver a message to your opponent that, hey, I'm going to try to whip your ass for the better part of 48 minutes. And I'll be darned. What you saw tonight from the Detroit Pistons was a ass whipping of that magnitude, of that variety. They put some stank on it. It was very, very impressive. I still think the Knicks are the best team in the Eastern Conference. I still think when they advance, this series is over. I want to reiterate that, right? I said it last night about the other two series. Game 1, don't overreact. I'm not tripping. Let's see coaches make adjustments. What adjustment can Cleveland make at this point? They can't bring in anybody to help them. You know what I'm saying? They're as helpless as you could possibly get. Because for whatever reason, Donovan Mitchell goes Kanye crazy in game 1 of series. And tonight, he was okay. 23 points, 9 of 19. His life becomes a lot more difficult once the page turns to game 2. I don't know if it's staying up late in the hotel doing some ball handling drills. YouTube something. Do something. Do something. When you get pressed out in the backcourt the way that they did, when you can't get into your offense until 16 seconds on the shot clock, it becomes a lot more difficult to function. And that is what we saw here tonight from the Cleveland Cavaliers. And I give all the credit in the world to the Detroit Pistons. I told you not to overreact to the game ones last night. Minnesota coming up big. Knicks coming up big. You bet your ass you can 110% overreact to what you saw tonight from the Detroit Pistons against the Cleveland Cavaliers. That series is over. Cut the check. Bring the bill. Put the hook out. It's over. Step on it. Big question is, now that if we look ahead just a little bit, I know my folks out there in Cleveland are probably saying, God dang, is that really how you feel? That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. But, because all is fair in love and war, and I really don't have a dog in the fight, period, because I've been poo-pooing on Detroit all year, me getting on Cleveland and stopping a mud hole to James Harden for him not showing up once again in a postseason game, that's his own separate thing. I still don't buy Detroit as a legitimate finals contender. They're going to have their hands full in the Eastern Conference Finals with whoever advances. Notice I said whoever advances. We're going to see, though, man. NBA postseason, baby. This is what it's all about. This is what it is all about. Last night, 2 tremendous games. Tonight, 1.5 tremendous games. We're going to get into the Lakers coming up here momentarily because I am, if you can't tell, I low-key am in my bag about the LA Lakers. We were watching the game right before the show started, and I let off some expletives about LeBron James and his lack of help here tonight. It's frustrating. But if you're looking for a reason to stop poo-pooing on the product, if you're looking for a reason to give the NBA its flowers, the NBA announced earlier this afternoon that the 76ers win over Boston on Saturday was the most watched first-round game in over 25 years and the most watched first-round Game 7 of all time. Argue with somebody you love. Maybe that's me. But for those of you that like to dunk on the NBA and throw alley-oops off the backboard, take that. Take that. We're going to take you up to 3 a.m. Eastern time here on Westwood One Sports Tonight. We got a lot more to get to, including the second half of tonight's doubleheader. Western Conference semis, Lakers, Thunder. Blown opportunity tonight for the Lake Show. I'll tell you why next here on Westwood One Sports Night. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Progressive Commercial Insurance. It protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com.
NBA playoff TV ratings are the highest they've been in 33 years. Stanley Cup playoffs viewership is surging year over year. Now in the second round, we're breaking down the matchups that matter most to you.
This is Westwood One, baby!
Westwood One Sports.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and nonstop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Every game, every interview, every take. 105.7 The voice of The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Party continues here on Westwood One Sports Night with the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, taking you coast to coast as we get you up to 3 a.m. Eastern Time. Number to hit us up on the talking text line, 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. You can tweet at me as well. Same handle on each and every social media platform. It is at NELL_BTP. Coming up in about 15 minutes, the Dallas Mavericks with new leadership in their front office will break the news on that coming up here momentarily, but we want to continue to keep things on the NBA postseason. We had 2 more game ones get underway in the Eastern Conference semis as well as the Western Conference semis. The Detroit Pistons got off to a 30-14 start, never looked back. They were 111-101 winners against Cleveland Cavaliers. James Harden struggled once again. 7 turnovers. Donovan Mitchell complained in post-game about how he needs to flop for calls. Cavs are in shambles. I think that series is over with. Told you not to overreact to last night's game ones. I'm 100% overreacting to what we saw earlier tonight. That series all but over. The second half of the doubleheader just wrapped up. And I'll say this as the resident LeBron James fan, being accused of being bronze-sexual. I thought the Lakers missed a massive, massive opportunity tonight. These opportunities don't come around often, is what I will say. You got a postseason performance out of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in which he did not crack 20 points. And he could not crack the code for most of the game of the Lakers defense. He had 7 turnovers tonight, which is 6 assists. Marcus Smart, shout out to you. I don't like to go a one-on-one ever in an offensive situation. You were 3 for 16 tonight. Don't love that. But I got to love your defense. This is the thing. This is where it becomes tough. When Marcus Smart plays that level of defense, you kind of got to let him get up 16 shots, right? You're like you're rewarding him for what he's doing on the defensive end. Hell nah. 16 Marcus Smart shots offensively. I got to look at the box score here. I think he took 1 less shot than LeBron James tonight. 2 less shots, rather, than LeBron James tonight. Didn't love that. Didn't love that. They missed an opportunity, though, man. LeBron was great. 27 points, 3 of 6 from downtown, 6 helpers. Was pretty damn good defensively. I thought you got a pretty solid performance out of DeAndre Ayton in terms of, not giving up a bunch of second-chance opportunities. But the difference in this one, great job by the Lakers muddying up the game for, SGA, but Chet Holmgren was virtually unguardable. 24 points, 12 boards, 3 blocks. It was, got whatever he wanted. And I said it to Denton kind of, jokingly before the show started. The Lakers may have the worst 1-2 punch at center in the entire NBA between DeAndre Ayton and Jackson Hayes. It's the most unserious TMZ front court that you could ever have. 2 guys that are just, and y'all know I like to, get down and have a good time. 2 guys that I just take their basketball game as immature. I feel like they're just dudes that are happy to be there. I played on a bunch of losing football teams and rooted for one throughout the course of my life. I don't think I ever accused my beloved Commanders and Redskins of just wanting to put the jersey on. But damn it, when I was at Magruder High School, when I was at Bethany College, we sure as hell, and I'm sure you all have had teammates like this before, no matter what level you've played at, some folks are just happy to put the jersey on. Some folks just want to flick it up for Instagram and say that they're rocking the colors and post their favorite rap lyric, knowing they didn't do a damn thing. That's how I feel when I watch Jackson Hayes and DeAndre Ayton. Kind of just happy to be here. Oh, we play for the Lakers. Woohoo! It's more that comes with that. They were not very impactful tonight. Chet Holmgren got whatever he wanted. 4 offensive rebounds. Tough sledding for the LA Lakers. But I do want to give them credit for how they handled Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. While I'm giving them credit, I'm also kind of putting my foot up their ass at the same time. You can't waste a LeBron James performance like this, in my opinion. Think about it. He's 41 years old, and against the best defense in basketball, was damn near perfect tonight. 12 of 17, 3 of 6 from downtown, 27 points. Now, what I don't love is LeBron James finishing a postseason game with just 1 free throw attempt. That doesn't sit well with me at all. And if you're a Laker fan, that's something where you can go, hey, King, Kang, let's give it a little bit more here tonight. We needed more from you. But I think what we're watching here, and I remember earlier, a couple weeks ago, I said this about the Los Angeles Lakers. More than any other team in basketball, they needed to be healthy going into the postseason, not because I thought they can go on some sort of magical Cinderella run, but you needed to see what you had with that trio together in the playoffs. Because whether, anyone wants to admit it or not, playoff basketball, regular season basketball, two totally different entities. Just ask Austin Reeves, who has been in shambles since the postseason started. Career highs during the regular season, albeit he's coming off of an injury. But he's another guy that if you just got something outside of LeBron James offensively, maybe you would have had a shot tonight. You only scored 90 points. Everything was tough to come by. And you know, OKC, like I said, the best defense in basketball. They are going to make life difficult for you. They rim protect, they contest, and they force you into turnovers. That was the difference here tonight. The Lakers did a good job forcing OKC into turnovers. They forced 16 OKC turnovers. The problem is they turned it over 18 times themselves, and it feels like every live ball turnover that we saw tonight from the Los Angeles Lakers ended up in a basket for OKC. Every single time. Sitting here looking at the YouTube TV screen saying, damn, Austin Reeves, you know better. Jake LaRavia, why are you in a playmaking situation in the first place? Marcus Smart, 4 for 15 tonight. I'll say this about this series, and I'll rewind real quick to the opening round series for the Lakers. So I want to make this abundantly clear for those of you out there that are going to try to, use this as ammunition to pew-pew at LeBron James. No matter what happens in year 23 of LeBron's career, nothing that happens at this point should have any sort of negative impact on his overall legacy. Because the reality is, if no one else shows up, the Lakers are going to get swept. Like, let's call a spade, right? If Austin Reeves don't show up, if Luka doesn't get off the red eye from Germany or Spain, wherever the hell he is, getting his hamstring massage, they're going to get swept. Get your brooms out. Get your Swiffer. It'll be over before you know it. And if that is how LeBron James goes out in year 23, so be it. The bigger story to me for the Lakers, though, is what you do moving forward with this roster. And I'm talking about them like they're already eliminated. Feels like it. I mean, I want to put Austin Reeves under the microscope because that's the dude that I was most eager to see, quite frankly, during the postseason. When you come out and put up, career numbers throughout the course of the regular season, you know what I'm waiting for? You know what my first thought is? Can you do it when it matters? Can you do it when the lights are shining oh so bright? Can you do it when the physicality ratchets up? And the early answer for that, for Austin Reeves, unfortunately, is no. And I know I'm being overly critical probably. That's what some of you are going to say. Oh, now you're being too tough on him. He's coming off an injury. Throughout the course of this postseason, Austin Reeves is shooting 36% from the field. Not from three, from the field. He is 110% left LeBron James out to dry. He's got an interesting contractual situation going on here, and that's why the Lakers are going to have a tough decision to make here in terms of how they want to put together this roster. Austin Reeves, for the 2026-2027 season, has a measly little $14 million player option. Austin Reeves is a guy that was a fringe all-star this year. You think he's going to opt in to a $14 million player option? Probably not. The question is, if you're the Lakers, do you get into a bidding war with another team for Austin Reeves' services? Do you? Is that the right move to make? You have his bird rights, so you're able to, bring him back if you want him, no matter what your situation is financially. Do you choose to do it, though? Because there are teams out there in free agency that are going to have buku salary cap room. And if you're LA, you got to decide, hey, do we want to move forward with a core of Luka Doncic, LeBron James, and Austin Reeves? Austin Reeves we know is probably going to get offered a big sack in free agency. LeBron James, on the other hand, major questions about his future moving forward. Is he going to retire? Is he going to, hit free agency and leave L.A.? It's so crazy. It's only game one, but the blowing opportunity tonight for the Lakers has me looking ahead for Los Angeles. Because outside of having Luka Doncic under contract here, the outlook and the future of the Los Angeles Lakers is very, very cloudy. And we know this is the Lake Show. This is La La Land. Never in a gazillion years would you purposefully try to blow things up, especially with the new taking rules, or the new draft lottery rules, and the lack of first-round picks that they own of their own. What do you do here? What do you do? I'll tell you what. More and more, and the further and further removed we get from that Luka Doncic trade that rocked the world last winter, more and more the Dallas Mavericks are looking like hindsight winners here. 310-840-4910 is the number here on a Tuesday night edition of Westwood One Sports Night. A lot more to get to, including the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys saying something pretty off the wall about the future of Dallas. It depends on how you feel about the Cowboys, though. We'll get to that. Plus, we'll get to something we've been supposed to get to. I was supposed to get to it last night. Didn't have the opportunity to. Got a massive, massive reunion coming in the sports media world. We'll get to that. When we come back, the Dallas Mavericks shaking up their front office, bringing in one of the most respected basketball minds in all of the association. I'll tell you who next.
Aaron Rodgers still hasn't decided if he's returning.
I thought at this point we would have known by now that he was going to play.
If the future Hall of Famer walks away, the Steelers will turn to a quarterback competition featuring Drew Aller, Will Howard, and Mason Rudolph. Not the plan, but is it their future? Westwood One Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Need to sell your house fast? Whether you're facing foreclosure, stuck with bad tenants, or just ready for a fresh start, House Buyer Network can help. We buy homes as is for cash. No fees, no commissions, no repairs. Get a fair cash offer in just 24 hours and close in as little as 7 days. Call 833-719-5877 now for your free no-obligation offer. That's 833-719-5877. House Buyer Network. Fast cash, no hassle.
Offers are typically below market value in exchange for speed and convenience. Call for details.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and non-stop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie. Let's be honest for a second. You don't go into game day hoping things just kind of work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts, rocking and rolling. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew. And now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold is a gold standard. You want to be on top of that podium. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. We're not 22 anymore, fellas. If there's an upgrade out there, you take it. As simple as that. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Trust me on this one, guys. Be ready when your number is called. Don't let that loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
The countdown is on, Bel Air. Bob Bell Automotive is bringing something exciting your way. Get ready for big inventory, big savings, and a fresh new car buying experience designed around you. More choices, more value, and a better way to shop are almost here. Stay tuned and learn more at BobBell.com.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Westwood One Sports Night continues with the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, taking you coast to coast as we bring you the latest and greatest in the world of sports. A bunch of different ways you can tap in with the program each and every night. You can check out the YouTube live stream. Just search Westwood One Sports Night. You can check us out streaming live on X at NELL_BTP, Sirius XM channel 375, or one of our over 200 plus affiliates out there nationwide. We will get back into the NBA playoffs coming up in the midnight hour on the East Coast as we take a look back at Pistons and Cavs game one, Lakers and Thunder game one. It feels like as we have gotten all the game ones out of the way here in the semifinals, here in the conference semis, it feels like in both conferences there's a clear best team, or the Eastern Conference at least. There's a clear-cut best team. Out West, the big question mark and the big storyline that we're going to double-click on a little bit later on is, what's the status of Jalen Williams moving forward? Because I'm under the belief that the Oklahoma City Thunder, I know the Oklahoma City Thunder cannot win the NBA Finals if they do not have Jalen Williams at their disposal. He's week to week with a hamstring injury. I don't know if we saw him at all outside of game one in the opening round series, and we didn't see him here tonight. So I'll be eager to get an update on him sooner rather than later, because that's a pretty important cog in their machine, so to speak, as OKC looks to repeat here. I'm going to keep it in the Western Conference. The Dallas Mavericks have been kind of the punching bag of the NBA, it feels like, for the past calendar year, based off of the trade that rocked the world. Nico Harrison moving off of Luka Doncic. As we sit here a little over a year removed from the trade, I think that the Mavericks are the hindsight winner, in my opinion. Here's why. Think about what you had organizationally. You had Nico Harrison, a non-basketball knowing boob, running your front office, and you had Luka Doncic, you couldn't lay off the brewskis, running your franchise. And I have a different take on Luka than I know a lot of other people do. For me, the offense is great, right? One of the best scorers that this game has ever seen. He is such a liability on the defensive end that I don't know if he could be the best player on a championship team. I know. You're going to have to put together a certain type of roster defensively to mask his deficiencies on that end of the floor. He simply can't move his puppies. Couldn't stay in front of a traffic cone. He is that horrible going laterally and side to side. And I think there are major questions about his durability, as we're seeing right now. And I think there's questions about his work habits and work ethic and whether or not he's going to show up to camp or the season in shape. Dallas has now freed themselves of that and Nico Harrison. In hindsight, two bad apples for their organization. Insert Cooper Flagg, insert Masai Ujiri. I'd much rather go into the future, Mavericks fans, with those two dudes being who spearheads my organization. Masai Ujiri, hired as the new president of basketball operations, I expect him to have the Dallas Mavericks contending sooner rather than later. Bottom line, he gets it done. One of the best talent evaluators in all of the NBA. I don't know of any other GM in maybe the 2020s or the last decade to 20 years has had a better run than what Masai Ujiri had from 2015 to 2017 drafting dudes relative to like draft slot. So that's what, Mavericks fans, that's what you have coming your way. And I believe they own OKC's first round pick this year. You're going to need to hit on that, right? It's probably going to be picked 29 to 30 overall. In this deep loaded draft class, you're going to have to bring in somebody that can come in and compete right away. But looking at Dallas's roster, moving forward, looking at, the makeup of that team, assuming that Kyrie Irving comes back healthy, and there's new video online of him and Phil Handy, the longtime Lakers trainer, getting some good work in. He looks healthy. The duo of Kyrie Irving and Cooper Flagg and a healthy Derek Lively and a healthy Daniel Gafford, they're intriguing. They're intriguing. And here's the kicker. Look at this roster. They've got money. The Dallas Mavericks are going to have some money to go out and spend this offseason. And as far as retooling goes, shouldn't be that difficult. Especially when you consider, Denton, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Dallas is like no state tax, right? So it should be a place where free agents want to come get that bag. Should be a place where free agents want to come play. But I'm more interested in the draft track record of Masai Ujiri. It's fascinating to me. DeLone Wright, the guy that's had a nice long career in the NBA and, should be a role player on a championship team. He's just stuck in basketball purgatory. He was a guy that he selected 20th overall. Norman Powell, candidate for most improved player. One of the best scorers we got in the game. He drafted Norman Powell in 2015 with the 46th overall pick. He knows how to unearth talent. Talking about Masai Ujiri. That is what he does. Jakob Poeltl, who we just saw in the last round with the Toronto Raptors in 2016, drafted him 9th overall. Jakob's had a nice long NBA career. Now, in hindsight, do you think he's worth the top 10 pick for what he does and his role in this league? Yeah. His best pick to me, Pascal Siakam, 27th overall back in 2016. So the draft track record for Masai Ujiri is like that. Fred VanVleet, undrafted free agent, unearthed by who? Masai Ujiri. So if you're Dallas, that intrigues me. You went from non-basketball knowing Nico Harrison running your organization to a literal basketball savant and one of the most trusted voices in all of the NBA in Masai Ujiri. That is a huge, huge W if you're a fan of the Dallas Mavericks. Now, the big hot button issue that I know a lot of Mavericks fans are still, questioning or worried about is, well, should we have traded Luka Doncic? I just gave you my answer. Masai Ujiri was asked if he would have traded Luka Doncic. He had this to say.
No. He has addressed it, by the way. He has addressed it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm going to say it again. We have to respect everybody and everything that's happened here. He's a Hall of Fame player. He's gone. He will always be a Maverick. We'll celebrate him in the best possible way, like we're going to celebrate all the Maverick players and stars that have been here. But we have to move. We really have to move on. It's not for me to start criticizing what anybody else is doing. It's for me to criticize what I am doing, and worry about what I'm going to do. If I continue hopping on that, then I think all of you are going to be asking me what I am doing. I have to look to the future, because winning is what we have to do here, and winning is a responsibility of mine.
You don't have to, go back and criticize anybody's moves, but I will. But in reality, Mavericks fans, should you be criticizing Nico Harrison? He set you up. If you don't trade Luka, the NBA doesn't rig the draft lottery for you to get Cooper Flagg. He said it. I said it. No, I'm being facetious, when I mention that. But like I said to start the segment, I think if you're Dallas, and I know it, Luka's a 25-year-old phenom. I get, still having, sour grapes about him getting moved. I totally understand it. But, you have Cooper Flagg now. You have Cooper Flagg now. And if you were to poll NBA executives out there and ask which current NBA star would you want to start a franchise with, Victor Wembanyama and Cooper Flagg are at the top of those lists for all 30 NBA executives. So the arrow, whether you like it or not, and whether you can see this far ahead into the future or not, Mavericks fans, the arrow is 110% pointing up. The question's going to be, how quickly can he turn things around? You look at the books this year for the Mavericks, and the lack of big-time contracts littered across it, they're going to be very, very active in Adam Silver's free agency. They're going to be very, very active in terms of going out and acquiring talent. And think about it like this. We're going to get to see arguably the greatest ball handler of all time, Kyrie Irving, pair up with Cooper Flagg. Hot damn. Good time to be alive and to be a Mavericks fan out there in the D. 310-840-4910 is the number on the talk and text line here on a Tuesday night edition of Westwood One Sports Night with the youngest in Charles and Willingham. A lot more to get to. We'll get into the National Football League coming up momentarily. Brian Schottenheimer, the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, had some bold comments about what he expects out of his Cowboys in 2026. They're bold, I guess, depending on how you look at the Dallas Cowboys. A good NFL draft, a good NFL offseason. Just how good is Dallas going to be? We'll talk about that as it rolled throughout the show as well. And then we'll get back into the NBA postseason, man. Western Conference semis, Eastern Conference semis, rolling on game one between the Lakers and the Thunder. Feels like a missed opportunity for LA. We'll give you the details on that. But as soon as we come back on the other side of the break, the Detroit Pistons, the most maligned one seed in a long, long time in the NBA's postseason, they were victorious tonight. They had a statement win. Are they going to win the series? I'll tell you that next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This spring, save huge on your new Valor roof. A Valor roof is more than just a roof. Built as strong as our men and women in uniform. Max Def architectural shingles, our Valiant lifetime warranty, means your new Valor roof is the last roof you'll ever own. This month only, save 50% off all materials. Pay no interest for a full 18 months. Plus, get a free upgrade to our Valiant lifetime warranty. Military and first responders, be sure to ask about our Salute to Service program. Visit valorhome.com or call
833 Valor.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 135 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Presenting Fun's greatest hits. Remember this old fave? How about this one? Or the unforgettable... It's the new Miss Pac-Man Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $30,000 or enter to win a Miss Pac-Man arcade machine. Play today. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
When you sell your home, you want to make the most money possible, not spend it. Sometimes you need to spend money to make it, though. Just not with my friend Lee Tessier and his team. Lee's going to tell you what every other real estate agent will. Your home needs upgrades, fixes, and repairs to sell for the most money possible. What Lee says that others don't is that you don't have to worry about the upfront cost for the work to be done because of his rehab refresh program. Lee will take care of it. So let's say your kitchen faucet hasn't been working right for a while and you haven't gotten it fixed. Lee's got you covered. Shingles on your roof are falling apart. Lee's got you covered. You don't owe a dime until your home sells. So call the old agent I qualify to sell my home. That man's my friend Lee Tessier. Just give him a call, 410-638-9555, or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee, Tessier.
from the Anderson Automotive Studios. Woo-hoo! This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Happy Cinco de Drinko to those who participate. It was wild and wonderful around where I live at. I went out earlier in the afternoon after I went on my little walk to go get some condiments from my local Family Dollar. There were just people in the parking lot, and this is just what Southern Maryland has to provide, I guess. There were people in the parking lot with boom boxes. I live in a neighborhood actually that actually is predominantly, I wouldn't say predominantly Spanish people, but there's a healthy mix of our of our Hispanic friends, and they were playing their music. I don't even know what any of their cool dances are. A lot of hip movement. It was great, man. So happy Cinco de Mayo to all of you that participate. In light of Cinco de Mayo, we're gonna have a little bit of fun later on in the show. We'll ask you this question. What is the best holiday to party on? What's the best holiday known for partying? I know Cinco de Mayo very high on that power rankings list. We'll get to that as we ease our way into the 1 a.m. hour on the East Coast. A lot more to get to, though, man. Appreciate you all being here on a Tuesday night edition of Westwood One Sports Night. NBA postseason in full swing. Eastern Conference semis, Western Conference semis. We'll let you hear from LeBron James coming up here momentarily, but I got to start in the first half of our doubleheader. Two teams that played in Game 7s, locking horns here in the Eastern Conference semis. Detroit Pistons, Cleveland Cavaliers. They also have this in common, right? They both played in Game 7. They also have this in common. It feels like whichever one of these teams loses here in this second round, it's going to feel like they came up extremely short relative to their preseason expectations. And as we've gotten more of a sample size here on the Cleveland Cavaliers, as we've gotten more data on what Cleveland is, I remember right around the first couple of episodes of this very program, it was right before the trade deadline. Cavs made a move to land Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder. But before that, they moved off of Darius Garland to acquire none other than the bearded man, James Harden, a dude that I consider to be one of the best scorers in the NBA's history, a guy that's a top 75 dude and will be a Hall of Famer as soon as he's eligible. Despite all of that, James Harden here in the 2026 playoffs has been borderline unplayable. And the tough part about it is, as a James Harden stan and somebody who routinely goes to bat for him, we're at the point right now where the evidence is so damning against him in his postseason performances that I just got to shut the hell up and give you the facts. James Harden tonight, 6 of 15 from the field, 1 of 7 from 3, and he had 7 damn turnovers, meaning he had more turnovers than he had field goals. Martin Peabody got Mo head and she got body. That's what it felt like tonight with James Harden. Got to be better. And here's why I say he's borderline unplayable, young. The turnovers are one thing. When you are a damn traffic cone defensively, when you can't move defensively and you give half-ass effort, possession in and possession out, it's tough to stomach, man. The turnover thing with James Harden, though, is tough because this is not something that's new, right? James Harden has been a turnover machine throughout the course of his postseason career. In this postseason, James Harden, through 8 games, the 7 in round 1, and game 1 here tonight, In those 8 games, James Harden has a whopping 43 turnovers. Can I make my Montgomery County Public Schools folks proud? That is 5.37 turnovers per game. Yuck. Nasty, nasty work. And here's the thing, like I said a moment ago, whether it's Detroit or Cleveland who goes down, and it sure as hell feels like it's Cleveland at this point, there's going to be a shakeup to the roster. There's going to be some sweeping changes. I think James Harden and the playoff epidemic that he's had throughout the turnover epidemic that he's had throughout the course of his playoff career, it's nasty. James Harden has gone over 43 turnovers in the playoffs 6 different times. 6 different times. This postseason that he's currently having is the worst of his career from a turnover to game ratio. I just bring you the facts. Like, it's tough to stomach because I think we all look at James Harden, and maybe I'm in the minority with this, 310-840-4910. I consider James Harden to be one of the all-time greats. I look at James Harden as a legend. James Harden is some hardware away from being considered one of the best 2 guards of all time. Some people may already look at him through that lens. Now, I'm not going to go as far as Pat Beverly. I don't know if y'all are hip to that argument that's been going on online, the D-Wade versus James Harden debate, which isn't really a debate because Dwayne Wade was a 2-way phenom. James Harden doesn't really play defense, so it's not really much of a conversation. But I think Pat's overarching point is like, man, James is special. Despite how special he is offensively, when you turn the basketball over at the rate that he is, people are going to have something to say about it. He had to address his turnover epidemic postgame. James Harden had this to say after the loss to the Pistons.
You guys could talk collectively about trying to limit the turnovers, or you could try to live with them. Do you think these turnovers are something that are correctable?
Yep. 1,000,000%.
And what do you think?
Some of them are, like Don just said, you look within first, and you look at my turnovers, and a lot of them were just on me and nothing they did. So, and which led to I don't even know how many transition points they had, but it was way too many. And I mean, if I had to put my print on one thing on the game, that's the game right there. I mean, how many points they had in transition? How far turnovers?
20. 31.
That's the game. Like, it's nothing else. Like we talked about last year, you get a shot on glass, even half of that, and it's a different ball game. So, for me, I got to be better, and I will be better turning the basketball over. From turning the basketball over, getting shots up, and then it gives our defense a chance to get back and get set. I think we did it. Other than that, we played a pretty solid game.
I'll be real. Some people may, think it's just tongue-in-cheek, think it's cliche. I love the fact that there was a extreme amount of accountability taken here by James Harden. Like, he was real. If he doesn't turn the ball over as much as he does, they don't get as many points. I think he said 31 points off the turnovers. Like, that's awful. Can't happen. Can't happen. Now, do I believe that he's just all of a sudden, at the snap of a finger? By the way, if you're watching on the YouTube stream, I can't snap. I think I used the wrong fingers. Probably doesn't sound like a snap in the microphone either, does it? Probably just sounds like ashy fingers being rubbed together. That's awkward. He's not going to just stop turning it over at the snap of a finger. That's just not how this works, right? So while it's like me when I was in college. While I agree, while I like the accountability, do I think he's going to stop turning it over? No. I had a cheating problem when I was in college, ladies and gentlemen. I was not a faithful man, and I kept getting confronted about it and confronting about it, and I'd take accountability each and every time, and then I'd end up down the hall. James Harden's going to end up down the hall again, is what I'm saying. 310-840-4910 is the number. I think as we move throughout this series, I want the conversation to shift to this, because while Detroit set the tone from the get-go. If you're just now joining us, they started off with a 30-14 run, full court pressure defensively from both Cade Cunningham and Asar Thompson. We know what Asar is about on the defensive end. I think Cade is an underrated defender. When you talk about him being 6'6" and the length that he has, I think it's no surprise that he's as good as he is defensively. I'm impressed with his offensive game, though, man. His ability to pick his spots, his ability to continuously play under control and not get sped up by anybody or anything, I think it's just super duper impressive. And wasn't perfect tonight. I think he also had 5 or 6 turnovers. Wasn't perfect, but his ability to just control and manage the game was enough. When I watch him play and the way that he's performed throughout the course of this postseason, this was an MVP caliber year for Cade Cunningham. I think everybody agrees with that. If I'm not mistaken, was he one of the 3 finalists for the MVP? I know Victor, what was it? Victor Wembanyama, Nikola Jokic, and Cade? Or was it Shea? Either or. The way that he performed throughout the course of this year, Shea, Jokic, and Wemby. Now, I know the injury situation for Cade Cunningham definitely muddied that conversation. But he played at an MVP level throughout the course of the regular season, guiding them to the 1 seed in the East. I don't think them being the 1 seed is that impressive, but he was the guy that led the charge, so to speak. In this postseason, in that opening round against that physical, demanding Orlando defense, he averaged 33 points, 7 assists, 6 rebounds, a block, a steal, while shooting 40% from 3 on damn near 8 attempts per contest. Why do I bring up his numbers in that opening round? I'm probably in the minority with this thought. But let me bring this to the table, and we can get your calls on it at 310-840-4910. I think it's so silly that the league MVP votes aren't influenced by the playoffs. I don't think they should have the MVP finalists set in stone and vote on it until the postseason's over. To think that the regular season is the only thing that should matter when it comes to the MVP, I think is totally ludicrous. Because what happens if a guy is an MVP candidate all regular season long, plays well, and then in the postseason comes out and lays a total egg? At that point, to me, he's not deserving and worthy of being a damn MVP. I don't understand that. Maybe I'm in the minority with this. 310-840-4910. I 110% feel like the MVP race should be influenced by the NBA's postseason, especially when you consider just how different regular season and postseason basketball is. Maybe that's the reason right there. I'm at a point right now where it's like I'm almost looking at the NBA postseason as an individual item. 2 separate entities, regular season play, postseason play. And I feel like you earn your stripes in the postseason because of the way that the physicality ratchets up, because of the way that the game ultimately changes here. There was a number I pulled earlier that was damning to me. Per league tracking data, this postseason, 62.8% of all shots have been heavily contested. Now, that's an analytic where they measure, where you're at on the contestants. Heavily contested, no contest, light contest. The 62.8% of shots that have been heavily contested, it's the highest percentage of any shots in the playoffs since 2014. So you're seeing the defensive intensity raise. It's more difficult to get a bucket and be great in the postseason. So why shouldn't that influence the MVP vote? 310-840 4910 is the number here. Let's go to our guy, Mr. Positive, out in Michigan, wanting to check in. Greg, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Linnell, boom, shakalaka, everybody go for your dreams. You are spot on there, buddy, because the MVP, arguably, takes you to the, the finals and the playoffs. So you are spot on. I have to totally agree with you. Real quick, my Lakers, very disappointed, but oh well, they're not going to go far. So I'm just hoping my LeBron can play pretty well. But
he looked good tonight. He looked good tonight for sure.
Yes, the Pistons. I got to tell you, everyone came to play. Yeah, Cade was a little bit not so good with the field goal, but everyone else picked up the slack. And I got to tell you about James Harden in the playoffs. He's about as good as a pimple on my butt. He doesn't have the intensity.
I'm looking for a
warrior spirit. Pardon?
No, go ahead, Mr. Positive.
He doesn't have that warrior spirit that Mr. Positive and my Warriors are looking for in Michigan. It was great to see the Pistons do what they did tonight.
Impressive.
Robinson did the 3-pointers, and it was just a great game, and I think Detroit's going to win this one. I really do.
It looks like it. So after the game ones last night, I was pretty hell-bent on, not overreacting to what we saw. I think after tonight's game one, very clear and obvious the Detroit Pistons are going to win that series.
Very good, my friend.
Appreciate you as always, my man. 310-840-4910 is the number. Should league MVP votes be influenced by the postseason? 310-840-4910. And what do you make of James Harden and his postseason failures here? Once again, coming up small in the NBA's second season. His game one performance tonight was just downright awful. And it got to a point where, to me, if he's turning the ball over at that rate and he's not playing a lick of defense, for me, he becomes virtually unplayable. 310-840-4910. Donnie, also out in Detroit, wanting to check in. Donnie, what's going on, brother? Welcome in.
Yo, what's up, man?
How are you?
Hey, yep. So I agree with you with Harden. I'm a Detroit fan, obviously. My team growing up was the Go to Work Pistons.
Okay.
I feel like these guys are pretty similar to that, with the defense and everything like that. But looking at Cade, the way he came through in that Orlando series, I thought Orlando was a bad matchup for Detroit.
For sure, I agree.
Just going into it, I would have rather played other teams than Orlando for the start. But now that we got through it, I don't feel bad about playing Cleveland. I think give us 5-6 games, I think this is ours. But
they're battle tested.
Yeah, if they do try to do some cute stuff and pull Harden out and put, JB's going to have to adapt to that, right?
For sure.
They have talent on their team. It's not going to be a walk in the park, but Cade has definitely shown all-star talent. He
more than all-star, man. I call him an MVP talent. I appreciate the call as always.
Absolutely.
310-840-4910 is the number. Cade Cunningham continuing to impress throughout this NBA playoffs. The young man's special. I don't think he gets enough credit in terms of the young stars of this league. It feels like his name is oftentimes omitted. That is the recap of Pistons and Cavs. I think that one's over. The Western Conference semis started tonight as well, as we saw LeBron James and the Lakers take on SGA and the Thunder. I thought it was a classic performance from LeBron James, but it feels like there was a missed opportunity tonight for the LA Lakers. I'll tell you why next.
The Thunder and Spurs are one series away from a collision course with the MVP finalists. Are we really on the verge of a Wemby versus SGA conference finals? We're just one round away from finding out. Westwood One Sports.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal? Make somebody brag a little back home? That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do what the wealthy do. Have a tax-efficient plan for retirement. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast. Weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
When you're focused on the road ahead of you, passing motorcycles can be difficult to spot. In a matter of seconds, they can go from nowhere to right there. Check your mirrors and your blind spots before changing lanes or turning. Your extra vigilance makes the road a safer place for everyone. Share the road. Be the look twice driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Here I am. Shout out to the big voice guy. 310-840-4910 is how you hit us up on the talking text line. It's officially, for my Cali people out there, we know how the people in Cali like to party. For my Cali people, you're still in Cinco de Mayo. So let me not say and spoil it for you. But folks on the East Coast, it's now May the 6th. Cinco de Mayo is over. Before we get out of this hour, I do want to have a conversation about, like, what's the best drinking holiday? What's the best holiday known for drinking? And I'll never forget when me and the super producer of the program, Denton Day, had to let Josh Graham know that, like, Thanksgiving Eve is 110% a legitimate holiday, and it's where people go out and have a grand old time. Cinco de Mayo, right up there at the top of the list. We'll get your thoughts on that as we roll throughout the program as well. I do want to get back into the Los Angeles Lakers coming up here momentarily, but something that's on my mind, man, and it's after seeing, Cade Cunningham perform the way that he performed tonight, and then seeing Shea perform the way that he performed tonight. Shea, MVP finalist, deservingly so. Cade Cunningham, not an MVP finalist. That's up for debate whether he should have been or not. My thing is, the finalists shouldn't have been determined yet, people. I think it's a total missed opportunity by the NBA to not use the postseason as part of the data in picking your league MVP, especially when you consider the importance level that we put on the NBA postseason relative to the greatest of all time and their legacy. Right? Like, you can't be considered an all-time great if you come up small routinely in the postseason. Just ask James Harden. Just ask James Harden. We were just having a conversation about him and how he routinely comes up small. Doesn't happen during the regular season. We care less about a 7-turnover game in the regular season. But in that second season, where it's go hard or go home, shake a leg or lose one, do or die, you got to play your absolute best. And if you don't, it should damn right. It should impact your legacy. My thing is this, though, when it comes to the league MVP and the association, I think they 1,000% should use postseason data as a part of the equation. I may be in the minority with that thought. We'll see what some of you all think. Kevin is in Georgia wanting to chime in. Kevin, welcome into Westwood One Sports Night.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
I listen to y'all all the time.
Appreciate it.
But this my thing about the MVP. The postseason is a much shorter season than the regular season. Like, let's bring it. We can say because I feel like it's the same argument with every sport. Let's say baseball. They play so many games. So let's say it's Matt Olson or something, and then when he gets to the playoffs, he doesn't do good. Should he not deserve MVP?
I'm not saying it should be the entire argument, but I'm saying it should 110% factor in. I get to your point to make the whole body of work from the regular season meaningless. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is the postseason should 110% be a part of the criteria, though.
Do you think they should make a playoff MVP there?
I mean, yeah, but is it going to have the same significance? Is it going to be viewed the same? Probably not. It's fascinating, though. I think it's a good point. I think it's a good point, especially from the standpoint of Major League Baseball, when you consider the length of the season.
See, what I got from it is, if they don't make the playoffs, they don't deserve the MVP.
I 100% feel that way. Yes. How are you the league's most valuable player if you couldn't get your team to the postseason?
But what if they average 40 points a game and 10 assists, and then the team, they didn't make it?
Then their stats are inflated. Look at Kevin Love in Minnesota. You know what I'm saying? I see what you're saying, though. It's just, I think that's tough. I appreciate the call as always, brother. 310-840-4910 is the number. It's a fascinating conversation to me, man, because I'm not saying, and I'm glad that he used the example of Major League Baseball, a 162-game season. I'm not saying that it should totally, push to the side what you accomplished during the regular season. I'm just saying for it not to be a part of the evaluation, it just doesn't make sense to me. Especially when you consider, I'm going to keep reiterating what I said a moment ago. When you consider the importance that we put on that we put on the playoffs in each sport, then why wouldn't it be considered? Ron is in Chicago, wants to check in. Ron, what's going on, brother? Welcome in to Westwood One Sports Night.
No, they should not include postseason results in the regular season MVP. The MVP should give all players a chance to win. And the only time when all players are playing in the regular season is in the regular season. So you have a regular season MVP for only the regular season games.
Why did you say that all can I cut you off for a second? Because I can't move past what you said. You said all players should be able to win the MVP award?
Right, because why shouldn't they? Are you saying that certain players should not be able to win it?
If you can't get your team to the postseason, hell no. You're not deserving of being an MVP.
Okay,
from my vantage point, though. From my vantage point.
Keep in mind, when you talk about players making a name for themselves in the postseason, the series that carries the most weight in the postseason is the NBA Finals. That's where you really make your name. There is an MVP for the NBA Finals. So, if you want a postseason MVP, that's where you get it. But when you're talking the regular season, you shouldn't give certain players an advantage over others because they got to play more games. Keep in mind, MVP.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if your season isn't deserving of being most valuable, we can't call you most valuable.
Okay.
If you weren't valuable enough to get your team to the playoffs.
I know the sports talk line, but okay, there is nobody in the NBA who's good enough to win playing 1 against 5. An MVP is an individual award in a team game, and if you're going to give certain players an advantage because they happen to be playing on a better team, that's not fair to the other players who aren't playing on such good teams, and they should have an equal chance. Maybe, for example, give you an example. Mm-hmm. I think Con Knippel had a more positive impact on the Charlotte Hornets than Cooper Flag had.
You're totally wrong. And you're totally wrong. And here's why. Con Knippel wasn't the offensive engine on his basketball team. Con Knippel wasn't asked to do the things that Cooper Flag was asked to do.
Okay.
Con Knippel broke the three-point record as a rookie because he was spoon-fed by LaMelo Ball. Cooper Flag played in a more competitive conference. Cooper Flag played in the more competitive conference and was asked to do way more.
Con Knippel, hit in many of those games, he hit some big shots for the team, and so he helped. I mean, he did have an impact on the team.
Sure,
I'm not saying that every game they won was because of Con Knippel. But what I am saying is he definitely helped them win more games. Now, in the case of the Dallas Mavericks, they weren't going anywhere, so the strategy was, okay, let's entertain the fans by turning the season into a highlight reel for Cooper Flag. I mean,
dude. He is their best player offensively. They weren't worried about highlights. That was their only point guard.
Anytime someone's scoring 49 points a game, there's something wrong in the team system. You can't win.
No, it's not. Here's the thing. Cooper Flag
win.
wasn't the offensive engine for the Hornets because Cooper Flag isn't as skilled. Excuse me. Con Knippel wasn't the offensive engine for the Hornets because Con Knippel's not as skilled and as talented as Cooper Flag. Not even close. He can't dribble.
Okay. You're thinking in terms of individual, and I'm telling you, there is nobody. You just said it was an individual.
You just said it was an individual award.
It is an individual award, and what I am telling you is that nobody in this league is good enough to play win 1 against 5. And so,
I think you made a lot of good points. I gotta let you run though, brother. You made a lot of good points though. I appreciate the call. That's fascinating to me. I am. Denton Day typed in the YouTube chat, getting us smarter here. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the only MVP who's ever missed the playoffs in the NBA. Because it shouldn't happen. And his numbers that year were probably asinine. Think about how crazy you had to have gone for you to win MVP with no playoffs.
27-17.
Ain't even that crazy, though. Is it? It's kind of wild.
In 1976, it was pretty wild.
It's pretty wild, yeah. I'll give it to him. 310-840-4910 is the number here. I do want to get into the Los Angeles Lakers, but We'll wrap up the conversation with I got Chance out in Alabama wanting to check in. Chance, what's going on?
Are you just saying it just only applies to basketball, or does it apply to basketball and football, or all sports?
I think it should apply to all sports. The postseason should be a part of the criteria for MVP, not the whole thing, Chance. A part of the criteria. To omit it and act like it shouldn't matter at all, like that's crazy to me. Especially when you consider how much we talk about championships and postseason success relative to legacies in sports.
Well, let me give you one example. I'm a Bills fan, so I go to them a lot. Okay. And back in the day, it was mostly a running. There's mostly a running game. 1973, O.J. Simpson runs for 2,003 yards. Their team was trash. He set the season high rushing record. They couldn't make the playoffs because there was no one else on that team. That team was straight garbage. So he should be, let's say a guy goes and wins the Super Bowl, pads his stats in the playoffs. He should, be at that disadvantage because everyone around him sucks and they're garbage. I just don't think that makes any sense to me. Basketball, I can lean with you there, but football is totally different, man. Especially, with the running back position or receiver, but even quarterback, man. There's some quarterbacks that'll come to the league and they'll be on some straight trash teams.
Joe Burrow was phenomenal a couple of seasons ago. You know why he didn't win the MVP? Didn't make the playoffs. He would have won the MVP. What was this? Was this the 24 season? I think I'm referring to, or the 23 season. I think he threw like 46 touchdowns, something nuts. And he didn't win MVP. Why? Because the Bengals didn't make the playoffs.
Which was on his defense. His defense was straight trash. And he had no offensive line. C.J. Stroud's rookie year. Actually, never mind. I think they made the playoffs. But like I said, the running back is the running back
is interesting. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right, man. Appreciate you taking the call.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you chiming in, man. Tony is in Montreal to wrap us up here before we get into Lakers and Thunder. What's going on?
How you doing, Linnell? Interesting
good,
conversation. Man. I want to just chime in on our man Harden. I never heard him speak before. I never had super great opinion of him, but I'm listening to what you're saying, and he was really bad, and he admitted it.
Yeah.
And I told you his call screener. He reminds me of Kirby Doc in Montreal. I don't know if you know about this guy. He's a first-round pick, Chicago Blackhawks, and then Montreal traded for him. And he's had a hard time, lots of injuries, back and forth. And this playoff series against Tampa Bay, he made a great mistake. He iced the puck, and they came back, and he scored the winning goal in overtime. He got death threats. His wife got death threats. His children got death threats.
Yeah. I'm never in favor of people acting stupid.
Yeah, the next day, the coach came out and said, hey, listen, Martin St. Louis, this is not acceptable. The whole team rallied around him. He came back in the next game, led the team. I believe he scored 2 goals and an assist. His line mate scored another goal, and his other line mate scored. And they were the line that generated the third line in hockey. Is not usually a power line, and they were the reason that the Canadians won. And of course, they won in Tampa Bay, and they're now in the second round. And I just want to say, great expectations. Charles Dickens talked about redemption, and he talked about the themes of poverty and of richness and strength, and then coming out at the end with success. And I think that Harden,
he's got a chance to do that for sure. For sure.
As much as he had a bad game, I can hear the love that you have for him, because he is a superstar, just like Doc is a superstar. Because all these great athletes, Linnell, you said the other day you're a Division III basketball player. I played NCAA
Division III football player. Don't skew my story up too bad now. People try to Stephen A. Smith me.
Sorry, but what I meant was that you're a competitive athlete. When you play NCAA Division I, 1A, or 2, or 3, you know what it takes to be a great athlete. For a one athlete to get on that basketball court, he's got to be better than maybe 2 to 3 million athletes. That's what I said about Kirby Doc. You condemn a guy like that that's 6'4", that can skate like the wind. Tell him to his face, because that guy, Kirby Doc, is better than 2 million hockey players to get on the Montreal Canadiens. And what we do is we sometimes like to rip down our idols, because they're human sometimes.
Because we put them on such a pedestal that when they don't live up to expectations, there's going to be scrutiny. I appreciate the call as always, brother.
And
we're
I
up
just
against the
want to
break.
say this.
I got to let you go because we're up against the clock. 310-840 4910 is the number. A lot more, to get into, including Stephon Diggs having some good juju go his way. We'll tell you what team he could potentially sign with. We'll get into the NFL as we ease our way into the 1 a.m. hour on the East Coast. The Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer had some pretty interesting comments about Dallas. They may seem crazy depending on your opinion of the Cowboys. We'll get to that in the 1 a.m. hour. When we get back, though, the Lakers blew a massive opportunity earlier tonight. I'll tell you how next.
NBA playoff TV ratings are the highest they've been in 33 years. Stanley Cup playoffs viewership is surging year over year. Now in the second round, we are breaking down the matchups that matter most to you.
This is Westwood One, baby!
Westwood One Sports.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good night's sleep.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Town Appliances Spring Black Friday shopping event. It's here. And it's the perfect time to save big on top appliance brands during this Spring Black Friday shopping event. You can shop premium names like Bosch and more. So if you've been thinking about upgrading your kitchen, laundry, or outdoor area, now's the time to do it. With nationwide delivery and a beautiful showroom off Reisterstown Road, plus flexible financing, Town Appliance makes it easy from start to finish. Don't miss the Spring Black Friday shopping event. Stop in, call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING.com. Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills? Switch to Red Pocket Mobile. With Red Pocket Mobile, premium 5G plans start at just $10 a month. Pick a plan, lock in your rate, and that's the number you'll see on your bill every month. No hidden fees and no long-term contracts. And here's the kicker. Red Pocket lets you choose from 3 major 5G networks, not just one. Pick the network that actually works where you live and where you work. Try one, and if you like it, keep it. If not, switch to another. Never be stuck with a single network again. Plus, keep your phone, keep your number. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New customers can switch and save 50%. Choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price and no contracts at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
What happens next?
A massive trade
Happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
We're hopeful that we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, I'm Boomer Esiason. Follow the Ravens, Terps, and O's on 105.7 The Fan or anytime on the free Odyssey app.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
What up, good people? Appreciate you locking in to Westwood One Sports Night. Whitney Youngest and Charles Linnell Willingham as we take you coast to coast. Number to hit us up on the talking text line, 310-840-4910. LA Lakers and Oklahoma City Thunder played game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals earlier tonight. And the best way that I can describe what happened tonight was a missed opportunity for the purple and gold, man. Anytime LeBron James has a performance like he had tonight, and I'm not acting like he had some 40-point triple-double, 27 points, though, 12 of 17, 3 of 6 from 3, 6 helpers, was pretty damn good defensively as well. Wasted that performance, man, because you got help from nobody else. Rui Hachimura was the second leading scorer. He had 18 on 7 of 13 shooting. He was damn good. Outside of that, though, nobody else showed up offensively for the Lakers. The one other guy that I was expecting to show up for L.A. was Austin Reeves. He was a no-show. 3 for 16 tonight, 0 of 5 from 3. And since his return from injury, he has not been the same guy. The Lakers are going to have a very, very interesting decision to make at season's end because you got to wonder, like, how much money are you willing to throw at one Austin Reeves? He's got a $14 million player option. Odds are he's going to opt out of that and try to get a big-time bag in free agency. And the question is going to be, if you're L.A., like, what is the team building strategy moving forward here? How do you move forward with this unit? Do you want LeBron back? Do you want Reeves back? Do you guys want to run this trio back in hopes of having better health or what, man? It's a lot of tough decisions to make internally for Rob Pelinka and company. I mentioned that tonight felt like a missed opportunity. It was because LeBron got no help. And then more importantly, like the Lakers tonight, say what you want, about their inability to defend throughout the course of the season. I thought tonight defensively, considering who the opponent was, they were impressive, especially their defense on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Held him to just 8 of 15 from the field, 8 field goals for Shai, 7 turnovers, though, for the MVP finalists. So Lakers did a nice job muddying things up. I thought Marcus Smart was really good tonight when he was on him as the primary defender. They just did a good job, double teaming, making him get off of the basketball and get it out of his hands. I loved it. There's one thing that I got a bone to pick with JJ Redick, if I'm being real. Jake LaRavia tonight was -9 in 14 minutes of action. I'm not a super analytics plus-minus nerd. Give Bronny James his minutes. And I'm not saying that because I want to be entertained by Bronny James. At this point, like, what is Jake LaRavia giving you? He can't guard. He had some stupid turnovers tonight. And it's like, dog, what does he bring to the table for the LA Lakers, man? You wasted a LeBron James performance, though, in my opinion, man. For him to go for 27 tonight against the best defense in the association and you don't come up with the dub, it is tough sledding. LeBron James adamant, though, post-game that, like, hey, We're only down 1-0.
Where do you think the offensive issues are coming from right now? Obviously, that's a great defense.
Issues coming from?
Yeah.
We have a guy that averaged 37 a game. What did he average, 35 this year? 33 and a half?
Yeah.
I mean, what are you asking?
Okay, well, I'm asking, you guys.
There's the issues right there.
That's the issue. They need help. Newsflash, King James, GOAT, that help is not coming anytime soon. As Luka Doncic, we have no update on, his timetable and his potential return to the lineup, but it definitely felt like a wasted opportunity tonight. And it certainly feels like the Lakers are on the brink of potentially getting swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder. My other revelation, my other takeaway is this from this opening round game. The opening game of this round, rather. The Thunder can't win the finals without Jalen Williams. We haven't really gotten an update on his status. He didn't play tonight again. He's, I think, officially listed as week to week with a hamstring strain. They can't win the finals without him. They can't. So for them to blow this game tonight, talking about the Lakers, no matter how you slice it, it was a massive, massive missed opportunity. We'll see if Jalen Williams is able to return in game number 2 coming up on Thursday night. It was Cinco de Mayo. It still is on the West Coast, so shout out to you all out west checking out the program. Cinco de Mayo, obviously, us Americans have changed the meaning. It is, the honoring of, Mexico's independence. But it's turned into, an all-day drinking fest here in the United States. There are a couple other holidays that are like that throughout the U.S. What's the best drinking holiday? Cinco de Mayo's up there. You got to put the day before Thanksgiving Eve, as we officially call it. That's for sure got to ultimately be on the list. The other thing that I thought, and maybe this is just a me and my people thing. This is going to sound cutthroat and criminal. Easter. People get hammered on Easter. I know it's supposed to be the Lord's Day, but people get hammered on Easter too. 310-840-4910 is the number. We're going to get into the National Football League. Coming up here is Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer had a pretty bold proclamation about the 2026 Cowboys. And the reality is, maybe the proclamation isn't as bold as I think it is, depending on how you view the 2026 Dallas Cowboys. They're one of the teams that, you all know I've been gloating about this offseason. I loved what they did throughout the course of free agency. I thought they followed it up with a pretty damn strong performance in the NFL draft, getting 2 war daddies defensively, and Malachi Lawrence and Caleb Downs. Feels like the arrow is trending up in Big D. I want you all to line up on the phones with this, though, at 310-840-4910. The Dallas Cowboys are a team that missed the postseason last year. In the NFC, of the NFC teams that missed the playoffs last year, is there one team in particular that you think has a real legitimate shot to take this thing all the way to the Super Bowl? 310-840-4910 is the number. Because think about it, man. Seattle and New England, the 2 teams that matched up this past season in the Super Bowl, they both missed the playoffs the year prior. In the NFC in particular, and hell, you can give me an AFC team as well. What team that missed the postseason do you think has a legitimate shot of going all the way on a Lombardi run and making the Super Bowl? Want your calls on that at 310-840-4910. We'll get back into the NBA postseason a little bit later on in the 1 o'clock hour as well. Plus, we'll put the NHL postseason under the microscope. Super exciting product, but for whatever reason, the sport just not that popular. 310-840-4910 is the number. We got a lot more to go. 2 hours left in the program here on Westwood One Sports Night. You're tapped into the youngest in Charles and Willingham. When we come back, let's get hot and heavy into the National Football League. The Dallas Cowboys, their head coach Brian Schottenheimer, bold proclamation about the 26 Cowboys. We'll let you hear from Schotty next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. And you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get my favorite thing, Jones, for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. The Memorial savings, they start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at Bel Air Hyundai and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
When I was little, I didn't talk for a long time. I liked things to always be the same. Anything new or different would scare and upset me. I was very sensitive to lights and sounds. It was almost like I had bigger eyes and ears than everyone else. So I built secret hiding places where nothing could get in. I didn't like looking people in the eye. It made me feel uncomfortable. I'd throw big tantrums over little things like when my socks didn't match. Sometimes I'd do the same things over and over. Until one day, I found out I had autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I learned how to live with it better.
You can see signs of autism in children as young as 18 months. Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
I heard on the news about that 5-year-old who found his uncle's gun. The kid didn't know it was loaded.
I heard on the news about that 14-year-old girl who was bullied online. For like a year, she couldn't take it anymore, so she got her dad's gun from his nightstand.
I heard on the news about that guy who broke into someone's house, stole a gun from the hall closet.
He accidentally shot his cousin in the head.
She killed herself.
And later, killed the owner of the store he was trying to rob.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it,
be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
What up, good people? It is the youngest in Charles, Linnell Willingham, taking you coast to coast here on Westwood One Sports Night. Number to hit me up on the talk and text line, 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. You can tweet at me as well, same handle on each and every social media platform. It is at NELL_BTP. Whenever I hear the down and out, down, I think of our LA Dodgers, Oliver Popular. Rough night for the old Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani, in his last 9 starts, has gone Kanye crazy, giving up just 4 earned runs in 52 and 2/3 innings. Good for a .70 ERA. Problem is, Los Doyers just 2-9 in those games. 2-7 rather in those games, as they lost again tonight, 2-1 at the hands of the Houston Astros, with Ohtani giving up just 4 hits and 2 runs in 7 innings of work. Feels like the Dodgers are, for all the complaining that there was about the Dodgers and where it was the payroll too big, and they're going out and they're ruining Major League Baseball by spending all this money. They sure seem mortal here throughout the first month plus of the season, right? Just saying. 310-840-4910 is the number. I want to get into the National Football League. There's like one team that I have this like guilty pleasure for. And when I say that, that probably sounds wild as hell. Let me walk that back. No, I'm not going to walk it back. I have a guilty pleasure for the Dallas Cowboys. And as a Commanders fan, it's one of the weirdest things ever. Why do I have this fetish for the Cowboys? It's not a fetish. I'm just being funny. I wouldn't even call it a fetish. I just am willing to give credit where credit is due. They have had a smashola of an NFL offseason. Starting in free agency, retooling the secondary, Kobe Durant, Jalen Thompson, just adding pieces, getting better, right? Love it. PJ Locke, adding guys, right? The big question was, well, the secondary, it's still a major problem. They go out and add arguably the best defensive back in all of the 26 draft by way of Ohio State University, Caleb Downs, coming over to not only, here's the interesting thing about the Caleb Downs pick. Not only does he come in and improve your football team, he's a culture setter. I don't think anyone's mistaken Dallas for having some uber strong culture over the Dak Prescott era is what I would say. And Dak's got his own problems. By the way, we talked about Dak and his failed engagement earlier in the spring. He's walking around with a pep in his step. And I just got this weird feeling that his baby mama drama is going to lead to a massive, massive season for Dakota Rain Prescott. I feel like Dak Prescott is going to let it all hang out. Every pass he throws is to show his baby mama, you screwed up. Now, theoretically, he's the one that kind of cheated on her, so he screwed up. But she shouldn't have made him cheat, damn it. See, I'm on Diana Rossini's side, and I'm on Dak Prescott's side, too. Morality clause, people. But no, I expect the Dallas Cowboys to be electric this year. We know what they are offensively. There's this overhang of the George Pickens contract that's kind of muddying things offensively, but I fully anticipate him to be there. He has signed his franchise tag, and I think he's going to play out the year on the tag, and if he plays well, he'll get a big bag. If not, sayonara. He led the Cowboys last year. They had to get this right? He was so important to what they did. Led the team in targets, receiving yards, touchdowns. He was everything for that offense. He's back in the fold. So we don't worry about what they are offensively. That's a Super Bowl caliber group. Defensively, though, they drafted Malachi Lawrence with their second first-round pick. They took L.J. Overton out of Alabama, and I believe the third or the fourth round. He's another guy that can get after the passer. They made the trade earlier this offseason for Rashawn Gary. They're going to get after people, man. They traded for D. Winters, do-it-all linebacker from the San Francisco 49ers that just plays like he shot out of a damn cannon. I love what the Cowboys did, man. So does their head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer had this to say about just how good the 26 Cowboys can be.
Super Bowl 61, February 14th, 2027, and that's where we plan on being. And that's a tall task, and we have to clean up a number of things that we need to improve on from last year, and that starts with protecting the football and taking it away and things like that nature. But it was proven this year by both Seattle and New England that if you didn't qualify for the playoffs, the previous year, it doesn't mean you can't get to the big game.
Shotty says the Cowboys got Super Bowl on their mind. Is he crazy? Or is he right on point? 310-840-4910. The Cowboys didn't make the playoffs in 2026. What I want you to hit me up with on the phones is this. Give me an AFC team that missed the playoffs that you think can win the Super Bowl. Give me an NFC team that missed the playoffs that you think can win the Super Bowl. And is Brian Schottenheimer crazy for what he said? 310-840-4910. I'm going to start us off here. I don't think Shotty's crazy. Clearly, as you just heard me, go on a diatribe about how high I am on Dallas, I don't think Shotty's crazy at all. The biggest issue that Dallas is going to have this year, in my opinion, is within their own division. I think the NFC East is going to be like a backyard brawl. I think each and every week, when two of those teams match up with one another, you're going to be black and blue after you play one another. You talk about the run game in Philadelphia with Saquon Barkley. Washington's going to be back healthy with Jayden Daniels and their revamped defense. The Giants, look, and I got Commanders fans on X that are at my neck right now because every time the Giants make a move, I just quietly acknowledge it on social media. I don't make hubbub. I don't type in all caps. I don't even think I'd use proper punctuation. I just get it out there. They signed DJ Reader today. And while he's no Dexter Lawrence, they don't need him to be Dexter Lawrence. All the Giants have done this year is get better on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Offensive line, totally revamped. Defensive line, revamped. Secondary, revamped. The NFC East is probably the only thing stopping the Dallas Cowboys from making it to the Super Bowl. This division, you're going to have to survive the regular season in the NFC East and hope that you're healthy and not broken up by the time you make it to the playoffs. Because I expect every game in this division to be super competitive. This is how you know a division is really good. If I was to just ask you all out there who's the worst team in the NFC East, you'd have a hard time answering the question. You'd need a little bit. It's like when the waiter comes to the table and you get your lemon water and you go, "You ready to order yet?" You wouldn't be ready to order yet if I asked you, "Hey, who's coming out to NFC East?" But I want your calls on this. 310-840-4910. In honor of Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer saying, "Hey, we plan to be at Super Bowl 61 out in L.A." Which team that didn't make the playoffs in the NFC, which team that didn't make the playoffs in the AFC do you think has the best shot of going on a Super Bowl run? In the NFC, my answer is the Dallas Cowboys. In the AFC, My answer is the Cincinnati Bengals. I think the Cincinnati Bengals, I'm high on Kansas City. I told y'all they're the best team in the NFL to me post-draft. But if we're talking about teams that didn't make the playoffs, Kansas City's the easy choice. For me, Cincinnati's another team that just got better this offseason. What was their number one Achilles heel last year? What was their number one issue? They couldn't stop the common cold in Cincinnati. They retooled their defensive front. Jonathan Allen, Dexter Lawrence, Boye Mafe, Cassius Howell. They got guys that can simply get after the quarterback. Bringing over Brian Cook from Kansas City to retool your secondary. They're a legitimate group, man. And if Joey Cartier Beansborough is healthy, you can call him Beans for short. I think the Bengals are going to be a force to be reckoned with in 2026. And a Super Bowl run would not be out of the question. 310-840-4910 is the number. We've been tooting the horn of that team that has the star on the side of their helmet. Let's hear from one of them. Myron is in Dallas wanting to check in. What's going on, Myron?
Youngest in charge. How you doing, bro?
What is going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, them Cowboys. I mean, you are hitting on all cylinders tonight as far as that NFC East. You know, we're back, and it's going to be a dogfight in that East. But one of the things I do want to say is the Cowboys going to have one of the toughest schedules in the NFL, which is kind of common here these last couple of years. But here's the positive. As long as our defense can stay in the top 15 through the season with our offense that we currently have, with no type of major injuries, we're definitely going to punch a ticket to at least be in the second round of the playoffs. Now, I already put a bet in on – No, hear me out, bro. I put it on 3 of the NFC East teams to win the Super Bowl. Of course, Dallas. You got to still respect Philly, although they got some mental issues over there, right?
Say it, are you?
And
not
then
say
just
it,
like
are you?
you just mentioned, those Giants, they're coming, baby.
Oh, Myron, you had the Myron, say goodbye. Myron, we had an opportunity. You had an opportunity to win me over. You came over here revved up, full of juice, full of energy. You said 3 teams in the NFC East had a chance to win the Super Bowl. You were cooking with gas, brother. You mentioned Dallas. You can't sleep on Philly like you said. But then you mentioned the Giants over Washington on this show? You would ask somebody, brother. 310-840-4910 is the number. Let's go to Mike out in OKC checking in. Mike, where you at in Oklahoma City, man? That's my former stomping grounds.
Hey, I'm in El Reno.
El Reno, okay. I got some family out in Mustang.
Hey, there you go. That's just around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm pulling for my Chiefs. We brought back the enemy. We did good in the draft. I got a feeling the Destiny's back in action, man.
I appreciate the call. Can't ever go wrong with KC as an option. We were just talking straight the schedule with the last caller. The team that has – I want to make sure I'm reading this right. When we're talking about strength of schedule, these numbers are via Sharp Football. Warren Sharp, one of the absolute sharpest minds in the industry. I'm not sure if his government name is Sharp or he's just doing some bit to make himself, make his brand stronger. But he knows what the hell he's talking about. He put out some numbers on the teams that have the easiest and most difficult strength of schedule in 2026. It's so ironic. The team that I love to hate in the NFC actually has the easiest schedule in 2026, the Detroit Lions. They didn't make the playoffs last year in their first year without Aaron Glenn, their first year without Ben Johnson. They had to retool their offensive line. They drafted an offensive lineman. They're going to move Penei Sewell to left tackle this year. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Detroit. They've got the easiest schedule. How the hell do the Cardinals have the most difficult? The Cardinals and the Dolphins have the 2 most difficult schedules in the NFL. Who did they piss off? I mean, they're horrible. How does the math even compute to where those two? I mean, they should get relegated to the SEC. How bad they were last year. In the future, Miami is really who I'm talking about here. Arizona, I'll be quiet on the Cardinals because I like Marvin Harrison Jr. I like the tight end that they got. They're feeling the love. There's things to like about the Cardinals. The Dolphins? But the second hardest schedule in the NFL? Sorry, Miami fans. That is rough. But we were mentioning Dallas. Dallas has the fourth toughest schedule in football. My Washington Commanders have the eighth toughest schedule in football. The Giants, the ninth toughest schedule in football. How does Philly, playing in the same division as us, how do they have such an easy-ass schedule? They've got the seventh easiest schedule in the NFL, despite coming in first place within the NFC East. I don't get it. I don't get it. The other thing I don't get is why, and we've kind of hashed this out a couple of different times throughout the past couple of weeks. And when I'm wrong, I'll be wrong, and I'll wear it, and I'll hit my line saying, this is the only profession outside of being a weatherman where you can be wrong 7 days out the week and your key card still works. I think I'm going to be right, and I think I'm going to be the last man standing, so to speak, when it comes to the A.J. Brown situation in Philly. I fully anticipate him being there. And I think Philadelphia is going to be a problem within this NFC East. It's a big reason why I feel like, hey, if you win this division, if you survive this division, you deserve to be in that Super Bowl conversation just because of how difficult and competitive this division is ultimately going to be. 310-840-4910 is the number if you got any calls on a postseason team in either conference, or a team, rather, that didn't make the postseason last year in each conference, that you think has the ability to go on a Super Bowl run in 2026. 310-840-4910 is the number. We'll take your calls on that, plus a former All-Pro wide receiver had a big monkey lifted off of his back earlier this afternoon. We'll tell you who and give you the details on that situation next. This is Westwood One Sports Night.
Aaron Rodgers still hasn't decided if he's returning.
I thought at this point we would have known by now that he was going to play.
If the future Hall of Famer walks away, the Steelers will turn to a quarterback competition featuring Drew Aller, Will Howard, and Mason Rudolph. Not the plan, but is it their future? Westwood One Sports.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good night's sleep.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Grow, keep, and distribute your wealth in the most tax-efficient manner possible. Listen to the Savvy Investor radio show and podcast. Weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Right now, Town Appliances kicking off their Spring Black Friday shopping event, bringing you big savings on top appliance brands. Shop trusted names like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, JennAir, and more. Whether you're refreshing your kitchen or looking for the next outdoor appliance, Town Appliance makes it easy with nationwide delivery and a stunning showroom experience, plus flexible financing. Visit them off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com. Tell Vinny sent you for the Spring Black Friday shopping event and ask for Mayor or Mayor for service you can trust.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese.
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Every game, every interview, every take. 105.7, the voice of the Fan.
105.7 The Fan. Subscribe to The Fan's YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Westwood One Sports Night continues as we take you coast to coast, bringing you the latest and greatest in the world of sports. NBA playoffs in full swing. We'll get you a recap of the Eastern Conference semis and the Western Conference semis coming up here momentarily. Right now, we're talking National Football League. You can tweet at me with the answer to this question as well. It is at NELL_BTP. Question is, Brian Schottenheimer, head coach of the Cowboys, said that their goal is to make it to the Super Bowl. And they're confident about their ability to get there. I don't think he's particularly crazy for his thoughts. I think Dallas has had a super strong offseason, and we know offensively what they're capable of. It's a Super Bowl offense. The question is, how will the moves they made defensively this offseason, how will they ultimately pay dividends? In light of that, it got me thinking. Hit me up at 310-840-4910. Which NFC team, or excuse me, give me an NFC team or an AFC team that didn't make the postseason in 26 that you think has a legitimate shot to go all the way to Super Bowl 61 out in California. Our guy Schooler11 tweets at me and says, "Who day? The team that didn't make the playoffs that will win the Super Bowl is the Cincinnati Bengals." He agrees with me. That was my AFC choice. My NFC choice, ironically enough, is the Dallas Cowboys. Am I wrong or am I right? 310-840-4910 is the number. Brandon is out in Jacksonville wanting to check in. Brandon, what's going on? Welcome into Westwood.
Hey, my bad, man. I thought you said any team. I didn't know you said that didn't make the playoffs, so I can't say my Jags because we did last year. But I just
your Jags had an awful draft, like awful. Like
I don't care about the draft. We didn't need to have a good draft because we actually have a roster this year that we don't have to have a starting person from the draft ever, and that's the first time it's happened in a long time. We got a really healthy roster, and I think that a couple plays last year we could have went to the Super Bowl. We had a good opportunity to do that, so I think we have a strong opportunity this year as well.
I think it'll be interesting. Not having Travis Etienne at your disposal is going to be interesting, and I'm eager to see a full season of Travis Hunter playing wide receiver. A little programming note for the folks out there in Jacksonville. We're going to have your third or fourth round pick, Jalen Husky, join the program coming up here in the next couple of weeks or so. So make sure you keep it locked for that, my friend. I appreciate you chiming in, man. Jalen Husky, the Terp safety, family friend of mine. So there we go. 310-840-4910 is the number. Which NFC team or AFC team that didn't make the postseason last year do you think has a chance to make it in 2026? Let's go to Knox out in Portland wanting to check in. Knox, what's going on, man? How are you?
What's going on, big man? I've been a Denver Bronco fan since '76, living in Portland, Oregon. And I'm going to tell you what, all I ever get to watch is damn Seahawks. I'm hoping these Broncos kick some booty this year, so they're on TV a bunch.
I think
based off
of what they were able to accomplish last year, you are going to see the Broncos in primetime quite a bit once the schedule comes out. They were in primetime a good amount last year as well, man, despite.
About time. My whole family Seahawks fan. All my girls, all my boys are Bronco fans. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm overruled by them girls. So I'm glad the Broncos are playing the Seahawks. I might have to take a trip to Denver, bring my woman, and watch the Seahawks go down.
About to say, there we go, man. Make a trip out of it, brother. Make it a good time.
You have a great night. I appreciate
have a better night, man. I appreciate the call. 310-840-4910. One individual, one free agent could help a team that didn't make the playoffs make it to the Super Bowl because he's free to do so now. Stephon Diggs found not guilty on all charges. He was accused of strangulation and basically the situation that happened is he was having an intimate relationship with his in-home chef. Things got messy. She made some accusations. They were baseless. Glove didn't fit, so you must have quit. Stephon Diggs now available to sign with any team out there in the NFL. I don't think the NFL is going to come down on him at all by way of the personal conduct policy because theoretically nothing happened. I think he's a dude. You see what he did last year for New England? Guy's got juice still. Very much think that Stephon Diggs could be a piece to help a championship contending team. I'd take him in Washington. With my beloved Commanders. I feel like there's a couple of different teams out there that could really use the services of Stephon Diggs. The bigger question is, they're both available. I wonder what Diggs brothers like viewed the most favorably right now amongst NFL circles. I never thought Trayvon Diggs was ever that good. I thought he had the 11 interception season, and that really colored how folks viewed him. Never really thought too highly of him. But he's 27 and a former second-round pick at corner that's had some success in this league. Surprised that he's not signed yet. There are a lot of free agents out there that haven't been signed yet to this point. It's a pretty interesting list. As far as receiver is concerned, though, Stephon Diggs, far and away, the best option out there. Maybe, just maybe, you see a scenario where he goes to Minnesota, a reunion with the Vikings there potentially. That would be something that's intriguing. They lost their wide receiver 3, Jalen Naylor, to the Las Vegas Raiders earlier this offseason. So maybe that's a potential destination for Stephon Diggs. 310-840-4910. John is in Dallas wanting to check in. John, not in Dallas. Is in Dallas, not here. 310-840-4910 is the number. I think for Stephon Diggs, what he was able to show last year, a year removed from tearing his ACL, or less than a year removed, rather, from tearing his ACL, I think he was super impressive. I think he only gets better, right? Now that he's another year removed, he's got more time post-op. I can only imagine, what type of season we're ultimately going to get out of Stephon Diggs in 2026. The big question is, where does he ultimately land? Minnesota, to me, is a team that should definitely be on that list. I look at my beloved Commanders, as I mentioned, as a team that should be on that list. If you're the Green Bay Packers, looking at some of the guys that they lost at wide receiver, are they a team that potentially should be on the list for Stephon Diggs? Because when you think about it, look at who they lost. Dontavion Wicks, Romeo Doubs. Romeo Doubs is sort of a Stephon Diggs light in terms of the play style. Packers are interesting, too, man, in terms of just they're a team that hasn't been super active throughout the course of the offseason, but when you consider how their season ended, I don't know if there's a head coach in the NFL under more pressure than Matt LaFleur. Jordan Love, I think, is widely considered a top 12, top 10 in some instances quarterback in this league. Feels like he hadn't had the postseason success, though. Feels like that's where the Packers have year in and year out come up short in the LaFleur era, man. Not enough postseason success. Just the bottom line of the situation. 310-840-4910 is the number. Speaking of the postseason, the NHL postseason has been absolutely bonkers. And I'll say this, I'm not the biggest hockey fan in the world by any stretch of the imagination, but you'd have to be a damn fool to not acknowledge the excitement, the parity, and the high-stakes action that you see each and every night in the NHL postseason. I think every other pro sports league in America, NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, they strive for the year-in and year-out parity that the NHL has. And as we hear from a lot of you in the YouTube chat, some of you call in and comment on YouTube and express just how much you love the NHL. Despite that, and despite some of the, heart-stopping moments that we've seen throughout the course of the NHL playoffs, for whatever reason, the NHL itself isn't overly popular. Playoffs are super-duper exciting. Why isn't the NHL more popular as a standalone sport? I know how I feel about it. I happen to believe that the NHL is going to get overtaken one day. I think the Major League Baseball is going to get overtaken one day because I don't view baseball and hockey as super exciting sports. I think basketball and the nonstop pace and the up and down pace of that game and of that sport, is going to allow for a league like the WNBA as they continue, to get better TV deals and the talent and the star power in that league continues to improve. I think they'll be able to compete. That's the big reason to me why I think the NHL isn't more popular. There's not enough star power. There's not enough star power. I'm the most casualist of hockey fans, so maybe I'm a bad example. But, I'm thinking of the stars I can rattle off. Alex Ovechkin, Sidney Crosby, Connor McDavid, Igor Shesterkin. Is he even considered a star? You pick up what I'm putting down here, though. It's not easy to just rattle off stars of the NHL. But with Major League Baseball, I can name you a hella stars, right? With the W, I can give you several different names of star players. Same thing with the NFL and the NBA. How does the NHL improve its popularity? Because I think the product, I can't argue with it. And I'm not a big fan of the sport. I have the utmost respect for it, though. I told you all about my drunk ice skating date I had a year ago. It made me have this newfound respect for what the NHL is. Them Bamas are skating at 20 miles an hour in juking and shucking and jiving and spinning and gyrating, and they don't fall. And part of why I was falling was probably because I was inebriated, but like it's hard. It's hard to be a big man on ice, balancing, skating, shooting the puck, dribbling the puck. Am I even using the right terminology? Dribbling the puck.
I mean, close enough. Handling it.
Handling.
You know what I mean.
Handling the puck. But I just have the utmost respect for the guys in that sport. I just can't seem. I almost want to, like, if I got hired to do this job and was paid a lot of money to do it, I don't know if I'd be able to sustain the job. Does someone out there have an idea of how to make the NHL more popular? Because I think the product itself is great. They're on ESPN. They're on the biggest sports networks. Yet it feels like the conversation about the NHL always finds itself on the back burner. Why is that? 310-840-4910 is the number. So, as far as TV ratings are concerned, my pal Chris Russell in Washington, D.C., we always used to go back and forth about the popularity of the NHL and the numbers that they would ultimately get on television. Who's watching? Like, am I a crazy person? Maybe I'm unique and in the minority here when it comes to, my give a damn level when it comes to, the NHL playoffs. Like, Oliver, you're in there every night watching games. It's rare that I see you watching a damn hockey game. It's just not most people's cup of tea. And I think, and maybe I should be asking myself this question, why don't you watch it, Linnell? I think they don't score enough. It's boring. They're just watching guys skate. Now, I dig like the fights and the physicality. Josh Graham routinely says this to me. If you watched it in person, if you were able to take in a hockey game in person, you would have a totally different perspective on the sport, on the game, how it's played. One, I just found out I'm anemic. So going to a hockey game is just not something that's going to be on my bucket list anytime soon. It's probably cold as hell. And two, like, if you're not on the glass, is it an enjoyable viewing experience? Now, for the NFL, I've been to one NFL game in my life. RIP to the late, great Dwayne Haskins. I went to Lions and Redskins back in the day when Washington won like 9-3. It was something stupid, and Dwayne Haskins took a selfie after the game instead of going to the podium or something like that. And I had really good seats because the Redskins were awful at that time. I was when Adrian Peterson was in the backfield. It was crazy. It was the Steven Sims era. Hammered at that game. Paul Masson oozing through my veins. It was amazing. We were so close to the sideline. But I always say it about the NFL. NBA is different. I think the best sport to watch in person is basketball. I think the best sport to watch on TV is the NFL. I think because I'm such a nerd for commentary and things of that nature and the camera angles that you get on TV with the NFL, it just doesn't hit different. It just doesn't hit the same, rather, as watching it in person. Or it hits different, rather, watching it in person versus watching it at home. A lot of people say you're crazy for not wanting to go to an NFL game. If I wanted to, I can go to a bunch of NFL games. It's just not my preferred way to consume the product. 310-840-4910. Couple things on tap for you. Why is the NHL not more popular? And then what's the best pro sports experience to consume, or the best pro sport, rather, to consume live and in person? 310-840-4910 is the number. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving all branches of the armed forces, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Our members are the mission. We'll get back into the NBA postseason coming up a little bit later on in the show, and we'll bring you a fresh installment of Weird But True one of the most highly anticipated reunions in all of sports media. Going to happen later on this week. We'll give you the details on that and a whole lot more as we finish up here on Westwood One Sports Night.
The Thunder and Spurs are one series away from a collision course with the MVP finalists. Are we really on the verge of a Wemby versus SGA conference finals? We're just one round away from finding out. Westwood One Sports.
Now with McDonald's, wake up to a $4 breakfast meal deal. Wake up to a sausage McMuffin or sausage biscuit, to hash browns, and wake up to a hot coffee. Get your $4 breakfast meal deal.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting the ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Hey, it's Vinny Haynie. Don't miss Town Appliance Spring Black Friday shopping event happening right now with incredible savings across top appliance brands. Explore premium options like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Whether you're redesigning your kitchen, outdoor area, or just need an upgrade, Town Appliance offers nationwide delivery and a showroom experience worth the visit, plus flexible financing. Stop by off Reisterstown Road, give them a call or text, or shop anytime at townappliance.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
People are always talking about the stock market. Always looking to invest in a good opportunity, something with the potential to grow. So what if you could invest in the future? The future of kids, like a stock. Not the kind of stock where you invest to make money, but a stock for a social change. A whole new kind of investment called Better Futures. When you invest, it helps students like me go to college, which ends up making the future better for everybody. I could be the first college graduate in my family, the first district attorney from my neighborhood. And if I'm the first, then maybe there will be a second and a third. This can really be the start of something. My name is Charles, and I'm your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service announcement brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
As soon as our difficulties are restored.
What's next? You're gonna light your own farts? Yeah.
Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Party continues as we continue to take you coast to coast here on Westwood One Sports Night, bringing you the best in the world of sports. NBA postseason, the main entree tonight. We'll get back into the conference semis as we ease our way into the final hour of power. Lakers and Thunder. We also had Cavs and Pistons. So we'll get into that coming up here momentarily as well. One thing that we were talking about earlier was, why is the NHL not more popular? I think the product is great. I'm not a hockey fan, full transparency. Not a hockey fan, not a hockey guy. But I understand that, like, based on the parity that they have in their league, every other sports league aspires for that. Major League Baseball, National Football League, the NBA. Yet, NHL has, what those sports want, yet those sports are largely, way more popular than the NHL. The NHL's postseason, like, I haven't watched a second of it, but I understand, right? I box score watch, I read articles, I get, the dramatics and the theatrics of this whole thing, man. Why is the sport not more popular globally? 310-840-4910 is the number. Robert is in Oregon wanting to chime in. Robert, what's going on, man?
Yeah, I got a really good reason, I believe. It's not relatable, I played hockey for 14 years. I live on the West Coast. Oh, wow, you played hockey. Well, if I said I played basketball, they would know why you played basketball, or, oh, why you played baseball. Right. I think it's just people watch sports that they've done themselves, and so it's not as relatable is what I think the reason is. But it's a hell of a sport. Like Wayne Gretzky, who's that? Everybody knows who Michael Jordan is or Barry Bonds is, right?
For sure. And when you say relatable, and like not everyone's done it, I had to stop myself because I was about to say, well, there are so many people out there that have never played high school football, little league football, but everyone's played throwback tackle. Everyone's played football in the backyard. Everyone's played basketball at the pool or at their local park in the summer before. So I hear you on that.
Yeah. And as far as the NFL team that missed the playoffs last year, I think the Saints are going to make it into the playoffs this year.
Well, there we go. Appreciate the call as always, man. I think you may have heard the prompt a little wrong. The NFL team that missed the playoffs that we think can go to the Super Bowl. I know you don't think the Saints can go to the Super Bowl. And if you do, there's a number for you to call. And it's not 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910 is the number to reach us here on Westwood One Sports Night. Talk and text line wide open for you. We're going to get back into the NBA playoffs coming up momentarily. LeBron James with a vintage performance tonight. Was it enough to upset the Oklahoma City Thunder? We will talk about that as we roll throughout the program. Zach is in San Diego wanting to check in. Zach, what's going on, man?
Yes. I think you just don't watch enough sports. Thinking no one's watching the NHL.
Brother, if you were to stop the average man on the street and ask him, do you watch the NHL? You think he'd say yeah?
I'd say above the NBA for sure.
You think that this is the problem that I have with some of you hockey fans. Y'all are delusional as hell. In what world do you think more people are watching the NHL playoffs than the NBA playoffs? Didn't I just give you the number of how the Game 7 over the weekend was the most viewed Game 7 of round one of all time? Is the NHL pumping out all-time TV numbers in 2026?
I don't know. I grew up a Lakers fan, but I'm still watching NHL.
Now I get that. That's
more so.
But my thing is, and shout out to you. You're a real deal diehard sports fan. I'm just saying that's your reality. That's not the reality of the majority of the country, though. Appreciate the call as always, man. I mean, I wonder what hockey fans like. How do you justify that? That was a crazy ass statement that he just made.
Well, I mean, so hockey is doing well in comparison to hockey in the television market. If you look at the first round series across the NHL, they saw a massive increase in terms of people watching in viewership. The problem is the massive increase is still a relative, very small number. The entire first round of the series, they average 1.2 million viewers per game.
Not even close, the numbers. Not even in the same stratosphere. So, I don't know. But I thought the caller that brought up the relatability part is interesting. Like, traditionally, no matter what type of neighborhood you grew up in, whether you grew up in the suburbs, a rural area, regardless, when you're outside playing sports with your friends, the sports that you predominantly play is basketball, football. I played outside baseball before. But, like, people aren't, no one, who owns a hockey stick? Like, it's just not something that most people are doing in their adolescent years outside with their friends. In America, at least. Much more likely you catch folks playing basketball or football. 310-840-4910 is the number. Let's go to Chris in Fort Worth wanting to chime in. Chris, what's going on, brother? Welcome in.
Hey, what's going on? I just wanted to answer a couple of quick questions, too.
Yeah,
if you wanted to go to a hockey game, it's only like 65 degrees in there, so you wouldn't be that cold.
Okay.
And you don't got to pay the big money to sit. Yeah, you're welcome. You don't got to pay the big money to sit on the glass either, because if you sit on the glass is in your way for the whole rest of the rink if you're looking down. So it's better to sit up a little bit also, so you can save your money and get a better seat.
Yeah.
But I think hockey is not that popular too. Just a lot of sports are region based. Soccer is the biggest sport in the world because everybody can play it, whether you got some money, no money, or a lot of money, and whatever condition your country's in, everybody can play soccer. And Formula One is more popular than some American sports around the world, but no one in America cares about Formula One. And a lot of Northerners.
I would say this. I wouldn't say nobody cares. They got a whole documentary on Netflix.
Yeah, that helped a lot. It also made ticket prices quadruple.
Really?
I'm okay with that as long as. Yeah, because I've been in the Formula One before that.
Yeah, that's just the
so I think
capitalism.
It's just
of
region
America,
based
man.
too. Yeah, I think it's just region based too. A lot of Northerners like hockey. A lot of Southerners don't, and a lot of other places don't either. It is what it is, and I understand that. And basketball is definitely more popular. That other hockey fan is delusional.
I appreciate the call, man. I hope you enjoy your night. 310-840-4910. I think this is fascinating, man, because I'll continue to say this, even though I'm not a fan of the sport. There's a level of respect that I have for it. And y'all think I'm joking, man. I keep referring to, a date night that I had, and I went ice skating for the first time. And as a, 280-pound man, it was hard. Super difficult. I was a little inebriated, too, so that made it more difficult. But, like, damn, I have a respect for the game because of how fast they're moving, the skill that it takes to skate and control the puck like that. There's a lot to like.
We're going to have to get you out on the ice again. I mean, like, you're talking yourself into a new bit where we film Linnell doing the hockey. I'm not going to say playing hockey because I would never put you out there. You'd literally get destroyed.
I would get punished.
Like doing hockey things, ice skating, stick handling, firing off a slap shot. Just the idea of seeing you do a slap shot on skates.
I'd probably fall on my face. I would probably
would.
The momentum
we'd have you padded up, but you probably would.
So when I'm on the when I'm at the ice skating rink like over a year ago, I'm using the little blue thing the whole time to like help me, and I'm still busting my ass. I mean, it was awful.
What's the blue thing?
I guess no one else knows what the blue thing is. It's like this,
like the crutches situation.
Yeah, like it's like
the walker.
The walker, yeah.
You went on a date and used the walker?
My big ass was using the walker, doesn't it?
No.
And I was still falling. Now, to my credit, though, it was the first time ever in my life that I'd ever been ice skating. Now, roller skating is a little different because I got some soul to me. That's all. More of your calls, plus the NBA postseason next here on Westwood One Sports Night.
This is Westwood One Sports.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
When you were a little kid and you thought about what you wanted to be, teaching was at the top of your list. But things changed. And as you got older, teaching didn't seem like the best option anymore. So you're thinking you'll be something else. But what would your 12-year-old self say? Now you want to be a doctor. You don't think teachers save lives? 25 at a time. An actress? Try playing a different role every time the bell rings. How about a scientist? Ever heard of physics? Chemistry? Who do you think teaches that? Teachers today are breaking down obstacles, finding innovative ways to instill old lessons, and taking learning far beyond the 4 walls of the classroom. It's time to recognize that great things are happening in teaching and put it back on your list. Don't try to convince yourself otherwise. You had it right the first time.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. And you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40, 1 more if you're not physically active, another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes, another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger, 2 if you're very overweight, and 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio prediabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. This cat makes me make art. He's always motivating me to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. He's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
Keyboard Cat, YouTube star and shelter pet. Amazing adoption stories start in shelters. Start yours today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Final hour of power. Right here on Westwood One Sports Night. Youngest in Charles, Linnell Willingham, rocking out with you as we continue to take you coast to coast. Number to hit us up on the talking text line, 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910 is the number. We'll get back into the NBA postseason. Eastern Conference semis, Western Conference semis continuing as we got game 1 of Lakers and Thunder. We also got game 1 of Pistons and Cavaliers. One of those series after tonight, my opinion, is all but over. I'll tell you what series that is as we roll throughout this final hour of power. We've handled a lot tonight, man. Talked a little bit about the National Football League. Obviously talked a ton, about, wow, that was awkward. Probably didn't sound great. No, we talked a ton about the NBA playoffs. Interesting topic that we're chewing on right now at 310-840-4910. I am curious as to why hockey is not more popular when you consider the product is amazing. You ask all of the commissioners out there in all of the major pro sports, whether it's Major League Baseball, whether it's the NBA, whether it's the NFL, they all strive for the parity that the NHL has. They all strive for the exhilarating moments that the NHL has. I understand the excitement that comes with the sport. I think, for me personally, not a hockey fan, I don't find the game itself to be super and overly entertaining. But as a sports fan, we love storylines. We love drama. We love, memorable moments. And the NHL postseason, year in and year out, provides that. My question is, with that being the case, why isn't the sport more popular from a TV rating standpoint, from a common man standpoint? I'll put it to you like this. And I guess this would be dependent upon your geographical region, as one of the other callers alluded to. If you went out there and asked 100 random Joes and Jills on the street, could they name an NHL player? Have they watched the NHL postseason game? And then if you ask them the same thing about the NBA or the NFL, the overwhelming answer would be no, I haven't watched hockey, but yes, I've checked into the the NFL and the NBA. Because the product is so good, I guess I'm surprised at how little people actually tune into the NHL. And the TV numbers and the ratings are a reflection of that. So if you are a diehard hockey fan, or if you are someone that watches hockey religiously, understand that's great. Love it. But you're very much in the minority. Why is that? 310-840-4910 is the number. Mike is in Chicago wanting to check in. Mike, what's going on? Welcome into Westwood One Sports Night.
Hello.
Hello, Mike.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Well, I would say one reason is sports talk radio hosts like you just dissonant because you kind of just change your whole tune from what you were saying earlier before I got on. Now listen,
I've been saying the same thing the entire. Don't flatter yourself.
I know.
I promise you're not changing my opinion.
As a sports fan, I do not understand how you cannot get into the athleticism of hockey. Well, what is it about hockey,
brother? I've been praising the athleticism of the players the entire time. I respect the hell out of it.
Hockey is so strenuous. If they run a shift or a line for 2 minutes, they think that's a long time. One of the greatest things in sports ever is a guy taking an 85, 90 mile an hour slap shot into the goal. One of his teammates, 5 feet from the goal, lifts up a stick and redirects it into the goal. I mean, and the hockey, I mean, as I got older, I'm in my mid-60s. Baseball doesn't do anything for me. NBA playoffs are a yawn. I love NFL because I played football for a long time, but the intensity and the unpredictability and the competition in the NHL playoffs beats all of them by far.
I appreciate the call, man. 310-840-4910 is the number. I think everything he said outside of the last part, it was spot on. Like I said, the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, they would love the parity that the NHL has as far as its postseason goes, as far as its regular season goes. But despite them not having it, their sports are doing just fine. Despite them not having it, their sports are far more popular. Am I missing the boat here? If we missed the number one thing about this, is it because hockey is a Canadian-based sport? If I was to say that, is that even accurate? Then this is where I lean on you. Hockey clearly is a Canadian-based sport. It feels like it's way more popular north of the border than it is here. Is that where the game originated from?
It's very popular in Canada. Yeah, it's like their sport.
So I guess that kind of answers the question as to why it's not more popular here. But still, there's so many hockey fans out there. I know that there are. Or are there? That's kind of the thing that I'm kind of torn on here. They're a super passionate fan group is what I would say. Because God forbid you say anything negative about the game of hockey or the NHL playoffs, people will show up, at your doorstep with pitchforks and blowtorches, man. People get passionate about the NHL. I totally get it. Bill is in Massachusetts. Wants to chime in. What's going on, Bill?
Hey, the thing is, it's an indoor sport all the time, and
but what about street hockey? Most people's first experience with hockey is street hockey. That's outdoors.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about hockey,
real hockey. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and there's a separation between the fans and the players. You have a rink, and then you have this plexiglass all around it.
Right.
Every other sport, you can catch a foul ball. You can watch, a basketball player fall into people. There's no separation.
The intimacy doesn't exist.
And there's no interaction between the players and the fans. And you don't see no more, big name players in commercials or anything in hockey. When's the last time you saw
whose fault is
a hockey player?
Whose fault is that? Is that on the NHL?
Maybe they should market a little more. And maybe you should market to the fans, have a fan appreciation time, let us come in and, interact with our team.
I think individual teams throughout the NHL, offers, those opportunities to fans across the country.
It's changed in the years. I'm 61, and when I watched, Bobby Orr, McHale, and all them, McHale. When I watched Bobby Orr and, the two brothers, it was different. You could go to watch, and it was like you could see them. You don't do that anymore.
I gotta check it off. I gotta check it off my bucket list, and I appreciate the call. I've got to get to an NHL game. I do, and it's something that I can, probably make happen pretty easily because of where I live at. But man, I'm baffled by it. The other thing is that he mentioned that I thought was an excellent point. The lack of marketability. Like, where are the commercials? Where are the one thing that I do love that the NHL does is the Winter Classic. I love the idea of, like, going to a special venue, playing an indoor game, outdoor. Like, I love everything about that. I love everything about that. I wish the NFL or the NBA would adopt something like that. The NFL wants to play everywhere where there's a check, so I know they don't have a problem with it. But, like, I wish other sports would adopt that. I'm curious, though, man, like, if you're not a hockey fan, if you're like me out there, is there anything that could get you to begin to follow the sport religiously? Whether it's like your city getting the number 1 draft pick, whether it's your city getting one of the stars of the sport, like what would it take if you're not a hockey fan out there? What would it take for you to begin to lock in to the NHL? 310-840-4910 is the number. Let's go to Corey in Baltimore wanting to check in. What's going on, Corey?
Good morning, Sam. How you feeling, man?
What's
Quick story
on,
for
man?
you, real quick.
Yes, sir.
So it is true about the region that you live in. One of my best homeboys, man. He moved from St. Paul's, Minnesota, and he moved to Baltimore.
Okay.
This is the only guy that I know that came to school in middle school, and I befriended him because I was wondering myself. He came to school just about every Friday with a different authentic hockey jersey on.
Okay.
Throughout middle school. And I was curious, you know what I'm saying, what the hell is hockey? And I got invited over to their house. And diehard. When I say diehard, I mean black people, black folks, diehard. Everybody had on a different jersey, the Minnesota North Stars, you know what I'm saying, the Hartford Whalers. And I'm like, what in the world? You know what I'm saying? And then that's how I knew it. Like, you know what I'm saying, my best friend was like a diehard, a black guy, moved from St. Paul's, Minnesota. As a matter of fact, he moved back over there now, so we still stay in contact. But you got to get to an NHL game. There's nothing like, man, sitting there, but 2-3 rows behind that glass, man, and listen to them dudes smack that glass, man, getting all the life just choked out of them, man. It's nothing like it. They're serious.
I appreciate the physicality of the sport. I appreciate the skill that the dudes have. I'm just curious as to why, for all the good things that I'm saying about it, right? I'm curious as to why it's not more popular. And I agree. Like the more people talk about it, the more I feel like, I do got to get my.
I went to a Caps game.
Yeah.
And
they do it big in Cap One Arena.
What? They sold out. And I went to a Wizards game. Okay. And you still got seats around in the Wizards game. A Caps game sold out.
Look, you know what we call Wizards games, right? We call Wizards games the Mo Gala. That's where people just
crazy,
dress
man.
up.
But if you want to get a nice seat, nice behind the glass, go to a Flyers game. That's the cheapest seat that I had. We were 3 rows behind the actual glass and only paid $100 for a seat.
That's something.
The cheapest I paid. So yeah, get to a hockey game, man.
For that price nowadays, considering the success they've had.
Yeah, because they're in the playoffs. Yeah.
Exactly. They're playing well. I appreciate the call as always. 310-840-4910. This is fascinating to me. I will say this, for all the respect that I'm giving the players, this is where I know I'm going to get in some hot water with somebody saying this. Where do we rank hockey players amongst like the best athletes in all the pro sports? I would say, and I'm going to come out and raise my right hand, I think it's probably the most difficult sport to play because we're used to being on our feet. We're used to being flat-footed. No one's used to skating around on ice. I think that piece of it automatically like makes it take the cake. If there's an NFL player out there that you think could be good at hockey, is there an NBAer out there that you think could succeed on the ice in the NHL? We're going to get back into the NBA postseason coming up here momentarily. Marcus is in San Diego, wants to chime in. What's going on, Marcus?
Hey, what's happening, man?
What's going on?
So I'm a hockey player. I've been a hockey player all my life. I don't watch any professional sports anymore, but I think there's one major factor, which is the reason why the hockey isn't as widely spread and as widely watched as basketball, and it comes down to money. When you're a young youth hockey player, it costs hundreds of dollars for all the pads. It costs hundreds of dollars for ice time. It costs millions of dollars to build a hockey rink in your town. If you consider the stat that 5 to 8% of every person that watches hockey played hockey when they were young, and 40 to 50% of every person that watches basketball played it when they were young. Think about how dramatically different that would be if those stats were flipped.
If they were flipped, yeah.
The barrier to entry is insane. It's insanely different. It's so hard to get kids into playing the sport.
I agree with you, man. And I wonder, will it ever change? I give the league itself a ton of credit because they're on the biggest networks. The product is easy to consume via, regional networks and the national televised games that they are. There's an NHL network. Like, they're doing everything they can outside of the commercial piece of it to grow and market the sport. I'm fascinated by it.
I mean, they should be beating their partners up, though. Like, why are we not, as much as I don't know that I necessarily want a Stephen A. Smith segment on hockey, but if you're partnered with ESPN, why is ESPN not doing segments about your sport? If they're going to have the games and if it's a big deal. I mean, for the longest time, they only employed Barry Melrose for 20 years.
Then they brought on PK Subban.
And that was the only two hockey guys they had. Then they started to get a little bit more, but PK Subban's entertaining. Put the hockey dudes all on the desk.
Right. I think that's part of the issue as to why the sport isn't growing, though, either. Because the big platform, your big partner, that's a hell of a point. Why aren't they doing their part? But you know why they're not doing their part. They know that's not going to get ratings. I guess I get where, ESPN would be coming from with that. Because anytime they talk hockey on ESPN, people, especially when it's the screamy, shouty show doing it, people lose their damn mind. 310-840-4910. I would be interested to see what NFLers or NBAers could eventually make the switch and have some success on the ice. Charles is in Illinois wanting to check in. What's going on, Charles?
How you doing tonight?
Doing good, brother. How you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. Yeah, I agree with the last person that called. I was going to say the same thing. It all starts with young kids, okay? Mm-hmm. And if anybody had any kind of common sense, which they don't in these big cities, they invest a lot more money in the different facilities for kids to start them at a young age. Use that money to put it into hockey, because hockey is a very a sport where you're on the ice and it's different from, like you said before, flat-footed and all that stuff. And also another thing is golf is another sport where it all starts with young kids. And you go to some of these.
I'll be real though, right? It feels like golf's even more popular.
It's becoming more popular. It's becoming more popular. You have Tiger Woods. You need more role models for kids in the inner city. And I just feel it all starts with people having some common sense instead of putting money into programs that are useless. Give the money to the kids and to build some of these ice centers in the inner city. And I tell you what, would cut down on crime and a lot of good. A lot of nothing but positive.
I'm always in favor of, and I appreciate the call. Always in favor of providing, outlets for the youngsters to go be free and do their thing. I don't know. I almost feel like I'm the type of person when I don't feel like I have a concrete answer to something, like it sends me down a rabbit hole, I want to figure it out. I feel like we're getting closer to an answer here. And we've had a lot of good answers on why the NHL isn't more popular. We're going to get back into the NBA postseason. I want to wrap up the NHL conversation with our guy Bruce out in L.A. wanting to chime in. Bruce, what's going on, man?
How are you doing? Just before I get to the NHL, I just want to mention you're joking when you say that the WNBA is going to overtake Major League Baseball and overtake the NHL. You're joking, right?
You wish I was
WNBA, the WNBA can never be the WNBA can never be anything but AAA basketball for the simple reason that. maybe 1% of its players could make the NBA. I don't even think 1%. So based on that, it's AAA basketball, the same as MLS soccer is AAA soccer. So how can you say it's going to pass Major League Baseball? I don't understand that.
I think there's legitimate star power and interest in the personalities that play the sport.
But it's AAA though. You see, in the end, it's AAA. It doesn't matter. It's AAA.
Right, but a lot of the times in sports, we watch games for the star power. We watch games and follow a sport for a player.
Yeah, there's one player, and she'll play 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years.
That's lazy of you. That's lazy of you. I don't think it's just one player. I don't. I think what we're seeing right now, and why I go to bat for the W so hard, we're in the golden age of WNBA basketball. There's more star power, and especially here, I'll expand the window here to give our girl, Juju Watkins, an opportunity to make it to the pro level. Sarah Strong from UConn. There's stars littered across college basketball in the women's game, and I think
they're stars, Linnell, but they're playing minor league sports though. So the mainstream sports fan is never going to give that any credibility against Major League Baseball, which are the best players in the world, or NHL hockey, which are the best hockey players in the world.
I think the relatability, to steal the phrase of our earlier caller, will allow the W to continue to grow. It's still basketball at the end of the day, and I agree. Like, it's not the NBA. You're not seeing people play above the rim. But the ferocity, the physicality, and the chippiness that they play with, and the storylines and drama that you could potentially have, wink, wink, Paisy, AZ Fudd Page, but like, that's the things that get ratings. Those are the things that drive people to watch. I know it's a crazy thought.
What percentage, Linnell, do you think of WNBA players could make the NBA today?
I don't know if any. You gave them more credit than I would. I don't know if any of them could make it.
Yeah, I don't know if any of them either. I was just trying to be generous. That there's a few backcourt shooters that maybe they'd be so good at the 3-pointer that one or two could make it. That's it.
Yeah, I hear you. I think it's fascinating though. I stand on that though, man. I appreciate the call. I know I'm in the minority with it. I am a firm believer that one day we'll see the WNBA become one of the most popular major professional sports leagues in all of North America. And it's not some pipe dream. It's just how a TI is, brother. 310-840-4910 is the number. We'll close the book on the conversation surrounding the NHL and its popularity. We got 2 conference semifinal games to get to. LeBron James went Kanye crazy tonight. Was it enough for the Lakers to upset the Thunder? We'll talk about that as well as Cavs and Pistons next on Westwood One Sports Night.
NBA playoff TV ratings are the highest they've been in 33 years. Stanley Cup playoffs viewership is surging year over year. Now in the second round, we're breaking down the matchups that matter most to you.
This is Westwood One, baby!
Westwood One Sports.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and nonstop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly.
888
Auto Parts. 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888  888 888 888 888  888  888  888  888  888 888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888  888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888 888
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You use Tearless Baby Shampoo because it's gentle on your baby's eyes. You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You always test the bathwater to make sure it's not too hot. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off. You make sure she wears a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You put on his sunscreen, even when he's embarrassed his friends will see. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Is your child facing the right way in the car seat? Is the seat too big or too small? How do you know when it's time to move your child into the next type of seat? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. That's safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The station voted most likely to be
fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Yeah. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
What a night it has been on Westwood One Sports Night. Youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, rocking out with you, taking you coast to coast, bringing you the latest and greatest in the world of sports. Number to hit us up on the talk and text line, 310-840-4910. Remember, you can check out the show via YouTube as well. Just search Westwood One Sports Night. I want to get into the NBA playoffs. Conference semis underway in both the Eastern Conference playoffs and the Western Conference playoffs. We had 2 game ones tonight between the LA Lakers and the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then the Pistons and the Cavs. I told you last night after the result of the 2 game ones that we saw, New York mollywhopping Philadelphia and then Minnesota surviving the Spurs, that I'm not overreacting to each or either of those game ones. if we're being real about it. Tonight, though, I'm going to overreact to what I saw in Pistons and Cavs. Detroit got off to a 30-14 run to start this game, and you saw it right from the opening tip-off. They punked the Cleveland Cavaliers, which is not a very difficult thing to do. Like, the Cavs are soft. It's been their issue the past couple of years. But to see the way that the backcourt of Asar Thompson and Cade Cunningham defended, picking up James Harden and Donovan Mitchell full court, pressing them out from the get-go, man, I was impressed. There was a level of physicality that they brought tonight, and Cleveland, to be honest, man, was just never able to match it. And, the biggest impact that we saw off of that physicality, the biggest thing that was a result of that physicality was the turnovers, man. I mean, Cleveland, when you don't value the basketball in the NBA postseason, you're not going to win. It's just the reality of the situation. The tough part about it is we saw our usual suspects turning the basketball over. Usual suspect, I should say. James Harden was virtually unplayable tonight. Now, he played 35 minutes, finished with 22 points. When you have more turnovers than you have field goal makes, you did not play well, son. Let's just call it what it is. You combine the turnovers with the lack of effort he gives defensively, and it's almost like, well, why the hell is he out there? Honestly. It's almost like, why the hell is he out there? I'm not like hyperbolizing it. He is borderline unplayable when he is turning the basketball over at that rate. And this is something that unfortunately, has been an Achilles heel throughout the course of his career. In this postseason in particular, we're seeing James Harden turn the ball over at the highest rate he's ever turned it over at. Through 8 games in this NBA playoffs, 7 in round 1 against the team north of the border, and then the opening game tonight. James Harden has 43 turnovers in 8 games. Montgomery County Public Schools stand up. 5.37 turnovers per contest. His worst game to turnover ratio in his postseason career. He has gone over 43. These numbers are staggering, by the way. He has gone over 43 turnovers in the playoffs 6 times throughout his career. 6 different times. When you fail to protect the basketball, you don't give your team a chance to win. And they look for James Harden to initiate offense. They don't want to play Donovan Mitchell on the basketball 24/7. So James has to have the ball in his hands. And for whatever reason, we saw bad playoff James Harden rear his ugly head once again. And it frustrates me because, I don't get it. And I consider myself like a James Harden stan. I think he's one of the greatest scorers of all time. But I can't continue to – it's going to hurt my credibility if I continue to ignore his shortcomings here in the postseason. And you hear the passion that I'm saying it with. Like, it bothers me. It genuinely does. Because I don't know what it is about the playoffs, man. He's a legitimate Hall of Fame level talent. But for whatever reason in the playoffs, he comes up small. James Harden, post-game, after the loss to Detroit, did his best to justify why he can't protect the rock.
You guys could talk collectively about trying to limit the turnovers, or you could try to live with them. Do you think these turnovers are something that are correctable?
Yep. 1,000,000%.
And what do you think?
Some of them are, like Don just said, you look within first, and you look at my turnovers, and a lot of them were just on me and nothing they did. So, and which led to I don't even know how many transition points they had, but it was way too many. And I mean, if I had to put my print on one thing on the game, that's the game right there. I mean, how many points they had in transition? How far turnovers?
20, 31.
That's the game. Like, it's nothing else. like we talked about last year, you get a shot on glass, even half of that, and it's a different ball game. So, for me, I got to be better, and I will be better turning the basketball over. From turning the basketball over, getting shots up, and then it gives our defense a chance to get back and get set. I think we did it. Other than that, we played a pretty solid game.
Yeah, here's the thing though, Coach Bickerstaff said it post game. It started from the opening tip. We're seeing full court pressure from Asar Thompson and Cade Cunningham. And Cade Cunningham, for whatever reason, isn't talked about enough as a good on-ball defender at 6'6". His length bothers the hell out of people. But, Cleveland got punched in the mouth right off the rip. And, I expected it. Cleveland, to me, by the way, I think this series is over. I'll be honest with you. I think this series is over. I do not see James Harden and Donovan Mitchell together as a backcourt being able to crack the code of Cade Cunningham and Asar Thompson defensively. They are locking up. The problem still exists, though, for Detroit in terms of them not having the second score. Will it hurt them in this series? Probably not. In the Eastern Conference Finals, will it hurt them? You bet your ass. But give credit to Detroit, man. They came out. Both of these two teams played in Game 7s over the weekend. Detroit came out with the mentality of, hey, we're going to take the fight to Cleveland right off of the rip, and they did just that, man. So Detroit up 1-0 after a 111-101 win over the Cleveland Cavaliers. Second half of our conference semifinal doubleheader featured the Lakers and the Thunder. And if you weren't listening earlier in the show, total missed opportunity tonight for LA. What they were able to do defensively to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, forcing him into 7 turnovers and just muddying up the game the way that they did, holding them to 18 points, yet they lost by damn near 20. If I would have told you going into this game that Shai was going to have one more field goal make than turnover, and LeBron was going to go for 27 on over 60% shooting from the field, you would have thought the Lakers would have made this competitive. They didn't. LeBron got no help at all. Austin Reeves, 3 for 16, a total no-show. Total no-show. And throughout the course of this postseason, he's been a total no-show. The Lakers got a massive decision to make. What do you do with your core moving forward? Because Austin Reeves has a $14 million player option. If you think he's opting into that, you're crazy. He's going to opt out. He's going to seek a bigger bag on the market. And the Lakers, if they want to keep him, are probably going to have to overpay. Is it worth it to do that? Probably not. Probably not. And I know he's coming off injury, so you want to give him some grace. If you don't show up in the postseason, he has not. He's been awful throughout the postseason to this point. If you don't show up in the postseason, it's hard for me to really rock with you. He was historically bad tonight, and I wanted to pull the number for you. His 18.8% field goal percentage in Game 1, talking about Austin Reeves, the lowest by any Laker in a playoff game over the last 35 years. Not exaggerating it. He totally screwed the Lakers tonight. The other piece of it is this. Here's the tough part, right? Marcus Smart's playing great defense on SGA. They're doing a nice job trapping, forcing the ball out of his hands. I thought the game plan defensively from J.J. Redick was marvelous. But when you have the worst 1-2 punch in the NBA at center with DeAndre Ayton and Jackson Hayes, just two unserious dudes that are just happy to be wearing the Lakers uniform so they can post Instagram pictures with lame-ass rap lyrics, like Chet Holmgren went insane tonight. That's who they don't have an answer for. I think they're better equipped to handle Shai than they are Chet Holmgren. But the MVP is not going to have another game like this in this series unless Marcus Smart and company continue to give him the business. I'm just frustrated because LeBron's 41 years old, man. You're number 23 in the NBA. He gave you, against the best defense in basketball, LeBron went crazy. And the Lakers had no answers for it. The Lakers had no one else that was able to step up offensively. It was LeBron and Rui. Marcus Smart, 4 for 15. Austin Reeves, 3 for 16. Guys got to show up, man. Luke Kennard in 29 minutes only got up 3 3-pointers. What the hell are you on the floor for, son? Might as well take your jersey off and sit next to the coach if you're not going to let it fly. I'm not going to overreact to game one. My big question for Oklahoma City moving forward, because I still don't really know what to expect here from Jalen Williams. He missed another game tonight. Listed as week to week with the hamstring strain. OKC is not going to win the finals if they don't get Jalen Williams back. I don't know how long he's expected to be out. I don't know the severity of the hamstring strain. But if they're going to repeat, hell, if they're going to get out of this series, they need Jalen Williams. They do. Now, you may not need him against LA. But damn it, it's going to make this series a lot more interesting if Jalen Williams is not in the fold the rest of the way. We got 2 show staples coming up to wrap us up. Weird but true, and we'll put the show to bed next.
Aaron Rodgers still hasn't decided if he's returning.
I thought at this point we would have known by now that he was going to play.
If the future Hall of Famer walks away, the Steelers will turn to a quarterback competition featuring Drew Aller, Will Howard, and Mason Rudolph. Not the plan, but is it their future? Westwood One Sports.
Clones, listen up. Not all beef jerky is the same. In fact, there are major differences in quality from one brand to the next. Old Trapper is a better way to snack, chock full of good protein to satisfy your manliest hunger cravings. Every bite is better for you and higher in essential protein than chips, sugar-filled energy bars, and candy. Old Trapper in the Clearview bag is the world's finest jerky, made with only the best ingredients. So ask for Old Trapper by name because no other jerky compares. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
It's time to spring into deals at Lowe's. Freshen up your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Then get what you need to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trusting Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Right now at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts, you can get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 qualifying brake rotors. Ask the professional parts people about additional brake pad and rotor upgrade options available at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Kelly Clarkson, and I've toured the country dozens of times, and there's one thing every state has in common: childhood hunger. The sad truth is that 17 million kids don't know where their next meal is coming from, or if it's even coming at all. Yet there are billions of pounds of surplus food around the country at farms and warehouses that could help end this injustice. But all that food is useless if it doesn't get where it needs to go. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and gets it to hungry kids before it goes to waste. But they can't do it without your help. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank. Find out how at feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together we're Feeding America.
To help solve hunger in your community and to find your local food bank, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
I'm more resourceful than I thought.
My suit can still make an impression.
My video games are still game changers.
And my lamp can bring others a bright future.
Because when I donate my stuff to Goodwill,
it helps fund job placement and training for people right in my community.
Now my stuff gets a second chance.
And will give someone in my community
a second chance too.
Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. That's goodwill.org. This message brought to you by Goodwill and the Ad Council.
The only station all the voices in our heads can agree on. Yeah! Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
One final segment to go. Here on Westwood One Sports Night, youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham rocking out with you as we continue to take you coast to coast, bringing you the latest and greatest in the world of sports. NBA Conference semifinals. Officially has had one game played in all four of the series. Cavs 101-111 losers at the hand of the Detroit Pistons. And the Lakers losing by 18 on the road to Oklahoma City. LeBron James with a vintage throwback performance, but not enough. As Austin Reeves went 3 of 16 from the field. We got more NBA postseason on tap tomorrow night as we'll get game 2. I'm excited for tomorrow night. I'm excited for tomorrow night because I hope and pray that Joel Embiid and the Sixers show up. I expect them to. But I'll be honest, I give a rat's ass about Knicks and 76ers. I mean, the T-Wolves and Spurs series, that Timberwolves team, if I could play on any team in the NBA, I'd want to be on the Timberwolves. Bottom line. Let's get to it. Weird but true. Something that's super weird in the world of sports, but also super true. And this one hits close to home for your boy. Diehard Washington Commanders fan. And there's this narrative out there surrounding my beloved Commanders. There's this narrative that the team didn't do enough to support quarterback Jayden Daniels. And I think that narrative, that thought, is stupid, for a lack of a better phrase. And here is why. The Washington Commanders went out and added weapons this offseason. Chikakonkwo coming over from Tennessee, a guy who's just scratching the surface in terms of being one of the best run-after-the-catch threats in the NFL at the tight end spot. He is a weapon. You signed Jayden Daniels' former college teammate, Rashad White. He is a weapon offensively. You got Bill Krosky-Merritt returning. He is a weapon offensively. You drafted Katron Allen. He's going to be a weapon for you offensively. And you got Terry McLaurin. He's a weapon for you offensively. So that bothers me. But the biggest weapon that Washington provided Jayden Daniels this offseason was on defense, bringing in, Chason from the Patriots, bringing in Odafe Owe from the Chargers, bringing in Tim Settle from the Houston Texans, Leo Chenal from Kansas City, Nick Cross from Indianapolis, like Sonny Styles with the number 7 overall pick. Like, they have added pieces to this defense to make them a much more formidable group. And this is where our weird but true stat comes in. Jayden Daniels' career record by Commanders points allowed. When the Commanders give up 24 or fewer points throughout the course of Jayden Daniels' 2-year NFL career, they are 12-0. When they give up more than 24, they're 2-10. Weird but true, Jayden Daniels damn good when he has a defense. Let's put the show to bed.
You got to be excited on Friday. You got your alarm set?
I'm about to say, dog, you know I'm chomping at the bit for this. I'm geeked up for this.
Your GOATs returning to the television screen, Stephen A. and Skip on ESPN for the first time in, well, honestly, not long enough, but for the first time in quite some time.
So I take it you're not a fan of the reunion, no?
I gave up on that show years ago when during the NBA Finals, Spurs Heat, LeBron cramp game, they let DJ Khaled on the show the next day, and he cited the streets as a source as to why San Antonio did that on purpose. Then they didn't correct him. And I was like, I think I'm done here.
If you're looking for corrections, you need to watch, what was it, Denton? Around the Horn.
Around the
Horn. What did we miss?
RIP. Pour one out.
What did we miss? Tony Reale. Shout out to my dog, Tony Reale. Super talented individual. But no, I'm excited for it, man. I think with the expansion of social media, it's allowed people to see the creation of the sausage, so to speak. And I think it's made folks a lot more critical of sports personalities out there. Like, I'm not even going to acknowledge certain to think that the sports fan is now telling the sports media personality what to talk about and what they want to hear on the show. I think is ludicrous. Like, and that's because of social media, and everybody can be a sports content creator nowadays. So I don't know, man. I think Stephen A. Is extremely misunderstood. I think he gets a horrible rap in the African American community for whatever dumbass reason there is. Skip, I have a respect for both of them. This is what most people miss about Skip and Stephen A. Denton. They just look at them as like the shouty show, stir the pot type of dudes, and they have created this genre that isn't going anywhere, by the way, in terms of the debate format. But, dude, they were some of the most respected journalists ever, writing for major publications like the Philadelphia Inquirer, in the Chicago Times or the Chicago Tribune. Like, Skip Bayless covered Michael Jordan on a day-to-day basis.
We know.
Like, well, because he tells you about it all the time. But, like, that's what it is. Like, those, I just think their reputation amongst, certain folks has taken a major hit, and, like, I don't necessarily get why.
Are you scared that the reunion's going to suck?
No.
That you position it in a way that it will not be able to achieve, because it is the classic ESPN. They're in business with the Fed in pro wrestling. WWE loves a nostalgia hit. This is ESPN. Hey, we need a nostalgia hit.
I think they're going to. Here's my bold prediction.
It's going to be so, I think this is so lazy LeBron and Jordan stuff for like an hour.
Well, there's so much basketball and Cowboys stuff to talk about, and NFL. Like, there's plenty for them to talk about. I think this is a trial run for Skip to do every Friday during football season and every Monday during football season, to eventually be brought back full time and be a part of the rotation.
I think he'll ever be back full time.
I think ESPN understands the draw that Skip is.
I think Stephen A. has too much power. He'll never allow that. It's his show right now. Skip Bayless coming in, because Skip Bayless is the one that kind of pioneered the form. Like, Stephen A. was the one that stayed. Skip Bayless was the one that pioneered the form. This is Stephen A.'s playhouse, man.
Stephen A.'s playhouse.
Like, he got rid of Kellerman because Kellerman was wiping the floor with him in these debates.
Which is kind of the point of the show. Like, I think the sports debate format is beautiful. I think there's too much pride with some of our compadres in the industry to not let the style flourish the way that it should. Too much pride out there. it's okay to be wrong sometimes. You're not going to win every sports debate. You're not going to be right with every take. I think if more people in our industry understood that, we'd get better content. Look at me sounding like a...
I hope it gives you everything that you are looking for.
I hope it doesn't have a negative influence on me. Saturday morning sports is probably going to be on one. After me watching First Take reunion on Friday morning, man. I'm excited for it. Genuinely excited for it, man. I really am. That's going to do it, though, man. Another installment of Westwood One Sports Nights in the books. We appreciate you all locking into the program, however you choose to do so. We appreciate you hitting us up on the phones. Thank you to our guy, Denton Day. Thank you to our guy, Oliver Popular, taking your calls. We are back with you tomorrow. 2 more conference semifinal games on tap. Will the Sixers respond? And will we see San Antonio respond? Drake Toll is next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
People are always talking about the stock market, always looking to invest in a good opportunity, something with the potential to grow. So what if you could invest in the future of kids, like a stock? Not the kind of stock where you invest to make money, but a stock for social change. A whole new kind of investment called Better Futures. When you invest, it helps students like me go to college, which ends up making the future better for everybody. I could be the first college graduate in my family, the first district attorney from my neighborhood. And if I'm the first, then maybe there will be a second and a third. This can really be the start of something. My name is Charles, and I'm your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service announcement brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
We first opened about 10 years ago. We were small, just a few of us, but it was exciting. I always dreamt of having my own business. It was kind of slow at first, but things started picking up. We had big plans, but in our wildest dreams, we never thought we'd have this much work. Yeah, with so many businesses caught off guard by the storm, Reed Waste Management has never been busier.
What will become of your business after a disaster? Nearly 2/3 of businesses aren't prepared for an emergency, and 40% of businesses that experience a disaster never recover. Make an emergency plan now before it's too late. For a free online tool that helps you develop an emergency plan to keep your business up and running should disaster strike, visit ready.gov/business. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the American Red Cross, and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Terry Crews, actor, former football player, game show host, father of 5, and all-around big dude. I'm also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind, like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind, like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama, like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Hamilton was adopted from a rescue in 2008. He really likes to be around people. I get out my mat and I'm doing a downward dog and he's underneath. He's quite the pug about town. He gets invited to a lot of parties. He knows he's a pretty big deal. Look at this little face. How could you not love him?
Hamilton the Pug, Instagram star and shelter pet. Amazing adoption stories start in shelters. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Happy Cinco de Drinko to those who participate. It was wild and wonderful around where I live at. I went out earlier in the afternoon after I went on my little walk to go get some condiments from my local Family Dollar. There were just people in the parking lot, and this is just what Southern Maryland has to provide, I guess. There were people in the parking lot with boom boxes. I live in a neighborhood actually that is predominantly, I wouldn't say predominantly Spanish people, but there's a healthy mix of our of our Hispanic friends, and they were playing their music. I don't even know what any of their cool dances are. A lot of hip movement. It was great, man. So happy Cinco de Mayo to all of you that participate. In light of Cinco de Mayo, we're going to have a little bit of fun later on in the show. We'll ask you this question. What is the best holiday to party on? What's the best holiday known for partying? I know Cinco de Mayo very high on that power rankings list. We'll get to that as we ease our way into the 1 a.m. hour on the East Coast. A lot more to get to, though, man. Appreciate you all being here on a Tuesday night edition of Westwood One Sports Night. NBA postseason in full swing. Eastern Conference semis, Western Conference semis. We'll let you hear from LeBron James coming up here momentarily, but I got to start in the first half of our doubleheader. Two teams that played in Game 7s, locking horns here in the Eastern Conference semis. Detroit Pistons, Cleveland Cavaliers. They also have this in common, right? They both played in Game 7. They also have this in common. It feels like whichever one of these teams loses here in this second round, it's going to feel like they came up extremely short relative to their preseason expectations. And as we've gotten more of a sample size here on the Cleveland Cavaliers, as we've gotten more data on what Cleveland is, I remember right around the first couple of episodes of this very program, it was right before the trade deadline. Cavs made a move to land Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder. But before that, they moved off of Darius Garland to acquire none other than the bearded man, James Harden, a dude that I consider to be one of the best scorers in the NBA's history, a guy that's a top 75 dude and will be a Hall of Famer as soon as he's eligible. Despite all of that, James Harden here in the 2026 playoffs has been borderline unplayable. And the tough part about it is, as a James Harden stan and somebody who routinely goes to bat for him, we're at the point right now where the evidence is so damning against him and his postseason performances that I just got to shut the hell up and give you the facts. James Harden tonight, 6 of 15 from the field, 1 of 7 from 3, and he had 7 damn turnovers, meaning he had more turnovers than he had field goals. Martin Peabody got Mo head and she got body. That's what it felt like tonight with James Harden. Got to be better. And here's why I say he's borderline unplayable, young. The turnovers are one thing. When you're a damn traffic cone defensively, when you can't move defensively and you give half-ass effort, possession in and possession out, it's tough to stomach, man. The turnover thing with James Harden, though, is tough because this is not something that's new, right? James Harden has been a turnover machine throughout the course of his postseason career. In this postseason, James Harden, through 8 games, the 7 in round 1, and game 1 here tonight, in those 8 games, James Harden has a whopping 43 turnovers. Can I make my Montgomery County Public Schools folks proud? That is 5.37 turnovers per game. Yuck. Nasty, nasty work. And here's the thing, like I said a moment ago, whether it's Detroit or Cleveland who goes down, and it sure as hell feels like it's Cleveland at this point, there's going to be a shakeup to the roster. There's going to be some sweeping changes. I think James Harden and the playoff epidemic that he's had throughout the turnover rather epidemic that he's had throughout the course of his playoff career, it's nasty. James Harden has gone over 43 turnovers in the playoffs 6 different times. 6 different times. This postseason that he's currently having is the worst of his career from a turnover to game ratio. I just bring you the facts. Like, it's tough to stomach because I think we all look at James Harden, and maybe I'm in the minority with this, 310-840-4910. I consider James Harden to be one of the all-time greats. I look at James Harden as a legend. James Harden is some hardware away from being considered one of the best 2 guards of all time. Some people may already look at him through that lens. Now, I'm not going to go as far as Pat Beverly. I don't know if y'all are hip to that argument that's been going on online, the D-Wade versus James Harden debate, which isn't really a debate because Dwayne Wade was a 2-way phenom. James Harden doesn't really play defense, so it's not really much of a conversation. But I think Pat's overarching point is like, man, James is special. Despite how special he is offensively, when you turn the basketball over at the rate that he is, people are going to have something to say about it. He had to address his turnover epidemic postgame. James Harden had this to say after the loss to the Pistons.
You guys could talk collectively about trying to limit the turnovers, or you could try to live with them. Do you think these turnovers are something that are correctable?
Yep. 1,000,000%.
What do you think?
Some of them are, like Don just said, you look within first, and you look at my turnovers, and a lot of them were just on me and nothing they did. So, and which led to I don't even know how many transition points they had, but it was way too many. And I mean, if I had to put my print on one thing on the game, that's the game right there. I mean, how many points they had in transition? How far turnovers?
20, 31.
That's the game. Like, it's nothing else. Like we talked about last year, you get a shot on glass, even half of that, and it's a different ball game. So, for me, I got to be better, and I will be better turning the basketball over. From turning the basketball over, getting shots up, and then it gives our defense a chance to get back and get set. I think we did it. Other than that, we played a pretty solid game.
I'll be real. Some people may, think it's just tongue-in-cheek, think it's cliche. I love the fact that there was a extreme amount of accountability taken here by James Harden. Like, he was real. If he doesn't turn the ball over as much as he does, they don't get as many points. I think he said 31 points off the turnovers. Like, that's awful. Can't happen. Now, Do I believe that he's just all of a sudden at the snap of a finger? By the way, if you're watching on the YouTube stream, I can't snap. I think I used the wrong fingers. Probably doesn't sound like a snap in the microphone either, does it? Probably just sounds like ashy fingers being rubbed together. That's awkward. He's not going to just stop turning it over at the snap of a finger. That's just not how this works, right? So while it's like me when I was in college, man. While I agree, while I like the accountability, do I think he's going to stop turning it over? No. I had a cheating problem when I was in college, ladies and gentlemen. I was not a faithful man, and I kept getting confronted about it and confronting about it, and I'd take accountability each and every time, and then I'd end up down the hall. James Harden's going to end up down the hall again, is what I'm saying. 310-840-4910 is the number. I think as we move throughout this series, I want the conversation to shift to this, because while Detroit set the tone from the get-go, if you're just now joining us, they started off with a 30-14 run, full court pressure defensively from both Cade Cunningham and Asar Thompson. We know what Asar is about on the defensive end. I think Cade is an underrated defender. When you talk about him being 6'6" and the length that he has, I think it's no surprise that he's as good as he is defensively. I'm impressed with his offensive game, though, man. His ability to pick his spots, his ability to continuously play under control and not get sped up by anybody or anything, I think it's just super duper impressive. And wasn't perfect tonight. I think he also had 5 or 6 turnovers. Wasn't perfect, but his ability to just control and manage the game was enough. When I watch him play in the way that he's performed throughout the course of this postseason, this was an MVP caliber year for Cade Cunningham. I think everybody agrees with that. If I'm not mistaken, was he one of the 3 finalists for the MVP? I know Victor. What was it? Victor Wembanyama, Nikola Jokic, and Cade, or was it Shea? Either or. The way that he performed throughout the course of this year, Shea, Jokic, and Wemby. Now, I know the injury situation for Cade Cunningham definitely muddied that conversation. But he played at an MVP level throughout the course of the regular season, guiding them to the 1 seed in the East. I don't think them being the 1 seed is that impressive, but he was the guy that led the charge, so to speak. In this postseason, in that opening round against that physical, demanding Orlando defense, he averaged 33 points, 7 assists, 6 rebounds, a block, a steal, while shooting 40% from 3 on damn near 8 attempts per contest. Why do I bring up his numbers in that opening round? I'm probably in the minority with this thought. But let me bring this to the table, and we can get your calls on it at 310-840-4910. I think it's so silly that the league MVP votes aren't influenced by the playoffs. I don't think they should have the MVP finalists set in stone and vote on it until the postseason's over. To think that the regular season is the only thing that should matter when it comes to the MVP, I think is totally ludicrous. Because what happens if a guy is an MVP candidate all regular season long, plays well, and then in the postseason comes out and lays a total egg? At that point, to me, he's not deserving and worthy of being a damn MVP. I don't understand that. Maybe I'm in the minority with this. 310-840-4910. I 110% feel like the MVP race should be influenced by the NBA's postseason, especially when you consider just how different regular season and postseason basketball is. Maybe that's the reason right there. I'm at a point right now where it's like I'm almost looking at the NBA postseason as an individual item. 2 separate entities, regular season play, postseason play. And I feel like you earn your stripes in the postseason because of the way that the physicality ratchets up, because of the way that the game ultimately changes here. There was a number I pulled earlier that was damning to me. Per league tracking data, this postseason, 62.8% of all shots have been heavily contested. Now, that's an analytic where they measure, where you're at on the contestants. Heavily contested, no contest, light contest. The 62.8% of shots that have been heavily contested, it's the highest percentage of any shots in the playoffs since 2014. So you're seeing the defensive intensity raise. It's more difficult to get a bucket and be great in the postseason. So why shouldn't that influence the MVP vote? 310-840-4910 is the number here. Let's go to our guy, Mr. Positive, out in Michigan, wanting to check in. Greg, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Linnell, boom, shakalaka, everybody go for your dreams. You are spot on there, buddy, because the MVP, arguably, takes you to the finals and the playoffs. So you are spot on. I have to totally agree with you. Real quick, my Lakers, very disappointed, but oh well, they're not going to go far. So I'm just hoping my LeBron can play pretty well. But
he looked good tonight. He looked good tonight for sure.
Yes, the Pistons. I got to tell you, everyone came to play. Yeah, Cade was a little bit not so good with the field goal, but everyone else picked up the slack. And I got to tell you about James Harden. In the playoffs, he's about as good as a pimple on my butt. He doesn't have the intensity.
I'm looking
for a warrior spirit. Pardon?
No, go ahead, Mr. Positive.
He doesn't have that warrior spirit that Mr. Positive and my Warriors are looking for in Michigan. It was great to see the Pistons do what they did tonight.
Impressive.
Robinson did the 3-pointers, and it was just a great game, and I think Detroit's going to win this one. I really do.
It looks like it. So after the game ones last night, I was pretty hell-bent on, not overreacting to what we saw. I think after tonight's game one, very clear and obvious the Detroit Pistons are going to win that series.
Very good, my friend.
Appreciate you as always, my man. 310-840-4910 is the number. Should league MVP votes be influenced by the postseason? 310-840-4910. And what do you make of James Harden and his postseason failures here? Once again, coming up small in the NBA's second season. His game one performance tonight was just downright awful. And it got to a point where, to me, if he's turning the ball over at that rate and he's not playing a lick of defense, for me, he becomes virtually unplayable. 310-840-4910. Donnie, also out in Detroit, wanting to check in. Donnie, what's going on, brother? Welcome in.
Yo, what's up, man?
How are you?
Hey, yep. So I agree with you with Harden. I'm a Detroit fan, obviously. My team growing up was the Go to Work Pistons.
Okay.
I feel like these guys are pretty similar to that, with the defense and everything like that. But looking at Cade, the way he came through in that Orlando series, I thought Orlando was a bad matchup for Detroit.
For sure, I agree.
Just going into it, I would have rather played other teams than Orlando for the start. But now that we got through it, I don't feel bad about playing Cleveland. I think give us 5-6 games, I think this is ours. But
they're battle tested.
Yeah, if they do try to do some cute stuff and pull Harden out and put, JB's going to have to adapt to that, right?
For sure.
They have talent on their team. It's not going to be a walk in the park, but Cade has definitely shown all-star talent. He
more than all-star, man. I call him an MVP talent. I appreciate the call as always.
Absolutely.
310-840-4910 is the number. Cade Cunningham continuing to impress throughout this NBA playoffs. the young man's special. I don't think he gets enough credit in terms of, the young stars of this league. It feels like his name is oftentimes omitted. That is the recap of Pistons and Cavs. I think that one's over. The Western Conference semis started tonight as well, as we saw LeBron James and the Lakers take on SGA and the Thunder. I thought it was a classic performance from LeBron James, but it feels like there was a missed opportunity tonight for the LA Lakers. I'll tell you why next.
The Thunder and Spurs are one series away from a collision course with the MVP finalists. Are we really on the verge of a Wemby versus SGA conference finals? We're just one round away from finding out. Westwood One Sports.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and nonstop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is only $2.50. So you can get your gym gains on or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to report a bear sighting.
Location.
In the forest near the side of the road.
No need for alarm, sir. The forest is where bears live.
But this was no ordinary bear.
No ordinary bear?
One second.